The sudden death closed in on the protagonist in a way he never saw coming, like resurrection was the last thing on the table. Once again, Alma's got thrown into a whole new world, maybe the afterlife, maybe something stranger, but forget any Sansu River or that familiar flower garden people always mention. At first, a brutal hunger slammed into him, and he even eyed the nearby leaves like they might save him. Then, no matter what, he set out through the area to find real food. He stood there with a freshly caught fish in one hand and a creepy, scary-looking bug in the other. Almost thought he was already dead, and honestly, maybe it was fate letting him finally fill his stomach for the very first time. Alma's meal turned into a nightmare. She tore into something alive, and the horror lingered even stronger after it was over. Alma slumped there, stunned and confused, because just before all this, he died in a car crash near the river. River stood frozen, terrified by his own reflection in the water. Alma's couldn't even recognize the face staring back. He couldn't shake the thought, was he already dead, and didn't even realize it, only to wake up in a brand new body as someone else. Alma's couldn't shake the crazy thought. Maybe he'd been reincarnated, or even better, maybe it was a full-on soul transfer. So he told himself it was all a dream and went to sleep with that hope. When he woke up next, he prayed he'd be back in a hospital bed and that the accident was nothing worse than a minor bump. The next morning, the first thing Alma's did was sprint straight to the stream, staring at his reflection like it could prove him wrong, because he had to face the nightmare that he'd really changed bodies. Alma, eyes shining with hope, dove straight into setting up the basics to survive in this brutal forest. A griffin burst into view, chirping softly before it tore off from its territory like it had somewhere urgent to be. It caught its own reflection and froze with fear, while the griffin taunted it with a mocking voice. It claimed it had standards for what it ate, and refused to waste a bite on that awful griffin meat. It freaked out thinking, why am I stuck in this weird world with nothing in my stomach? Last night it had to scarf down insects just to live, and now it was losing its mind, screaming in raw frustration at another person's body. Everything here felt totally wrong. It threw an apology at the griffin, begging forgiveness for crossing into its territory. They chatted about the pact between griffins and humans, so everyone, even kids, knew the story by heart. It demanded the griffin's verdict, promising that if its story held up, its very presence would spare it. So the griffin refused to buy it, but it still had to fight for its own life. Then Almas finally told the whole truth. Its soul had slipped into this body without the forest's knowledge or the owner's consent. The griffin heard it and instantly realized Almas was truly lost. It apologized, then pushed Almas to cling to this twisted new world and to loathe her old one. If Almas was hoping this talk would change anything, that hope died fast. It was a cruel fate. Still, the griffin promised to stick around, but he threw down one catch. He needed Almas's help. The griffin swooped Almas straight into a huge cave packed with griffin kids. Then they stared at her like she just dropped out of the sky, totally confused. They demanded to know what it meant, and the griffin snapped back that they were its kin. Then it revealed the sick truth. For some reason, humans had just started dumping their own kids in the forest it created. Almas couldn't stop thinking about her own body. Could she have been left out there too, starving for survival? The griffin turned to him and asked, straight up, if his job was to care for these kids, then praised him for catching on so fast and ordered him to stay with them until they could stand on their own. He didn't turn away the orphanage kids, even though he could feel their pain, and the real gut punch was the lack of food. Griffin heard his worry and promised to keep them fed for 3 whole years. After that, Almas and the children would have to learn how to hunt and find food themselves. Almas blinked in shock, expecting Griffin to tell them to start eating insects, and some people even questioned why Almas asked Griffin about saving them. Griffin shut that down with one question: would Almas really leave hungry, helpless children alone? After he saved them, Griffin said it was his duty to make sure it didn't end there. Almas spotted a tiny pile of fruits in the cave, and her gut screamed that Griffin had left them there. The truth was, Griffin and Almas were nothing alike, and Almas figured he was asking for help without meaning to, because he just didn't know how to care for a human. Almas nodded like it was settled, then promised that from that moment on, he'd take care of the kids. He spun around to face the kids and declared, loud and clear, that from this day on, he'd be their leader. The kids answered back, but Almas drew a blank. He couldn't make sense of their words at all. Griffin hurriedly apologized, then explained that someone from another world just couldn't understand the language here. Griffin told him he could finally talk to Almas thanks to a divine blessing, then offered to loan Almas his protective donation power, straight out of a fantasy legend. And when Almas took that help, he was stunned to realize he could speak clearly and understand the foreign kids around him. Then it all clicked in this miraculous way. Ron, the kid who called himself the new leader, stepped forward and introduced himself, and Almas, unbothered, laughed with him and kept asking everyone's names, until Ron's patience snapped and he stormed up to Almas, furious that he hadn't treated him like the leader. Almas just burst out laughing, like he finally got what was going on, walked over to apologize, and said Ron didn't mean harm. He was just a little clueless in the new role. Elmas spotted a bunch of homeless kids, and for a second they looked happy, but he could feel the pain underneath. He promised he'd protect them and started daydreaming about running a farm, anything to keep them alive in this place. But his farming skills were shaky at best, and still, it felt like the only shot they had. Griffin told them flat out he'd back the program for just 3 years, so all 31 kids and Almas had to learn to stand on their own before that clock ran out. Then Ron shot back, skeptical, asking if Almas really understood how brutal farming would be, especially in a thick, tangled forest where every path had to fight through standing trees. But the toughest problem finally found a solution. They were all just kids, and none of them could properly handle tools, so Rose, a feudal figure, pushed Elmas to quit. Graham shot down every idea, said there wasn't any other plan, then ignored the kids' desperate fight plan and barked at them to grab farming tools instead. Once he had the right gear, everything would go smoother, and Almas wasted no time, sweeping up a huge pile of swords the foolish warriors had left behind, even though he knew plenty of heroes had already come to take down Griffin. Still, Griffin's furious grumbling made it worse when all those weapons got thrown aside, and that mess disrupted his forest tetra. He stepped up and asked Almas straight out if they planned to use those weapons to trade for agricultural Uriel gear, and Ron's eyes flared as he pushed the idea of using the guns to grab food instead. Yet Almas ignored him again, and Ron then demanded to know if anyone even knew the area. Tetra nodded and started mapping it out. Right then, they were inside Romelia Forest, with Rose's kingdom to the east, Gilb to the northwest, Domerga to the northeast, and Faldarm sitting up north, while Rose's struggled to forge proper iron tools. So Domerga and Gilbade used the famine to hit Faldam hard, and this right here was their opening, because these weapons were so valuable they could be sold for a fortune. Almas knew this was his chance to unload weapons at a killer price and swap them for farming tools, so he and Griffin hammered out plans for rice. While Griffin admitted that 30 years ago, people used to live in the nearby forest, until an epidemic ripped through them and they blamed it on his curse. Griffin swooped Almas through the sky to scout the spot, and the land itself screamed one thing: using what was already there was way easier than tearing up a whole new area. Almas stepped back and realized the village was blessed with clean water. Everything it needed was just a few quick, minor repairs. And above all, they needed a clean, ready stretch of land to grow rice. He thanked Griffin for tracking down a place even better than he expected, and Griffin waved it off like it was no big deal. The very next day, Almas brought the kids there and laid out the crop rotation plan in full, one simple 4-year rhythm where they'd swap turns planting clover and wheat. Ron balked at how complicated it sounded, worried it would strip the soil of nutrients and make patience even harder. Griffin stepped in and promised she'd help refill those nutrients so cultivation could actually stay steady all year long, because the real magic was the combo. Livestock waste turned into fertilizer, rebuilding the land as they worked it. That whole cycle, animals feeding the soil feeding them, was the heart of the magical rotation. Still, splitting the land into 4 sections for the livestock crushed the yields, but the livestock payoff was huge. Getting animals was Rosewood's very first move. When he heard that, Rosewood's brow nodded in confusion, and Almas quickly broke it down. Crop rotation would boost production beyond what they'd ever seen. He fired everyone up and told them their first job was to head straight to Ruru's. Ruru couldn't stop wondering what Almas had been up to for ages, so he jabbed at an empty plot of land and thought, goats asterisk. They can live on bark, they're easy to care for, and even kids could handle them, though they're no workhorses. Still, Ruru really wanted cows or horses, but he had 0 experience. Then he remembered the goat he'd raised back in the orphanage. Ruru balked at the rush to need animals, and Griffin snapped back that goat milk, tough as it tastes, was packed with nutrition, loaded with calcium and perfectly balanced. Then Almas stared at Ruru and demanded, "Do you get it?" Ruru grinned, "Yeah," but he was still fretting over everyone, and when he heard Almas's next plan, he blurted, "How in the world are we supposed to trade livestock during a brutal famine?" Almas shot back that she wasn't buying it, and she didn't think the Kingdom of Roses needed a mountain of weapons either. So Ruru muttered to himself, insisted they still had to do it, and told Griffin to fly to a far-off place. And Griffin said yes, without hesitation, so Almas could bring the goats back. Almas watched Griffin even chat with the goats, but Almas knew he was just herding them straight into the pen. Then the whole thing felt magical right before the trade. Almas grabbed a bow and arrow so they could practice archery for their future hunting, and the kids wouldn't stop teasing him, because he couldn't hit the target even after 10 minutes of shooting. He barked at the noisy kids to shut it, lock in on their own training, and just like that, others crushed the challenge too. The village went quiet until it was Graham's turn. He stepped in and seized everyone's attention, asking to teach them the secrets of a peaceful life. but that peace lasted about as long as a breath, because just as Alma's heard Rosewood's desperate cry, someone stormed into the village. He figured if a puny beast went after Rosewood, he'd scare it off, but if something stronger came, he'd fight to help Rosewood break free. When he finally got close, he realized the beast was a human. Rosewood's voice rang out, furious, demanding why this man had grabbed him, saying his parents had already ditched him, and then added coldly that even if he got caught, he still wouldn't give the man a single bite of food. With a wicked grin, the man taunted Rosewood as a fool, then dropped the bomb that he already knew the Alma's children had a whole stash of steel swords. Finally, it all clicked. She understood exactly what he was really after. As soon as they got there, he tore across the scene to rescue Rosewood. He roared at the kid to sprint ahead, while he stayed back, planting himself to block the furious man. The man hauled himself off the dirt, gripping a huge branch, and demanded if Alma's was just stalling so Rosewood could slip away, then snarled that he shouldn't cry, while Alma's stayed cool and asked what he was really doing there. The man rattled his words and finally admitted he'd come to steal the steel sword, and traded it for food. Alma's figured there was nothing to worry about, even though he couldn't wrap his head around Alma's reaction. Then the man grilled him with even more questions. Then Almas lunged in fast, no time to react, and stabbed him before he could do anything but force the robber to understand he'd never get his belongings guaranteed. Satisfaction and dread crashed through Alma's as they waited for the man to come the moment he sensed Alma's feelings. Then Alma's, shaking with reluctance, ended his life right there. Before long, the kids huddled up, worried out of their minds, and bombarded Alma's with the same question, "Are you okay?" He told them he was totally fine, and swallowed his pride to apologize for scaring them. Rose sobbed like her heart would break, terrified something awful would happen to Alma's, and even as Alma's tried to calm the boy, telling him it would all be fine, he clearly wasn't used to moments like this. Griffin showed up to size things up, acting way too calm as he said this wasn't the first time something like this happened, then told Alma's not to stress, because ugly interspecies violence isn't just a human thing, it's like ants crawling on the ground. Even though everyone understood what Griffin meant, his words felt like they were shrinking human nature down to something too simple. He said it was Uriel for creatures to struggle with hurting their own, but right now Alma's had one job: protect the kids, get them back to their group, and finish the mission. 2 weeks flew by. Sure, Alma's vegetable garden threw a few problems their way, but they crushed them and moved on. Now it was all about daily survival. Check the fields, keep the shelter standing, and make sure everyone ate. Alma's, steady as ever, declared he was going into the city to grab more food, and this time they were headed straight for the Kingdom of Roses in the capital, where the streets were packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Alma beamed with joy. She hadn't seen it in ages, and the bustling city hit her harder than she ever imagined, dazzling her even more than her dreams. Ron, the leader, shot his finger toward a clothing store and urged Alma's to bury his curiosity there and go take a look. Alma's was told to stay calm, because this rush was the perfect way to catch each other's attention in the street. Then came the real mission: find a place to swap currency, since they couldn't buy a thing without it. So they traded beast fangs for money, and with that in hand, Alma's picked up some herbs. The closest girl rushed up and blurted, "Is it caramel grass?" She begged Alma's to sell her that potion, and then to swear up and down it wasn't really the potion. After they nailed the deal and got it for free, Alma's leaned in, eyes sharp, and asked what she planned to do with it. Yuria spilled that mixing it with marijuana makes the addiction hit like silk, smooth, crushing, and irresistible, and Alma's couldn't help but wonder where Yuria really came from and how she grew up. She gave a shaky answer, saying she lived in a village a full day's journey away, then asked, right there, if she could lead them to where the rare caramel grass was hiding. Alma's didn't see any reason to help and flat out refused at first, but they finally struck a deal. Every month she'd bring caramel grass to sell to her for exactly 1 gold coin. As she was leaving, Yuria leaned in and whispered that she'd been getting some crazy protection from Alma's village. He then started studying the language of this world for real, and thanks to Griffin's linguistic protection, he could talk with Tetra and the others like it was nothing. But he knew the moment that protection ran out, not being able to communicate would become a nightmare. So Alma's began teaching the kids basic arithmetic, and Ruru couldn't resist asking what the point was of learning Alma's lessons. She lit up when he asked that question and told him they had to learn more than just farming. They needed to turn materials into money by trading. But without understanding the math behind it, traders could twist the numbers on them, and kids might end up learning the same shady game, running their own shops one day. A month rolled by since Alma's began teaching arithmetic, and Petra, the one who always finished first, stepped up and took charge of tutoring the rest. He stormed up to Alma's to demand why he was being taught without any special treatment or fairness, and Alma's answered by targeting him with special attention and drilling him on how to calculate massive numbers. So Tetra snapped back, asking if even kids in his homeland could do arithmetic like she did. But Alma's insisted Tetra was the real genius, since she had to memorize Arabic numbers and master the math from the ground up. True to his promise from last month, Alma's downed bitter herbal medicine and charged into the city to finally meet Yuria. While they pushed through this journey, Almis couldn't stop herself from asking for more about protection, so Yuria fired back, "Are you curious because you've heard about mine?" And Almis admitted it straight, wanting to understand it for real. Yuria didn't know much at first, but the fairies' notes and documents helped her see the truth. These were kind fairies, and she could instantly spot Almas's protection too, because her own let her view other people's shields through the eyes that see the blessings lying all around her. That's when the king stepped in and gave him protection, warning him that the more folks saw him as a real leader, the more his powers would level up and grow stronger. Almas secretly figured this meant the kids had to accept him as their leader, and that thought wouldn't let go, so he decided to corner her and ask her a few things. She said she lived in Romalia's Griffin Forest, then asked, straight up, if he wasn't scared of lice, and the moment Griffin heard it, he leaned in cautiously, demanding to know how on earth she knew they were there. Yuria told him he could spot things from miles away, and his protection was called the Eyes of Heaven. Then she said she'd noticed people slipping into the forest and guessed they were living there, too. When Yuria pushed Almas to explain how he dodged Griffin's curse, Almas snapped the truth into place. There was no curse on him right now. Yuria caught on instantly and swore she wouldn't tell anyone. Then it was Almas's turn to stare at all the herbs and stones Yuria bought and ask why, and Yuria admitted it. She was a witch. A witch can do plenty of wicked things, like casting curses, snapping up magical barriers to break one, or brewing potions strong enough to turn the tide, especially since Griffin said the disaster was triggered by human curses tied to Yuria, and Yuria insisted it was mostly coming from a curse people believed a high-level witch had unleashed. Yuria didn't think it was just one person. She feared the whole country could get swallowed by a massive curse, one that could steal thousands of lives. She shot back at Almas, promising she wouldn't let it happen again. Almas was stunned and blurted out, "Can we go to Romalia?" Yuria lit up and asked, "Really?" But she made it clear he had to check with his father first because he wouldn't move without permission. With the kids selling herbs and harvesting vegetables, nobody worried about food anymore, and whatever they needed, salt, clothes, you name it, was covered. Then Almas decided, we'll stop depending on others, we'll make ourselves self-sufficient, starting with pottery. The day before he met Yuria at her store, he grilled her about the most valuable thing in town, hunting for something he could trade for salt and those clothes. He looked around and pointed at the pottery jars, because those weren't like the usual ones here. They lasted longer, their colors popped brighter, and nobles were obsessed with them. After that, Almas dove back into his research and stumbled on a sealed kiln locked inside a hot room, so he figured out the trick, choked the oxygen by shutting it off in a chimney, and suddenly they could forge black pottery jars that couldn't possibly be made outside. Turns out, building that kiln was almost too easy now. He had no clue what Carisha Yuria had been talking about, but with the kiln sealed shut, he was absolutely sure his pottery would come out the best. Man, he just blurted out to everyone that their next mission was to shoot pottery, because if they pulled it off, their village would be the first to sell stuff made right at home. And as winter slid into New Year, with Griffin's protection keeping things smooth, Almas had it way easier than before. Then Griffin rolled in with a fresh batch of kids he'd rescued from the forest, and Almas realized their numbers had jumped by 10 over the season. That's when he leaned in and grilled Tetra. So, how many kinds of taxes are there around here? She told him it depends on the country and how powerful it is, but most places usually run on 4 types. Almas couldn't help wondering if parents were dumping kids in the forest just to dodge taxes. He pressed further. Did all these kids come from the Rose's kingdom? He already knew Rose's taxes were way lower than most places. King Roses wasn't the kind of ruler who squeezes people with crazy tax rates. So tell me, where did these kids in Roses actually come from? Soyin stood right there and said, "It's real." The truth was wild. The Duke's house Ash got blindsided by his own subordinates and the traitors tried to break away from the Roses. The king snapped, the Ash family tore itself apart from the inside, and winter money completely dried up. People lost a ton. To claw their way back, they hit everyone with brutal high taxes. When she heard that, Tetra snapped back, and right then tears flooded her eyes as she whispered, I know my parents loved me too. Kids cry, she said, but she'd still been the one to comfort everyone always. Watching Tetra cry for the first time wrecked Almas, and suddenly her future, and the brand new kids who just arrived, started pounding in his head. Everything felt like it needed careful thought before they chose their next steps, while Tetra finally rested. Almas leaned in and hushed the other kids to stay normal, no weird stuff, while her eyes said she'd be mortified after what she'd just been up to on the last designated day. Then, like always, the once-a-month routine hit. Almas rode into town to drop off herbal medicine for Yuria, and this time she threw her courage forward, asking if she could meet Yuria's father. He blinked, genuinely caught off guard, and Yuria said her dad would be thrilled to meet Almaz, so it was totally fine. Because Almaz had already been thinking about this moment, she just finally said it out loud today. Ramalia Forest sits between 4 countries, but the Roses Kingdom is the biggest powder keg. Fights flare up non-stop. Alma's father says it's way safer for the kids to go under a truly powerful guard, and Yuria is the one with the raw strength to do it. Sure, taxes are a pain, but Almaz and the others can't keep begging for Griffin's protection every time they head home. Yuria couldn't stop staring at those huge houses, and it took him forever to clock it. This was the road straight to Almi's palace. He wiped the sweat off his face, kept it quiet, then snapped and asked Yuria if he was messing with him, because it sure wasn't funny. Yuria marched him straight to the king, and the moment Almaz saw him, the king lit up, shouting how thrilled he was to meet Almaz, and even thanked him for making time for his daughter lately. Only after all that did Yuria finally blurt out that her father was the king of roses. Almaz's voice shook as he demanded why she hadn't told him sooner, because that reveal hit like a bomb. She dropped to one knee in front of the king, and the moment she did, he lit up, honored she'd come, honored she was your friend too. Then he told her she didn't have to go through all that formality. He only wanted to see his daughter's friend standing there. This is the first time he's ever brought a friend home, because he used to bury himself in studying magic with zero time for anyone else, and Almaz's visit wasn't just some casual stop. She went straight to the king, and he told her flat out it was because she was Yuria's closest friend, then promised he'd help however he could. Almaz agreed, spilled the whole truth, and the king's eyes widened when he realized his people had left their kids out in the forest. So now that he finally understood, he felt he had to step up. Almaz insisted she wasn't asking for protection or favors, just help, and the king snapped back that if it was his subjects, then protecting them was on him. He bowed his head, thanking Almaz for looking after the nation's future generations, and Almaz couldn't even process it, because the king had just humbled himself to him. The king kept praising Almaz, swearing that having him as a citizen was an honor, and that with all his power he'd guard the people in their homes, just like Almaz thought, because a strong start now would build a safer future for the kids, and only then could the king finally breathe easier. But before that, he fired off 3 demands. First, he wanted Almaz to take him straight into the village and personally check if everything Almaz promised was actually true. The second request was to keep being best friends with Yuria, and the last one was for Almaz to tutor the princess back in the village in mathematics. Almaz clocked that Tetra's attitude had totally shifted as of late. Something about all this was messing with her calm, and it wasn't only her. Other kids started sensing it too, like they finally noticed the truth didn't feel right, so Tetra couldn't let it sit and stew, not when she was the one handling it, and it clearly wasn't just about vegetables. He steps up to her and tells her straight, if she doesn't want to talk, she doesn't have to, but she owes him one thing, what's hurting her. Tetra freezes, shocked, and asks if he already knows. Almaz nods and says the pain in her condition is so clear it's obvious to anyone who looks. Then he leans in and swears that every word he says will stay buried as a secret. He leans in and confidently declares, "My name is Tetra Ash," and Almaz suddenly realizes everything changes like this after what he went through with the Ash family cleansing, so he clocks it and wonders if Tetra's connected to the Ash clan. Tetra shoots back, "Aren't you surprised?" Almaz admits, "Yeah, I am, because he never expected to find the Ash clan's daughter here." After a beat, Tetra's voice steadies as he insists that no matter what's in the past, or what's happening right now, this will still belong to everyone. Tetra suddenly gets it, and with a soft, heartfelt thanks, she whispers, "I'll miss you." She swears she knows her parents are gone, yet she can't bring herself to accept it, because some part of her keeps praying they're just trapped somewhere, and she refuses to let a monster named Robert Fermi get away with it. He was her father's close friend, an everyday man who somehow climbed into the upper-class nobility, and everyone loved how he'd made it. Yet when it mattered most, he paid her kindness back with betrayal. Almaz, who finally understands him, asks Tetra whether she wants him to strike back for her, so he snaps that he'd love to rip the enemy into 100 pieces, but he can't just vanish from this place and abandon his friends. And right then, Almaz realizes the truth. He's chasing revenge for his parents, yet he's holding on to this home and the people he cares about. He grabs his hand and promises no one's leaving Tetra, tears still spilling, as he repeats what his parents used to tell him. Then Almaz snaps the conversation in a new direction. He declares he's the one who will protect everyone here, including himself, and then adds that Tetra is wicked smart, smarter than him. After Almaz drops his opinion, Tetra bursts into a happy smile, swearing she'll protect everyone just like he told her, and warning her that if she wants revenge, she needs to come tell him. Then he'll help her as much as he can, because Almaz refuses to let her throw herself into anything reckless when she matters to everyone so much. Tetra finally blushes and admits she didn't catch a single word he said, and then we learn Almaz tuned his message to persuade her properly. Right there, the problems shut down for good. Months turned into years as Tetra's writing skills kept leveling up, but just when things looked better, a new nightmare hit: tax payments. Griffin's support fizzled out right on schedule after a month, and now Almaz's village had to stand on its own. Plus today was the day Almaz finally went to meet the king about the teachings. And then the king hit him with the shocker. "So, are you really going to stop teaching my daughter?" He didn't stop there. He grilled Almaz like, "Did you suddenly lose interest in her?" If Almaz walked away, the king warned, that girl would be left completely alone. Almaz sat through every question, stubbornly clarifying, "That's not what I want," and then pushed for the real answer. "How long are you expecting me to teach?" The king snapped back that it wouldn't end on a calendar. It would keep going until Almaz finally did it, and once it was done, there was nobody left to teach his daughter. Almaz leaned in and demanded to know if Yuria truly had no one else in her life, just him. The king's voice sank as he admitted it, only Almaz. He couldn't pin down the reason, but he feared something ugly might have been simmering toward his family. He told Almaz they'd once been inseparable. Then Almaz pressed again, asking if Yuria was only permitted to hang around people who could benefit the crown. The king shook his head. Yuria wasn't unwanted because of anything noble blood could excuse. She was shunned because others simply wouldn't approach her. And that made no sense to him because the princess was genuinely good. The king explained it like fate itself. A king's fairness is expected, but a princess, she could be cursed or she could be blessed. And Yuria, she was deadly skilled in dark arts, so skilled it wasn't even an exaggeration to say her talent had been around for 1,000 years. The king even predicted that once she grew up, his daughter would rise as a high priestess. He still fretted, was this even okay? The king shut that worry down, saying everyone in the kingdom already knew about the princess's gift and all the other crucial things. Yuria was the king's daughter's one prized possession. So that meant her future husband was destined to rise as the future king, and loads of power-hungry folks would kill to get their hands on that kind of future. Yuria notices those types fast. So when Almaz wonders why the king won't keep the princess's identity hidden so he can actually mingle with regular people, it makes total sense. The king tells Almaz that it's a nightmare. Everyone around here already knows the princess's face, and that's a security risk, so slipping out of the palace just isn't an option. Still, the king admits that Yuria looks fearless, but she's really shy to the bone. Then he drops the twist. Her only exception is her obsession with herbs, which somehow pushed her past that shyness. As Almaz hears this, she can't stop thinking about the kids back in her village who have never even met Yuria. She bites the bullet and asks the king about her village, and even he pauses, then nods and says it sounds smart, but warns that he doubts the princess can truly make it there. Yuria gets whisked to Almaz's village and becomes the very first official guest to step inside. She's already bumped into Ron and Rosewood a few times, and now she's itching to get to know everyone else. So Soyin comes sprinting up to Yuria and Almaz and fires off, "What's your relationship?" Yuria smirks and casually jokes that she's his girlfriend. After hearing that, Tetra sneaks in a secret hit on Almaz, and she blurts out non-stop apologies. Bolton, the guard who came with her, erupts in laughter and tells her she's famous enough to attract trouble, and Almaz smiles back, sweet and steady, and says she always figured the princess's guard would be just like him, which makes her trust feel real. Almaz fired back, asking why it couldn't be because Bolton's skills were more than enough to guard the king's only daughter. Then Bolton quickly boded off, begging Almaz not to heap praise on him, claiming he was nothing but a drunk standing right beside him. Almaz still believed there was something buried out of sight, and then he remembered the real bombshell. Tetra was tight with King Roses because she's Princess Lego's daughter. If the king caught wind of that, he'd personally summon her. Almaz wanted Tetra to come back to the Kingdom of Roses for her own happiness, but Tetra flat out refused. She didn't want any part of the politics swirling around it. Almaz leaned in and hissed that if Bolton ever got wind of Tetra, chaos would blow wide open, and it'd be ugly. He couldn't even imagine Bolton recognizing her, not after all this time, not when she was only 10 the last time they crossed paths. And right now, the real disaster was sitting right there beside them. Bolton, smashed drunk out of his mind. Watching the kids chatter nonstop, while Almaz's grin says he's got a plan for exactly what they're about to play. After a brief pause, Almaz leaned in and told Yuria, "Teach the whole village how to use dark magic." Bolton blinked, confused this was a joke, right? Then burst into laughter, sneering, how someone who loves poison over flowers supposed to function like a normal person. Almaz was dead serious about it. He planned to train the villagers to stand on their own, teaching them math instead of black magic. Because in this world, some girls absolutely had to grow into dark magic witches. Sure, men might not be built for this, but if they learned how to fight curses, it'd make a world of difference, and training magic would help Yuria get close to the Bolton kids. Right beside Almaz, Bolton finally opened his mouth, saying maybe he was a guard, sure, but he was still just a normal guy, not someone Almaz needed to address so stiffly. Almes nodded along and asked if becoming a guard took serious work. Bolton shook his head fast, then said King Roses didn't care where you came from, only the skills that could earn you a promotion. Bolton looked dead sure they'd pull Almas in, at least once he was older and working as a proper government official, and if Almas proved himself more capable, they might even hand him land. Then Bolton laid it out. Their country was slipping into instability, so they needed help from outsiders, and the king was straight up expecting something big from Almas. Almas figured becoming a government official might not be a bad move, right after the whole village finally started running on its own. A few days later, the king summoned him to the royal palace. The king grilled him about Bolton's report on Almas's harvester farming, and it turns out it had never been tested anywhere else. That's exactly why the king called him in. When Bolton finally arrived, the princess and Almes flooded him with the devices she'd built, right down to the harvester farming, stolen from Almes' country's own revolution. But the big twist hit fast. He couldn't spill that he came from another world, so he kept it honest and said it had been tested. Then Almes leaned in and added, and my fields don't run on a 4-year rotation like the ones here. The king leaned in and asked if it could work for his country, but the truth hit hard. On a small scale, the harvester wouldn't do a thing. It needed a big stretch of land, plus people willing to work and help. The only real path was getting everyone to become landowners, and that was going to be a nightmare, especially with the political roses already swaying and the wealthy family holding all the strings. The king snapped the conversation in a new direction, crediting Almas as a harvester, and promising he'd earn a gift from the king. Almas demanded a farming horse, and the king instantly said yes, slapping down 2 horses and a whole year of feed for free. Then he pulled Almas into a fresh round of talk, called in his brother, and once all 3 were together, the king leaned in and grilled Almas on how he thought their country should be run politically. Almas straight up admitted it wasn't strict at all. There were tons of loopholes, all tied to bloodlines and control of territory. It started to crack apart by the 2nd or 3rd generation. The king's army and money were scattered across the whole kingdom, locked under the thumb of powerful families, so if war ever hit, it would be chaos to control and everyone knew it. The king kept pressing Almas, asking for ideas to fix the political mess. Almas didn't dodge the question. He said they needed a stronger central government. The king nodded at once, and even his brother Raymond couldn't believe it. A kid from Almas's age was seeing the same solution. He peppered Almas with questions about why this reform even mattered, and Almas hit back hard. They needed real, believable figures, the kind the community actually trusted. Then he pointed to a perfect example. Spin a legend that the Rossish family became the guardians of the gods back in their day. And in that long, intense talk, they uncovered something even darker. The king's illness. Almas boldly asked the king how much time he had left, because the king didn't need to know a single thing about what was coming. He treats this like a brutal training that'll make him sharp enough to crack the problem, and after he talks to King Almas, he rides back to the village with 2 horses. Soyen spots it first and yells for everyone to gather right away. The villagers lit up when they saw the horses, and Ron burst out laughing as he ran his hands over them, because apparently it was his very first time seeing the real deal. Then everyone's eyes snapped to a strange girl perched on a calm, steady horse, and Almas leaned in to explain. Her name was Rhea, his servant, since nobody in the village knew how to care for horses the right way, something only Almas could teach. That same problem got marched straight to King Rose, who sent Rhea for serious horse care training, and Almas told everyone, treat her like one of you, so the village kept buzzing and chatting like nothing could spoil the good mood. Graham burst out of the forest, dragging a huge pig, then yelled that he'd finally snared a wild one. Ron stared as Graham hauled in a huge, squirming wild pig, completely blown away, and then blurted out, "Who are you, and why aren't you scared to do that in front of people?" Almas went even further, insisting Graham had to be just 12, even though his body looked tougher than any adult. When Graham told everyone not to act like that, everyone froze, because this kid was using a bow and arrow, and somehow it all made sense. He was stacked with muscle. Almas beamed at the kids, thrilled to see them grow up, then shut the conversation down and trotted back to the field with the 2 brand new horses, because from that moment on, they had to work 3 times harder than usual. Soyen leaned in and asked Almas if he had something else planned, and Almas told her that marijuana-looking stuff is mostly used for voodoo rituals to ease pain, again and again. Next up is the hemp seed, tiny, round, and packed with nutrients. Then once it's planted, it sprouts fast, gets harvested, and you can keep cycling new plants right after. Plus, hemp can even be used to make clothing. Almas told everyone they'd use it for fiber, not clothes, but he's got doubts it'll work like before since it's still experimental. Meanwhile, Griffin plans to cut off support after this summer's increased village tax, and if they can't solve it fast, a full-on economic crisis is coming for them. That's why they had to roll out new products, and right away, Almas jumped into action, explaining that wrapping paper tears if you fold sheepskin can take the hit, but the wooden plank insects break easy since they're stuck in standard sizes, making it a nightmare to write anything long. So Almaz went hunting for something better to store information and crafted a new paper from what they had. Then just a few days later, he marched it straight to the king, who kept praising it over and over like it was pure excellence. Almaz bursts in to tell the king this is the village's newest creation, and before he can even finish, the king nods and agrees to buy it right away. Almaz asks can he really spill the paper-making secret. He instantly fakes a headache and shrugs it off like he doesn't care, but the truth is he's pressing the king. Will the profits reach the village? The king erupts in laughter, calling it all a joke, not something to take so hard. Then he flips the script. He'll buy the village's paper for 3 straight years on one condition. Almaz has to crank up the quality. And if they hit the very best in those next 3 years, the king will keep buying it and push its production across the whole country. But there's a catch. Almaz can't ship the paper overseas, even though the king counted on his plan. To stop anyone from selling secrets to other countries overnight, a whole year slips by. When Griffin cut off his support, the village's luck died with it, and it was heartbreaking. Would the story have ended the same way if Almaz had never crossed paths with Griffin in Griffin Forest? Griffin even gave him praise, because Almaz ran the village smoothly without a single casualty. Right before he left, Griffin leaned in and ordered Almaz to come back and visit even more often. He had to bring a bit of alcohol too, just in case Griffin's kindness deserved thanks. Once he got back to Almaz, he snapped everyone together and blared the news. This year's harvest in Rosees turned out huge, packed with fruit and crops. And just like everyone hoped, anyone born in Rose Ice could now go back and find their parents if they wanted. Almaz already knew the danger, though. So many kids had been born in Rose, why that if they all rushed home at once, the village would crash into a brutal labor shortage. But none of that mattered. Kids always need their parents. The deal with Griffin is over, and these kids get to go home. Rose snapped Almaz's name and tore into him, calling him foolish, but Almaz had no clue what she was talking about. Griffin had lifted his protection, and that's why everything got misunderstood. Rosewood kept insisting even while they loved their parents, because getting left behind before means nothing. Parents who abandon their kids are straight up unacceptable, no exceptions. Ruru tried to reassure them, saying they had more food now, but that didn't calm the fear for even a second. With a heavy, sad stare, Soyan admitted the cruel truth. They might get dumped again, or worse, sold off as slaves. Rosewood shrieked that nobody had ever even considered going back there, and they all shouted it together, unanimous, that they loved Almaz and refused to ruin such a beautiful day by leaving. Almaz was then summoned to oversee the Tetra as they practiced magic, and he couldn't help wondering whether voodoo magic always felt this dull. Ruru didn't care who was watching, but today mattered, so she kept her mouth shut and stayed quiet beside Almaz, muttering to herself as she broke the magic with sneaky curses. Next to her, a complicated tin-plated Tetra churned out what she called food supplements with magic, and Almaz couldn't help but worry. Was it really safe to eat something made of miracles? She tossed it all to a passing herd of goats. Ruru snapped that when she tried to curse a tree into wilting. It didn't happen instantly, it took time, and then she glared at Almaz, asking what she thought was wrong. Her anger only grew as she insisted nothing ever works on the first try, and even if it does, it drains money and energy like crazy. Almaz was completely lost, but she still hoped the whole benefits speech would somehow be worth it. Kids whip out their skills. First, some guy in animal fur swears it kills body odor. Then a girl launches from roof to roof, insisting it can erase her presence completely. Or she could bolt back like an animal after a hunt. She bursts out of the bushes to shower the girl with affection, but then she giggles and blurts that this is definitely not something Ruru ever taught her. She turns to Almaz and asks if she can finally stop grumbling about them, like she always does. This started right from the beginning of our training, she says, then admits that sometimes she feels a little too much like a wild animal. Alma jolts back to reality and blurts out that it's her technique for real. She can shove her soul into any animal somehow. Ruru just loses it laughing and snaps that it's not true, calling it straight up voodoo. She doesn't care at all, she just daydreams about an owl soaring in the sky and convinces herself it's the most magical sign there is. Then she laughs as she imagines Soyan suddenly ditching that twisted owl neck, calling the whole thing a tragic accident in their magic study group, until rage sparks in her as she snaps whether Almaz is mocking them. Meanwhile, Ruru stands outside, quietly telling her she gets it, but it's time to let it go. Almaz has no choice but to cower in the corner and whisper like he's trying to convince everyone the voodoo magic is harmless. Ruru snaps back into action. She doesn't want Almaz teasing her again, so she marches up to ask what she thinks about fire magic. She used to pull it off, but now her village already has fire, so she refuses to waste magic just to survive. A year later, the village has exploded with progress. Now it's mostly home to 70 people from the kingdom of King Firm. They fled under the crushing weight of high taxes, and when the villagers finally stumbled on them in the forest, they were unconscious, so the villagers hauled them back. Tetra told Almas that out of all the new faces, 6 adult newcomers clicked perfectly with Ron, tough guys who cooked together, laughed together, and used their farming skills and raw strength to push the fields wider and pull in bigger harvests. Now the village has more than enough for everyone, even blowing past Alma's expectations, and Alma's just murmured that things are going great. Then he chugs forest wine, hunting for that griffin like it's his next obsession. After downing the wine, Griffin grins and says it's delicious, proof the village is thriving. Oh, he's over the moon. They've finally grown independent and don't need him anymore, because at least this time, they're not going to end up starving to death. Griffin has been holding back something huge to tell Almas one day, because if disaster or an invasion hits, the kids might need help, and Griffin will step in, but it all comes down to what Almas decides. Almas is grateful, but still prays this nightmare never returns. Griffin doesn't want it either, so he urges Almas to dodge it at the source and stay out of the forest. Almas learns the village is secretly booming with new adults, people fleeing the Firm Kingdom's brutal grip just to breathe in peace. The kingdom keeps getting wrecked by curses, and those deadly hexes keep triggering famines over and over again. And those kingdom taxes are climbing fast. Miss a payment and they don't waste time. They carry out the punishment on the spot. But the truth, everyone's trying to slip out to Rosees, and somehow, crossing that border without getting caught is way harder than it should be. Then the rumors started flying. There was a secret forest village guarded by a griffin, where orphan kids lived safe, laughing, and free. Right when the man stepped up to beg Almas for help, swearing they'd take on any job, one of them suddenly slipped toward Ruru. He snatched her hand and blurted, "Are you Ruru?" before the girl shrieked, "Don't touch me." Realizing it was already too late to step in like a mother now that she'd been left all alone, Ruru's own biological mother was the first one to shut the door and refuse to accept her. Then the other kids chimed in too, terrified it would wreck everything between them and Soyen, but Tetra shot back, refusing to trust those people in the slightest, because she believed the kingdom's company was playing a dirty tactic, and she urged them to double-check the whole thing just like Almas had told them. Everyone nodded and said she'd head straight to the company's kingdom to spell out everything she'd seen, right on Ron's orders, while he was gone, with him counting on her to keep an eye on them. Almas caught up with Rhea and blurted that she'd need a horse to head to the company with Tetra, and Tetra froze, asking if he really meant her to ride a horse when she couldn't even ride one. Almas held up a pedal-like device and waved it off like, "No sweat," then explained it clamped onto both sides of the horse so Rhea could place her feet and ride, no extra gear needed. But Almas couldn't live like the old days, before pedals ever showed up. Not everyone can become a knight, and trying to ride without your feet locked in place would throw you off in seconds. Still, once you've got a saddle, a little practice turns it into riding like you were born for it. Almas kept it under wraps because he didn't want any part in that military journey. Then the Tetra clued him in, and Roland Ferme is still out there as an ambitious king, loved by so many. They act like that because they really can't stand him. Back when he wasn't this kind-hearted man yet, he was the closest thing to his father's shadow, tied tightly to their whole family. They tore through the roads and burst into a village in the kingdom, convinced it belonged to the real soldiers. The villagers told Almas they had slipped out in the dead of night, and that the teenagers were already being drilled to hunt down anyone fleeing, because the heavy taxes Almas, the merchant, had been slapping on them pushed people to run. Almas stepped up, offering to help them talk again, and bluntly asked if they planned to bring back everyone who had fled. Judging by the tracks, it's almost like those people bolted straight into the forest and bought the idea of Griffin's paradise. The royal company even keeps wizards and hunting dogs, so finding them wouldn't be hard, and Almas kept pushing, asking over and over if Griffin was out in the forest, and if stepping in would bother him. The soldiers finally swallowed their fear and admitted, yeah, they knew, but the king would still drag them into it. Sacred or not, sacred meant nothing to him, and he didn't care what they were afraid of either. One truth stayed carved in stone: anyone who ran would never get forgiveness. When the army dragged them back, those people turned into lifeless corpses. Almas and Tetra raced to grab every scrap of intel, then bolted back to the village to map out their next move. He hurried over and told the other kids, "Hand over those people, and you'll see what happens next." They were going to get wiped out. Almas made that crystal clear, telling 70 people in the village. The army would have thought they could crush them with ease, but now that 30 fresh newcomers have joined, their numbers could climb to 100, just enough to rattle the army and stop them from ever daring to strike. Right then, everybody threw their doubts out the window, nodded in total agreement, and decided to help. because they finally understood they had to unite. They screamed that it was cruel to hand them over, and he caved in, partly, because the moment King Fermet found the village, it would be over and nobody would be safe. After the meeting with Almas wrapped up, he snapped everyone's attention to him and declared he'd honor their request to stay right here. Everyone erupted in cheers, shouting thanks like it was firework time, but Almas raised his hand and demanded silence. Then he told them straight up that it all came down to how each person acted, and he braced himself because he was ready to explain the firm forces. Ron barreled in, panicked and shouting that the king's army was already pushing through the forest toward them, and there was no doubt about it. Tetra, using her magic, felt their advance too, certain it was only moments before they crashed in. She blurted out the moment anyone showed up that the army was on its way to capture them and wipe them all out. Panic tore through the villagers as they stared in disbelief. After running all this way, danger was still breathing down their necks. Then Earl shoved through the crowd, snapped them to calm down, and stepped forward alone. He dropped to one knee in front of Almas and blurted out an apology, admitting they'd dragged disaster straight into the village. Almas, the leader, snapped that things were already in deep trouble, and that now there was nothing left to undo. Then he handed it all over to the king, praying the village wouldn't end up in the king's sights. Earl promised they'd help defend the place, just like Almas was praying for, then admitted he'd only dabbled a bit in trade and negotiation, but swore that even that experience could still come in handy right now. Almas grinned and asked him for help, then they slipped off to a quiet corner to map out their next move. Almas declared this was their home, and with the clock running out, Earl spilled every last thing he knew. Earl pushed for a meeting first, sure he could get everyone to see negotiation beats fighting, but before any talks, they had to arm every last person. They even questioned if asking for peace would look like a provocation, especially with an undefeated, deadly enemy leader standing there. Earl snapped that the real trick was making them realize the villagers could crush them. He started mapping it out fast. The forest was a choke point, so you couldn't flood in too many at once. Bottom line, what the king's company could bring wouldn't come close to matching the village numbers. With the population or even the regular army unable to move fast, most of the force had to be his own personal guards. They were the best he had, and he refused to risk losing a single one out here. Earl figured all they needed was to negotiate the terms at the meeting, weigh the pros and cons, and keep it safe for the king's people. The real mission was simple: warn him not to bring that body back. Earl yanked the ring from him, because every Earl's gear marked who he belonged to, and he even had a kid he could use as trade bait. He made a trade with King Fermi and his army, slipping into the forest's dark depths, only to realize sprinting was a miserable chore, and he couldn't shake the thought that the villagers should have joined the rebellion, because chasing down the ones who escaped was going to be brutal. His colleague pressed, "Are you really going to do this?" And he just answered, ice calm, "Kill them all, because if he let them go, they'd be way more ready to follow their orders, because this whole mission was too important to ignore, even when it turned brutal, and they had no choice but to do it." Staring at his soldiers' stubborn, determined faces, he felt pride surge in his chest, and he asked what they truly thought, especially about the warrior's fear of speaking up, because now he understood the king's real power. He still remembered the sheer joy on the man's face when he won independence by killing Lagos and seized the throne as the people's king. The king's rage toward that family kept roaring louder because Lagos didn't act incompetent. He just bent the knee to Reseda too hard, and the king knew those orders were pure genius, not a mistake. Now he's staring at the whole mess, wondering where that kid even came from, and kicking himself for letting the child slip away. Everyone assumed that kid was already gone for good, like the huge forest would swallow them whole. As they chatted, the guide yanked to a stop and announced they'd found the place, then dropped the bombshell that a whole village was actually sitting here, totally out of nowhere. The forest king blinked in shock, then demanded, again, "So it's that village everyone whispers about, the one guarded by griffins." It all began with one terrifying thought: war felt impossible, and oh, how the king feared his men would drop the lies that kept hope alive. He'd never once been lost in those woods, until he stumbled into Griffin, who lived deep in the forest and swore he could do the same things he'd just seen. Joy lit up everyone's faces as they hustled along. Then, just by counting the houses and fields, they realized they'd finally reached the village they'd estimated, with about 100 people living there. Scattered around the place are watchtowers and tight fences, all built to keep the wolves out. Right now, the villagers are standing armed and locked in, exactly like Earl predicted. The king roared at his soldiers to keep their hands clean. "Don't you dare do a thing I wouldn't do," because he refused to lose a single man. Alma stepped up to the crowd, threw out her name, and declared herself the village leader. The king snapped that he'd only come to punish the people who'd run from the country, but Alma stood her ground, telling him the villagers wouldn't let him lay a hand on anyone, and that she wouldn't obey his orders either. The curious king beckoned Almas to step forward and demand the floor. He didn't think Almas would actually show up, and yet her bravery knocked the breath out of him. Almas only prayed everything would land exactly like they planned, that everyone would stay calm, and that nobody would make things worse with any pointless moves. Almas stepped forward, told the king he was honored to meet him, and asked to come closer, only for the king to shut him down, saying he didn't need to, because he already knew Almas didn't feel safe. He just had to know why Almas refused his request, because Almas believed this was his chance to make the king finally listen to what Almas had to say. It was nothing more than a tiny village, so if the king wanted them dead, could he really just move on and forgive them? No way, because the ones who managed to escape still had to be punished, gently but without mercy. He begged the king to punish them, but spare their lives, and then he slapped the ring Earl had given him into the king's hands as proof that the commoner was dead. The king paused for a breath, then snapped and demanded Alma's hand over every last ring, and everything he owned in the village. Of course Earl would spare them, hand out clothes, and let them keep living. Almas couldn't shake the feeling that every word Earl had told him was the real deal. Almas spoke to the king with unnerving calm, warning that if he swept everything away, every living soul would be gone, so he needed to show restraint right now. Then Alma's voice hardened, cutting through the room. And he warned that if the king wanted it all, then he'd have the village set ablaze. The king bought into it, and Alma's, that village, just wasn't tough enough to survive the coming battle. But he agreed to take just 70%. Alma's thought that number was way too steep, yet it was still enough to get him to sign on. After the deal was done, Alma's finally exhaled. No fight, no chaos. Tetra leaned in and asked what they should do next, and Alma's grinned, ready with a plan. First, he'd meet King Roses to hammer out what to do for the refugees. Earl couldn't shake the thought, did Alma's know King Roses? So he asked to tag along, but Alma's shut him down, saying it was better to talk it out by himself, then apologized because he wouldn't be the one deciding whether Earl could go once Alma's left. Tetra's voice trembled as she stopped him, and with a burst of courage she blurted, "I'm coming too, Alma," because she didn't trust a word he said, and she made him repeat it. Tetra leaned in and told him, "I've been thinking nonstop on our journey, and I've really opened up to Alma's," but she also explained why he always bolts, because he's terrified that even one mistake will bring destruction. But right now, those refugees are paying the price, because the king is ruthless, and since Tetra's a descendant of the royal line, he feels like it's his duty to step in and watch over her, and pouring out his thoughts on her painfully lonely life. Tetra flat out claims that if she doesn't want to do something, nobody on earth can make her, and she's done living in fear of the king. Now she's going to claim her own Tetra life. She can't stop wondering, once Almas clears this mess up, will he finally step up and marry her? Almas slams the brakes on his horse, eyes wide, because this matters to him, just not the way you'd think, and even Ron's team feels it too. He tells her to climb down and lets the conversation breathe before it turns into chaos. Family, he's always treated Tetra like a sister, the same way he does Ron and Soyeon, because in their village, everyone's basically family to him, every friend in one. After some time, Almas slams his answer down. He's a man, and he refuses to accept Tetra's proposal. He wants whoever said those words to marry her right now. Tetra practically glows as Almas drops the news. They're engaged, and they've got to marry fast. They need to track down King Roses, because he hasn't forgotten that everyone's life is in danger right now. Almas spills every brutal problem the village is drowning in. Food and supplies are nearly gone, and King Rossi's listens, then promises he'll cover it all, making sure they have enough to last a full year in return. Out by the strict border, protecting refugees is almost routine, and he's relieved they didn't torch the village, because how could he collect taxes from dead people? Then the king's gaze snapped to the girl standing beside Alma's, and he demanded to know if it had been ages since she'd last seen him. Totally baffled, the girl blurted that 10 whole years had passed since the king ever stepped foot in her house and met her, and her father. The king's face snapped into a warning, daring her to lie, because if she did, he'd punish her. Then he demanded Tetra's family name, shoved his own face away, and blurted that God hadn't abandoned him. Next, he pressed her for proof, pointing out that a family symbol was stamped on her body and asking if he needed to see it. He apologized for the harshness, but still insisted on confirmation. When Tetra showed the symbol, she pulled out a delicate ring, one that looked just like the rings the refugees wore when they came to her village. Shocked, the king demanded to know how she'd hidden something like that so well. Tetra admitted it was solid gold, and carrying gold around all the time was dangerous, especially when everyone was desperate for money. So she buried it under a huge tree where no one could spot it, and she'd only consider selling it if there was truly no other way. Almas burst into laughter, waving it off like, "I'm not blaming you, and no, I'm not mad." Right then, the king snapped that their private talk was over, demanded the ring be handed to him while the experts were still checking Tetra's item, and Almas kept going with his meeting with the king in Raymond, driving forward the centralization problem he'd raised. The king's move was ruthless. He centralized everything, pulling national power into the central government so it could command the army, crush resistance, and haul in taxes for King Rossisi's land, split up into a bunch of tiny regions. And to bring everything under one roof, the kingdom needs real unity. But even when the king summons that powerful family, they might still refuse to back him, so the plan is to slowly choke off their political power. Then the king turns to Almas and demands, "So tell me, what does it mean to wield the power of the entire army?" Almas laid it out plain. If you want the people to rule, you've got to strip the royal family of its grip on power. The king is scared his power is about to shrink, and Almas doesn't deny it. He just shrugs and says it doesn't matter. What matters is that the royal line will still protect the people and guarantee their rights. Raymond understands what government really is, but if everything shifts the way Almas wants, then it's going to become a fight between the strong family and the royal family, with the people in the middle. Almas even agrees, warning that if the strong family wants more political muscle, they'll have to clash with both the other power and the monarchy, since the monarchy will carry out its mission. And now the king can't stop worrying. Will his own people try the same move, just to grab more power? Almas thinks it could happen, but he also feels deep down that conflict between the two powers is way more likely. Their pull usually comes through the Kesha City League, a republic with no king, while the Edian people follow a monarchy, and then there's this fresh, new republic that somehow turns out to be way more fascinating than it sounds. Almas swore half of Adelia was hungry for republican ideas, but the king shot that down. Then Raymond stepped in, arguing the king's take missed how all that influence truly worked. Right now, their biggest headache is the company rebellion, and the king's showing off that they've finally built the centralized government Almas wanted, even while a bunch of people fight back. Ramon's POV doesn't land as awful after Almas finishes his speech. Ramon blurts that he'll take him as his own son, and the second the words hit, shock slams into him as he stares at his brother and demands what he just did. Then he waits while Almas walks out, and once the room is empty, Ramon wastes no time and declares he wants Almas to seize the throne. Even if Almas isn't the king's first pick, he still isn't a villain to him, just the second choice with real value, and he won't buy the claim that a genius like Almas is just some ordinary kid who's only 16. Raymond, 1 year his senior, pounces on him right away and demands, "So what about your little brother once you're the next king?" The first pick is Raymond himself, but he has no children to carry on the line. And if it's not your own kid, then choose the one husband who will somehow treat her worse than she's treated now, because Raymond's fiancée, who refused to crown some nobody, argues that choosing that man would be safer than making him *king. King, he's nothing but a wild-eyed chaser, always sprinting after money, booze, and women, so the king has to snap, "Tell me you get it." Handing the country to someone else can crack the whole nation in half. Raymond snaps back at Victory's demand, because the wrecking of family diable is proof enough. He snaps back with the same terrifying question. Does his brother really mean to marry him, the daughter of a man who already butchered 2 of the king's wives? Turns out the king doesn't even want this, but if the marriage goes right, Debal, Rikishi, and the whole family will quietly team up to push Raymond's plan to centralize power. Then they start wondering if her own brother is actually buying into this guy's cause. The king admits a full-on approach might not be smart, but his curiosity goes wild. Why did his brother drag a brand new young man into the plan? Raymond starts digging into Almas, Griffin's second son, with that divine influence swirling in him, plus the kind of traits that could reshape politics. Even if it could help their side, Raymond won't stop worrying about keeping the family together, because once he really thinks about it, unity feels totally out of reach. But Almas and Tetra are ready to pivot, pushing their old game plan to team up with the Ash family, and now they're even talking marriage, which perfectly matches Raymond's larger strategy. Even after the Ash family got knocked out of power, the rules stayed brutal. Anyone who married into them would become the king's adopted kid, and with Griffin's son, Alma's right there, he's the perfect choice. The king buys the plan on the spot, and just like that, Almas gets claimed as his adopted son. But the king needs more time to figure out the throne, so he calls Almas back and drops the bomb that he's been turned into a Raymond's boy. Fresh off the royal palace, Almas hurries back to the village, and then Ruru's ear-splitting screams hit, pushing him to sprint straight toward the trouble. Ron tells everyone that 2 of Ruru's relatives won't stop trying to get close to her, so the whole crew crowds together to fix it, yet they ignore every warning. Almas finally erupts, demanding they just leave the girl alone, but he snaps at them anyway, yelling that they should be able to see how stressed Ruru is standing right there. And even with all that trouble, Ruru chooses to forgive them, because it wasn't really their fault. They made Almas swallow the truth. If this keeps going, they're getting tossed out of the nearby village for good. He couldn't wait to see how Almas would play it, and Almas told him straight that with more faces in the village, people need laws and a clear purpose. Yet if he goes too hard and punishes them, there's no telling how angry everyone will get if Earl ends up dealing with it. Almas could have wiped out all the confusion if he just asked Bartolo what he thought, so Bartolo fired back with a plan. Dig a canal around the forest, and if the firm army king tries to march in, he'd have to cross it first, buying the village the time it needs to defend itself if they come attacking. Almas leaned in, asking how Bartolo's doing now. Then Bartolo said, with that calm confidence of a soldier, that his rank is Bolton and he's been leading the troops against King Fermi for a whole year. Almas burst out laughing like, "So you just know how to drink, huh?" And Bartolo shot back that he doesn't drink much, yet he never leaves without alcohol. Even though Almas has never once crossed the border and still used to command an army, people act like he's legendary, until Almas blurts that none of it stops his reputation as a total drunk, and Bartolo throws in the idea, "Let's spar together with wooden swords." Almas snapped up the idea in a blink, treating it like training for the final showdown with Fermi. Against all odds, Bartolo snapped Almas, attack out of the air with a single strike, then blurted out in disbelief, "How could anyone be that strong?" Almas quickly apologized, saying he never used his full power, and that's when Bartolo remembered what Yuria warned him. Almas has a whole stash of special abilities. Almas points out that he stays calm even after seeing his power, and that tells you one thing: out in a real fight, Almas won't be able to beat him unless he leans on his own raw strength. Then he admits he doesn't want to cross paths with Almas again once the group conversation starts to wrap up. Almas begs to join his troops and swears he'll fight right by his side. And then, one day, Yuria shows up to supervise Ron and the others as they drill hard, telling Almas that his blessings can boost the power of anyone who stays loyal to him. But it's nothing like the original blessing. It boosts men with pure physical strength, while it gifts women with deadly voodoo. Everyone already knows Yuria is going to marry Rhaegar, and the king orders Raymond to shut down all his pointless talking, because the moment Raymond thinks about it, his heart shatters and he spirals into how broke they are, how any girl would suffer marrying a man whose brother already killed his wife. Raymond snaps back that if Rhaegar truly prays for his sister's happiness, then he should let her marry the person she loves, yet the king won't budge, and Raymond gets no choice at all. While Almas has a moment to breathe, he keeps churning out inventions for the military. Tetra, the outsider from outside the village, watches closely and fires off. "So what are you building?" Telling him it's fine, while black powder spills into the conversation, because black powder was first invented in China, and it's the oldest form of gunpowder. At first, he refused to drag military tech into this world, but the king's ruthless determination crushed all his options, forcing him to explain it all to Tetra. It was made from charcoal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate, pure ingredients for something dangerous. After laying it all out, Almas dragged Tetra out of his research zone, because it wasn't finished, and he couldn't promise it would stay safe. As they backed away, that black powder exploded. Almas warned Tetra that even a tiny bit, if it lands in the right kind of container, can unleash a deafening blast, and that could seriously injure someone or kill them. And if you don't handle it right, boom, things like that tooth explosion happen fast. Then, he said to toss in a few ceramic or metal fragments to finish the setup. A month later, Almas hauled his invention before Bartholo. Then Bartholo leaned in and told him he'd been cooking up ways to take down King Ferme. Almas leaned in and asked whether he'd heard about those shield and spear tactics, blocking the left side with shields while the right side stayed weak, because the only way it worked was if the skilled soldiers were stationed there. Bolton admitted they always aimed to keep things supportive, but once the dust settles, every battle comes down to luck. Then Almas fired back with a daring plan. What if the cavalry hits both of Bolton's wings? Bartholo praised his brilliant invention, but he had to remind everyone that not even genius upgrades you into a knight overnight. Almas suddenly remembered he hadn't come to talk about the battle at all. He came to prove the black powder, and Bartholomew stared in shock as the explosion erupted right in front of his eyes, asking how Almas pulled it off. Almas's inventions were always that kind of wild, and Bartholomew pressed whether they could keep doing it. Almas said yes, they could make even more from this discovery, confident they'd crush the fight. Then he even cautioned him not to get cocky, because this could still go wrong, and Bartholomew laughed it off like Almas was just way too sure of himself. Almas and the villagers threw themselves into battle prep for a war that was still 2 years out. The company's king swept past in a blur, snapping into action the moment he heard a whole new clan had betrayed everyone and pledged itself to the Ash family. 2 years now since Tetra was found, and the Ashes were finally climbing back up, while the king's gut twisted at the surge of rebels, until the news that the Rose's kingdom had fallen hit and made him feel, for once, like he'd gotten the better end. He figured the king must have been sick for ages, and he saw his shot, because with no real leader, the company could sweep through roses like it was nothing. One soldier beside him still worried, saying they didn't have the full story, but the king snapped with rage and hit back that they'd been gearing up for this war for a long time. Then he laid it out. In just 3 days, they'd strike, plunder roses, and cut straight through the forest for a surprise hit. The soldier swallowed hard and asked if this would really avoid Griffin's wrath, and the king brushed it off, insisting the yandere had already made it through that forest safely. The brutal truth, he said, was hunting down the hidden path through that forest, until deserters finally spilled the secret. Sure, folks still doubted, but the king was convinced the village was guarded by a griffin. The king grilled him about why he never showed up last time when they snatched nearly all their food. Because this time, if the villagers don't surrender, they'll get wiped out, and the king's sure they'll obey no matter what. Then a witch launched a bird spirit to stalk and spy on the forest. Right as the spell was about to snap back, the witch got hit, attacked out of nowhere. Panic seized her. Why were they terrified now? Is this some kind of divine strike, she wondered, because it only started after that third bird's message. The witch blinked, then snapped. Those eagles weren't supposed to stick together. Their never-ending appearances screamed the voodoo witch's power, and you'd never guess a tiny village could keep 3 of them, because they've got to leave right now. After Graham and Ruru bagged the surveillance bird, Ruru's fear spiked. What if it pecked them and set Fermi off? Alma's cut in fast. Since the company already sent spies, that meant they were officially marked as enemies. Inside the royal palace, the Earl demanded immediate help, right now. Right as Earl came back to say the reinforcements were due in 3 days, the company's troops had already surged into motion the moment they heard the Rosi had fallen. On top of that, messengers and clans from neighboring countries started stirring too. Then Earl cracked open a letter from Raymond for his son, warning that the enemy planned to split the capital apart and spark chaos, and he ordered Almas to stall the army for 3 days. King Ferme already had the troops ready. He promised he'd rally 3,200 soldiers by his side, sent word that 200 could reach the village, and if it was possible, they'd push on to the capital, or at least yank the enemy's focus. Then he took 3,000 troops himself and marched straight into a frontline assault on the capital. The army's panicking. If they push out 32,000 troops, they'll burn through every last bit of strength while the enemy can still rally up to 15,000. The king asks, "Should I be worried?" Then he grins and says he won't lie. And here's the twist. He struck a deal with Regardable to dodge war and paid with nothing less than the crown. So yeah, Modal's second biggest powerhouse won't throw down in this battle at all. The king can't shake the fear that Rieger might flip sides just to win the Reese's trust and gratitude, but he figures he'll be manageable, especially with Rieger pushing to seal an alliance deal with 2 neighboring countries. Reports say those countries have already slipped troops toward the border, all while they wait on the agreement, and that leaves the king scrambling to split his forces and cover every surprise that could hit next. With the firm refusal to fight and the troops being kicked out, he figures there can't be more than 4,000 people left in the capital. The moment the word hit, the crowd shot to their feet, insisting it had to be true, just 1,000 soldiers separating them. Everyone was convinced the king would crush it, and they were already buzzing about celebrating with a victory toast inside Roses's palace. Right after that, Almas looked up and saw 200 soldiers charging down from the guard tower toward the village, same as they'd warned him earlier. The villagers panicked about what to do next, and someone blurted that Ruru should turn into an eagle and strike them. Then Almas stepped in, snapped everyone to calm down, and reminded them they were safe inside the fortress and emotions couldn't run the show, so everyone needed to steady their nerves and stick to the plan. Almas clocked that the king's crew wasn't in the oncoming crowd, just some commander-sized pretender. The leader snapped his order and demanded Almas fling open the gate. And they had to drop everything, every last bite, right there on the spot, until Almas refused. The enemy forces slammed into action at once. First they stumbled right into the village's trap, but everyone else saw through it instantly. Then non-stop volleys of arrows pinned the villagers so they couldn't strike back, and once they figured out Graham's shooting spot, the enemy hunted him down with relentless attacks. Villagers hurled stones at the enemy's shield, and it held, barely, while danger closed in, leaving everyone in a desperate scramble as many were badly hurt. Almas then snapped orders to drag the wounded to safety. Ron kept hurling stones at them without mercy, and Soyen finally saw it. Our village couldn't break them, and the enemy still rained arrows like they owned the sky. 2 days had already passed since King Roses fell ill, and the whole castle was in total chaos with zero good news. After Soyen read Raymond's letter in rage, he cursed him hard, an unlucky fool who sent not one soldier and hid his troops in his own territory. Raymond knew this opening could rocket his political rise, but later he realized it was a chance for them too, as long as they pulled it off without the help of his right-hand man, or his power would crumble. Then a soldier burst in with news from Almas, and somehow, Alma's flipped the whole disaster around. He crushed the king's army that tried cutting through the forest, seized the enemy general, and not a single villager died, though 180 of the enemy were left as casualties and some were badly injured. Raymond was so stunned by the news that he kept grabbing the soldier and demanding, "Say it again," because he'd only thought his son would manage to pull it off sometimes, not win this big. Then Alma's was summoned to report, and Raymond turned to his son and said, "Right now we've got just 3,000 soldiers, not much different from what the enemy's holding." No matter how hard he tried, he still proved he was a military genius, because if their troops were evenly matched, they might lose. That's what Alma's figured, and he decided the company was the kind of commander who wouldn't throw down until victory was guaranteed. Raymond stepped up and named his son as the commander demanded, just to crush King Fermi. 2 years have ripped past since that day. Now he's taken in Alma's, and she's been packing on serious military tactics ever since. Raymond promised he'd put Bartholomew and Burroughs in charge with Alma's, so the two commanders would call the moves together on the battlefield, because he refused to let his raw, inexperienced son stand alone and make life-or-death choices. Then he chuckled, basically saying he'd never be foolish enough to hand the fate of the country to a kid's judgment. Alma's heard that some buddies from his own village wanted him to join Raymond's smiles, and he shrugged it off. He said getting a guard wasn't an issue, because Raymond could stay put and bark out orders from right there. Alma's wasted no time. He braced himself and lined up his troops before they set off. And as they rode, Raymond leaned in, ordering his son, "Don't you dare die out there, not on the road to him." Alma's kept pestering about whether his feet were cold, and when he teased, Alma's snapped back, dead serious, saying, "Stop kidding, I'm genuinely worried." He then leaned in and convinced Alma's to hand over the command, telling him to chill and finally rest. Alma's swung his feet up onto the horse's saddle, while Barthela murmured that the whole squad was anxious, not just him. They couldn't stop asking why Griffin's son was still so young, why he wasn't strong like the rest. Then Alma's troops surged off in their assigned directions, and he leaned toward Bartholomew, saying he might not be able to command, but he could still swing steel, so he wanted Bartholomew right up front, where the fighting started. Bartholomew snapped at him, yanking him back to Raymond's orders, "Don't ever throw your son into danger." Then Alma admitted she knew how hot her father could get and asked, this time, for permission. After mulling it over, Bartholomew finally nodded. He thought Alma's raw power could smash the enemy with nothing but a quick jab of his short spear, seize Tetra the right way, and be done with it. But Alma's hand tugged him back, warning him not to pull something reckless. Soon strode up and shouted that the enemy was in sight, still a full hour away from Bartholomew. So yeah, this kid is a seriously skilled wizard, and Almas rises even higher the moment he becomes Raymond's foster child now. He's got a wizard and a warrior at his side, and it's like they're urging him not to call it natural. Training this hard doesn't come easy. While he stares up at the sky, Bartholomew says today's battle feels unavoidable, and he calmly reminds everyone to watch out for themselves as the company's forces start closing in. Alma's jaw drops when she realizes their equipment is insanely advanced. Bartholomew calmly lays out the company rules, making sure their warriors never get comfortable, always braced for battle or starving for food. Alma's fears it might work, but he knows it's going to be tough. Tetra points out that both sides have cavalry, yet the enemy's numbers look way bigger than the force that hit the village. Then Alma steers them to the truth. Their last attack on the village bought them extra fighters. Now the pressure's on, and the squad is pushing hard for battle orders. Alma blares a fierce shout to get everyone into formation, just like they planned. Tetra frowns, demanding which plan Alma's means, but Alma's just shrugs. No plan at all. He only blasted out those words to earn the commander's slot. Bartholomew roars with laughter, because he can't believe Alma's already knows the same plan he cooked up 2 years ago. After 2 years of training, he fires up the whole team and demands they prove what they've learned. Then the enemy snaps the formation into place in a blink. Alma's, the company's king, can't shake this uneasy feeling as power heaps up on his right wing, because Rosewood looks ready to smash straight into the elite forces there. He laughs and lights up at his own strategy, thinking it's brilliant, because if that's all they've got, it's going to be anything but easy to come up with new tactics against someone this cunning. The right wing's just weaker than the rest, easy to look at and think you can break through, but not so simple once the battle starts. Still, with a tight, confident whisper, they're certain they'll take the win this time. Rhea slams into the battle first and the two armies finally collide, side by side with the enemy, yet the cavalry laughs and underestimates her because she's just a girl. They mock her, one of them even dares her to get beaten, and then one rider surges forward to face Rhea head-on, determined to shut down her rampage. Rosewood, her loyal companion, sticks close behind her, barking warnings to Rhea to watch her step. He snaps at her to back off, and demands the front line shift to her hands. Soon the enemy finally wakes up and realizes Rosewood is brutally strong, so one of them yells that it's true. They can't survive Rhea and Rosewood's power and they're finished. From afar, Almas just keeps watching, praising every move they make, thinking, everything's going perfectly at this level, while they crush and control the enemy cavalry with ease. And with Rosewood's loyalists standing behind him, their physical strength surges higher than ever. Almas is convinced it'll take just the two of them to hold the left wing. Then a soldier barrels in, shouting that the enemy infantry is closing in fast. Almas snaps her orders, locking the explosive spears, each one packed with black powder and magical paper meant to blast with brutal force. She and her side fend off the attack, but when the smoke clears, only 10 spears remain, and that's the first secret weapon they've burned through. 10 isn't much, but it still throws King Firm's enemies into chaos. King Firme is left staring in disbelief as non-stop explosions rip through the battlefield and his own troops rocket into the sky, and he can't stop wondering what weapon Almas is hiding. The enemy scrambles for answers, but their plans only come from the toughest fighters holding the front line. First Command stay locked on defense. They don't fully get what's happening, but they're sure their formation won't snap. Meanwhile, the attackers refuse to hesitate. They order their troops to split and flank, trying to trap Almas' forces from both sides. Almas watches the net close in and believes the surrounding pressure will smash his army, even if his left wing is strong. Then it hits him. This is a disaster, and he knows it. He hammers the point home that they're not getting to hem him in and steal his shield. Then he charges straight at them, daring them to try. The company clocks him instantly. No doubt about it, he's the leader of Almas. And the villagers roar that he's the real son of Griffin, Raymond's adopted child, the protector of the Tetra, and that he's got a fiancée waiting right beside his fate. Almas keeps roaring at the top of his lungs, demanding everyone recognize him as the supreme commander of the army too. King Firme clocked that this would yank the enemy's focus, and he snapped into action, ordering his men to kill Almas, certain it would seal victory. Almas shot back with defiant fury, claiming nobody would get within arm's reach because the Emperor's power was in his grasp, and he wasn't going down easy. Their plan snaps the enemy's focus away, and Rhea and Rose would slip in unnoticed to wipe out the cavalry. Once the company finally caught on, it was already over. Almas jumped straight into the chaos and demanded a real battle, and that jaw-dropping strike managed to slam the door on Fermi's attack. Fermi said it was terrifying, but he shrugged it off, because back then, it didn't matter if Almas couldn't hold his ground on the battlefield. Almas lunged into an all-out assault on Fermi, slamming attacks while demanding, did he really think that power alone could carry him to victory? Almas snapped back that if they went all out, their own spear would crack, so they forced themselves to hold back, because if it was a Bartholo attack, they needed that to send the company flying, not burn out their weapon. But once they swapped spears, they learned the hard way. The shield was totally worthless. Even with all their hustle, the company's moves were still easy to read, so Almas stayed on guard, biding his time for one clean opening, until they blindsided him again. They admitted they'd been studying Almas's fighting style, and sure, their skills weren't flawless, but there was one part that hit like a truck. The king flat out said Almas had zero chance, and Almas nodded at the company's version of events, but then his mind started spinning, hunting for a way to flip that brutal attack. That's when they asked him why he froze mid-battle. This brutal surprise strike caught Almas off guard and forced them to burn through every ounce of strength. He smashed their spear with a brutal hit, then barked at Almas to grab a new weapon. Almas shot back, "You sure?" warning the company could live to regret it once they got locked in a one-on-one fight. While Fermi didn't want a victory at any cost, they wanted a win that felt fair. With a confident flick, Almas hurled his sword through the air, lifting his soldiers' spirits in one bold strike. He tossed it aside, because he knew his company already had the upper hand in battle, thanks to his razor-sharp spearwork and keen eye. Yet Almas was still so sure they didn't know a thing about his sword skills. This might be his shot to flip the whole game, daring the king's men to notice just how brutally different that sword's length is compared to that solid, unshakable spear. Almas tried to keep his distance, but his spear lunged forward with unreal speed, snapping the gap shut in an instant. Alma told everyone he'd borrowed kendo footwork, then admitted it wasn't something you can pull off on the ground, no matter how hard you try. Yet Fermi's crew still shoved in with shields, scrambling to create distance. Almas knew he might not be a genius at command or strategy, but his sheer strength held the line, so the company couldn't throw everything at him just to bulldoze his defenses and wipe out Fermi with ease. And as the company was dying, they made Almas face the truth. He had to take responsibility for killing him. He dared to dream of uniting half the island, begged Almas to carry his legacy, and pushed the company to crown Almas as a legendary king, someone history would remember, and the first soul to drop at Almas's hands. Then he ended it with one last plea. make sure the only person he ever loved stays happy. Before it died, the forgiving company blurted out a whole lot of praise, but if Almas wanted a name carved into history, he'd have to be grateful and recognize him as a genius, a man even Griffin was too scared to stand near. Then everyone erupted into cheers, celebrating their commander's win over King Ferme. Almas roared at everyone to snap back into the fight on the battlefield, and Ron gripped his sword tight as he declared, with full certainty, that the enemy leader was finally down. Reports hit fast, enemy right-wing lines were shattered, and everyone pointed to the direction of their escape. Bartholo erupted in laughter, shouting praise for Alma's genius. As a young captain, he barked orders to his troops to sweep the battlefield clean, and the routed enemy forces were wiped out to the last soldier. With the enemy kingdom tossing every fighter into the fight, their poor capital sat wide open and defenseless. Then Alma's army marched straight in, met zero resistance, and seized King Castle Farm, no blood spilled. After the whole incident, Bartholo was still blazing with excitement. He was gushing over every wild move and brutal attack, even popping open a bottle of wine to celebrate their win, and everyone else finally exhaled, feeling safe again. Then he laughed and teased how fast it all happened, snatching the wine from his original castle that Lagos used to own, reclaimed through the whole ordeal, because, as Bartholo said, they'd just fulfilled Lagos's final wish. Almas stared at his homeland as the villagers rushed in. He sprinted straight into Tetra's arms, breathing out with relief that not a single soul from their village had died anywhere Almas went, and the whole crowd erupted in cheers. Ruru said it felt like the whole country was throwing a party just to celebrate its people's joy. Then Almas, still scribbling on Tetra, snapped at him to take the people's feelings seriously, because nobody expected the hero who won victory for his homeland to bring back the enemy's head too. Bartholomew then roared to everyone, asking if Almas had delivered more than they even dared to hope, and the very next question was what to do with the territory. Everything hinged on who would step up as the next leader, so the rebellion they feared wouldn't sprout again, and that's when Almas inherited the company land, the Lagos Ash family's original property. In less than a month, the company's residents were dragged under the Roses Empire's rule, and King Roses fought off his illness to recovery, no complications at all. Everything finally fell into place, and the day Almes and Tetra got married was here. No delays, no drama, just pure wedding day magic. Everyone poured their love into the ceremony, and then the last act kicked off when different families stepped forward to offer their blessings. A soldier burst in with a gift and cut off the news. One family couldn't make it. Almas clocked it instantly. It was a Deeble family offering, since they hadn't shown up to the wedding. Deeble had been dead set against the company's territory annexation, and this gift made it clear they weren't fighting Alma's or Tetra's marriage. They were fighting the annexation that messed everything up. Afterward, everyone started whispering about family Dibble's next move, so Tetra hunted down every single requested gift for Almas, then asked if Almas wanted to join the celebration. He shook his head and said he was perfectly happy right there with her, just sitting together and watching the people down below. He looked back on everything that led them out of the Romalia forest, and you could tell he genuinely valued every single person's grind that got them to success. While King Roses fumed, he tore into his brother Raymond for what he did while the king lay unconscious. Raymond fired back that he'd carried the weight of ruling in his absence. The king still wasn't happy, but he couldn't deny it. Almas had risen as a real hero, and with Almas at the helm, he believed the Ash family would finally stay solid. He barked at Raymond to send word to prepare for the wedding somewhere else, and then she swept into the bustling trading city of Claris with a bright, happy smile. The gatekeeper told Seime he could enter the city for free, only traders had to pay, but if he planned to stay longer than a month, taxes would come due. The gatekeeper kindly warned Seime about the city's two kinds of people, who pays taxes and who doesn't, and begged him to steer clear of the troublemakers when he entered the city, and that advice was thrown right out the window when he accidentally helped a girl named Ismia, obsessed with architecture. Together they caught a thief, sparked a real connection, and hunted down a restaurant to talk, where Seime poured out his dream of reaching the end of the ocean and honoring his parents' hopes, only to discover their destination wasn't far from the trading city. Isma begged Seime to let him in, saying the city was packed with architects too. And because she's a woman, she can't spot a real opening there, so she pushes her talent in this underdeveloped place where they've landed, sure she'll finally get her big chance when the Rose Sage King's condition has him fainting. Right then, Raymond calls everyone together to talk about what's left of the family's territory, and he offers to pass the authority straight to his son, Almas. Every single one of them agrees it's the smartest move. Even with rage burning in his chest, he still hauled Raymond into the fire, accusing him of abusing his power and demanding how he could hand over priceless land to someone with an unknown past. Raymond didn't flinch. He said Alma's was already beaten, and the man who did it was his adopted son, standing firm on the battlefield, while Rhaegar, the coward, yanked his troops back to his own territory and let everyone else do the fighting. The Rhaegar struck back, demanding answers about Alma's past, sniping that he'd been an orphan long before anyone adopted him. Raymond shot back, asking how Alma's could possibly be a parent when he's Griffin's own son. Then he reassured everyone that Alma's would be totally fine, with backup coming from the military advisor and the council. Al's fresh battles made the advisor's role, especially when peace was on the line, absolutely vital. Raymond demanded a vote, and the Rhaegar exploded with fury, so Raymond seethed and cursed inwardly. Raymond rode on everybody's opinions, not because he had to, because he was the king's brother, and he sat right beside him. He told the Rhaegar to keep his cool and cling to one truth: the king only had 2 years left. Then he laid it out. Once the king died, Raymond would watch his power crumble, and the throne would most likely swing to the Rhaegar, since he was already engaged to Uriah. The Rhaegar demanded, "Will you back me?" And he answered without hesitation, "My entire life is pledged to the Diable family, the strongest clan of them all." And he'd back the next king like it was destiny. But first, he shoved the Rhaegar to ignore Almas, calling him no real win, just a lucky break, then promised he'd do the same and swore he'd smash Almas if he had to, warning the Rhaegar to use that move only when there's absolutely no other option left. So he had to tread carefully in every conversation with his brother, the King of Roses. The king couldn't believe Raymond's brutal call, and the story steamrolled on as Raymond begged his brother to let Almas and Uriah marry ASAP. The king feared that once the Rhaegar took the throne, a civil war would explode between Roses Ash and Clan Dibble, especially with Almas stuck in a lower seat. But if they played it right, maybe they could stop the bloodshed. Raymond shattered inside, blaming his heartache on Uriah, who had to wed the very man who slaughtered his own wife. After a mountain of convincing, the king finally relented on one brutal condition: Almas had to genuinely want the throne, respect it, and be ready to wade through the Civil War's blood with the Almas village community. They were packing up for the Ash region even if it was already crowded with people. New refugees stayed behind in Earl village. And with that, he told Raymond, "Don't pretend you've forgotten, my dear. You'll remember for the rest of your life, paying back Alma's kindness." He said it would happen, grinning with her right beside him, and then, right after, those lush forests would be theirs to claim. So Earl stayed put in the village, took command, and stepped up to look after Almas and the quiet folk. He couldn't believe every refugee had decided to do it, and deep down, he just knew they'd come right back the way he expected. And when it came to their homeland Tetra, she didn't even blink, because life in Alma's village felt easier and better than anywhere else. Alma grinned and said it wasn't just on him, it was on all of them too, and Burroughs was the first to ask what he was supposed to do with his role. Then he followed his advisor's instructions, didn't bother with fancy formalities, and laid out what mattered: keeping order, guarding the territory, and stopping voodoo magic before it spread. And then he told him straight up, Almas still had to juggle those assessments and taxes they owed to King Roses, and Almas quietly fumed over how brutal the workload was. Bartholomew shot back with confidence, telling him the job was totally doable, and laying out fair cultural-based assessments to prove it. Almas wasn't about to carry this by himself. Burroughs and Bartholomew had his back. Bartholomew swore he'd keep the peace and control the chaos, while Burroughs took charge of the legal stuff and the big decisions. And if Almas wanted, he could shuffle who handled what later, based purely on his own preferences. Bartholomew told Almas his next job was to breathe life back into the kingdom under his young rule, and Almas gulped. Sure, it'd be brutal, but he'd do it. After all, they needed money, and raising taxes was the only plan, until Almas snapped back and asked if the country even had a tax system to begin with. He suspected the so-called experts had either twisted the numbers or quietly padded their own fortunes, so the whole group agreed. First, they'd run a population survey to figure out exactly what taxes everyone should pay, cutting down the risk of wasting money or losing big. Almas slapped together a paper form for the population survey. They logged crucial details like age, gender, and economic status for everyone in the area, then pushed on, stunned that their country was short on skilled people. Tetra was basically it, with fewer than 10 others. Almas finally got it. People couldn't read, so no survey was ever done, and now collecting taxes turned into a nightmare. Almas demanded a plain, one-step form. Just type the numbers you think are even, and for anyone who can't read, those boxes to fill are dead simple. Tetra asked, "Do we really have to do all of this by hand?" And Almas smirked, "Nope. They were going to knock it out with woodblock printing instead, the same way you press huge stamps, carve the characters into wooden blocks, coat them in ink, then slam them onto paper to make it happen." Ron and Rosewood both nodded that this plan could actually work. Then the real headache hit: the tax rate. The company's rules say the Ash region is a remote area, and Almas is convinced they'll only be allowed to slap on a low tax. They're slapping a 10% cut on every harvest as the land and labor tax, wiping personal income tax off the board. Burroughs just gawks nearby and shouts that it's a dangerous, bold shakeup that'll still keep the government cash flowing. But at the end of the day, it lands a heavy burden on the citizens. We can grab huge land taxes by dragging the owners into forced collection, but that road always backfires. He wants citizens who will gamble, take risks, and then reap the rewards. Bartholomew nodded and vowed to bring the land back to life, because he made it crystal clear. Saving a nation takes more than spirit, it takes money too. Almas is gearing up to spread his tools everywhere, rice threshers included, yet that push could end up throwing a ton of farmers out of work. Still, he'll bankroll them with subsidies and crank up his industrial paper profits at the same time, turning that growth into more jobs too. But the push to expand other industries got delayed, even putting off the plan to introduce crop rotation for rice. Alma's eyes flared to life the second he brought up alcohol. He was the first to take a sip of Almiz's drink, then Almiz admitted the truth. Brewing alcohol takes a whole setup of specialized gear, and right now they've only got one thing, so they need a real skilled blacksmith to build the rest. In this town, smiths are masters of ironwork, but a handful can handle copper too. Almas grinned and declared, "Copper will do," then paused like a master and admitted the real snag, finding buyers and investors, was still there, but he had an answer. They'd bury the money troubles with a shock move, cutting taxes, and everyone burst out laughing because nobody saw it coming. With that mess handled, Almas said it was time to shift to military stuff, kicking off the final topic of the day, the military issue. He admitted he's basically clueless about this stuff, since he's only a nominal commander, then called Bartholo and asked what he thought, tossing in a joke about having a little drink first. And just like that, it was time to get to work. Bartholo laughed and promised, "I'll present it." It was the first time since Almas took the crown that the weight of his duty hit him: protect the land, shield the people, and wipe out every criminal inside their borders before any outside threat crashes in. Now they're finally seeing it. They can't rely on wishful thinking, even if it's on a smaller scale, just like back in their village. They've got to get weapons, but before anything else, they need soldiers, and Ron immediately asked what they planned to do. Almas told him to size up the situation first. They don't have regular troops, and only the people already there can realistically fight. In the village, there are just a few dozen who can take a stand, but the real panic is De Morger, the kingdom next door. King Roses is counting on Ash to hold the line, shielding against Will, be Morsar, so Almas pressed for one thing. How strong is De Morger's military right now? After thinking it through, Bartholomew snapped back that they've got around 50,000 soldiers, but with their huge territory and a swarm of enemies, they can't slam all of them into one strike, so only 10,000 to 20,000 troops would be ready for the attack. Tetra watched the fight with Firm unfold smoothly with 3,000 soldiers, and Bartholo swore they could keep recruiting more, until they had a real fighting force, especially once a general throws out a mobilization order the moment war hits. Bartholo even tried to calm them down, saying the army in this region is usually well trained, at least when war creeps in, but he admitted it won't matter if trouble hits out of nowhere, because then everything changes. What they really need, he insisted, is a permanent army, and King Firm just doesn't have one. Keeping around only about 300 soldiers would be a complete waste. He demanded to know what Almas really thinks about the soldiers who die serving the company, because once they're gone, they're left jobless, homeless, and nowhere to go. Almas muttered that if he killed their king, then of course they'll all want revenge on him. But if he gets ignored, those men could spark riots afterward. Some sharp-minded folks turn those wasteful tips into a weapon, but he's not done collecting funds yet. So he slams out an order for everyone to stock up on gunpowder, because you can't just whip it up on the spot. By the time you realize you need it, it'll be too late. Almas tells him to beef up everything he can, money and even the magic circle, so Tetra snaps back that she'll handle the exact magic circle they need and start prepping immediately. A few days later, Almas and 3 others blast off to the loud, non-stop commercial city of Claris, far busier than Roses, chasing 2 missions. First, a protector to guard their wine and paper goods. Second, cash for nation rebuilding. Ron blurts out, confused, isn't making money the same as getting money? But the answer crushes him. Paper sales and wine distillation won't bring in enough. So they're forced to plan a massive loan from Graham nearby, and that's when you can feel the strategy wobble with real concern. Almas leans in and swears they can pay, plus they've got extra capital to scale up to a bigger business. While Graham can't help but ask why they won't just borrow from King Roses, Almas shuts him down fast, saying the Roses Kingdom still hasn't fully bounced back from its money troubles, and most folks can't even afford luxury like paper and wine. Almas tells them to drop the stress. King Roses already lined them up with a merchant in Clary's. Now their job is to strike a deal with him and pray he doesn't try to screw them over. The second they spot the merchant, they waste no time, straight to business, demanding to see what he's got to sell. Alma slides over the elegant paper and tells him exactly how useful it is for putting down real, practical information. Aints leans in fast, curious. Can he actually write on it, unlike papyrus or parchment? Almas grins and says, of course, then hands over every sample so he can try them right away. He proves it. Papyrus costs one thing, but he can sell his version for double. Still, he's pacing like a timer. Can Almas crank up production fast enough to sell it at the exact same price as papyrus and get his money back without waiting forever? Alma slips into the truth. This won't conquer the whole market, but it'll rake in serious profits from wine. And then Aints tastes it, his eyes lighting up as he praises the strength, saying it's unlike anything he's ever tried before. He pitches the idea to sell it for a jaw-dropping asterisk, 20 times the normal price. But Almas hits back with a price tag at least 30 times higher, and that twist genuinely shocks you. Aints nods along with a knowing grin, no clue why it looks so confident, but he can tell one thing: getting out of debt is brutal, and even he feels that. A seasoned merchant slaps down a sheet of paper showing exactly how much money the ash dwellers can scrape together right now, and Almas wastes no time. He demands a loan for 3 times that amount. Aints leans in and says, fine, but only if you cut the paper price until I'm paid in full, and Almas agrees on the spot. They keep pushing it because Z believes they can pull it off, just as long as they're still scraping together a little profit selling the paper. Sure, the loan won't vanish overnight, but they'll still rake in extra cash along the way. Weeks roll by and Almas finally rules the Ash territory, backed by Ron and Soyen, sitting on the throne while raking in taxes from the people. The village chief slaps 4 huge bags into everyone's hands and claims they're this year's taxes. Then Ron grabs the elder and tells him, hold up, let me double-check this. When the elder questions why he's suddenly being investigated, Ron points out that his taxes are supposed to be just 10% of his income, but those bags look way too tiny for how big his land is. Soyen says they checked again, and there were at least 10 more bags just like that missing. Ron snaps and storms up to the village chief, demanding answers over the mismatch. The chief only laughs, swearing he handed over everything. Rage blazing in his eyes, Ron snaps that the elder be arrested after he refuses to own up to a single wrong. Even while he's locked up, the elder still barks for proof Ron claims he has. The stats back Ron up. The elder's yields are way too small, and there's 0 record of any crop failures. Then Soyen finds it. Under the village chief's house sits a hidden cellar packed to the brim with wheat. Ron explodes, confronting the elder right on the spot. They accused him of embezzlement, a brutal crime, but the village chief shot back, swearing that collecting taxes was a dangerous gamble, and that he only pocketed a tiny sliver for himself. He praised Ron as a truly good guy, then slid him a share of the pie to shut him up. Soyen stood close and added bribery to the elder's charges, 70 lashes, no mercy. The elder collapsed into desperate pleas when Mercy Ron roared at him to accept it, begging God for a way out. And then boom, we're back at Ash Castle. Ron and Soyen ran into Earl fresh off his arrival, then spilled everything, how a nobleman tried to buy their silence with a bribe. They fired off their complaints, screaming that this was the 12th time it happened, and still, they had to admit Ron and Soyen's busted their backs off, since they only grabbed 10% of the successful grain they hauled in. That tiny slice was still a mountain, big enough to fund the government and keep the whole country standing. Farmers' taxes suddenly made sense, and the Uniform Equipment Initiative was powering ahead strong. Burroughs told everyone they'd somehow snagged top-grade steel with borrowed cash, then kicked off building rice thrashing machines they could sell or rent out to people who needed them. With powerful new tools in hand, farmers finally tamed barren land and turned it into fields that produced way bigger harvests. Once Burroughs finished his report, he leaned in and told Almas the Harvest Festival was right around the corner, because in Rosses, that grand celebration was where nobles flocked, and of course Burroughs was instantly hooked. Almas nodded at the whole situation and warned it'd be smarter to dodge trouble, but they still had to gear up properly, while Ron Rosewood, meanwhile, was the one stuck with announcing military recruitment across the nation. That announcement hit like a storm. People panicked, some fearing war was about to break out, while others flooded the streets in protest because their farming chores had suddenly doubled. They made it crystal clear no one was forced to enlist. Only men aged 15 to 30 could join, paid in grain with the big promise that God would hand them the weapons so they wouldn't have to buy a thing. Their job, guard God's residence and shut down crime. They'd sleep in a house near the fortress and drill with the army every single day, and the only time they'd be suddenly sent home would be if they were crippled or hit by a serious illness. Otherwise, retirement would be waiting for them. Rosewood said, if you want in, tell the village chief within 2 weeks, and if more people show up than there are spots, we'll pick only 300. Then the real test begins, a competition. Villagers demanded to know if they could skip registration, and Rosewood shot back. No, they didn't have to register at all, and that was a huge relief for everyone buried under farming duties. Then a man from the crowd, a former elite Kingsguard, stepped forward and asked if he could get recruited if he registered. Rosewood bellowed that anyone with the right skills and drive would always be welcomed, no matter who they were. He made it loud enough for the whole town to hear. Anyone who wanted in could join, regardless of social status. And when the applications flooded in, it completely blew past expectations. Almaz was shocked but genuinely happy. Most of the company's soldiers were mandatory, packed with men from farming backgrounds, and after they'd earned their freedom and gone back home, they found their fields seized. Now jobless, some were so desperate they welcomed this recruitment, because if they didn't get registered, they feared what they'd have to turn to, like crime. Ron worried they'd run out of resources, because the farmers had barely just been freed from their tax burden, and the soldiers were suddenly unemployed, like they needed help fast. Ron, serving in the military, pressed again, asking if everything was really going to be okay. Almaz grinned and praised Ron, not just for worrying about jobs, but for thinking about the economy too. He reassured everyone they might not be rich, but things weren't totally bleak. Then he turned to Ron and asked if he even knew why the company's government is dragging the economy down, living off agricultural income alone. Bad news, turns out they never broadened where the money came from. It's all bottled up in wine sales, paper, and taxes, shoved into that ugly soldier-like setup, and now the whole thing is spiraling into chaos as every faction starts picking its own commander. In the middle of that mess, he marched up to Rosewood and demanded he be made the cavalry commander, with orders to run the slaves they'd move over. Rosewood shot back, refusing at first, because why him? Why not Burroughs, the more experienced one? Almaz told everyone that Burroughs has never led the cavalry, and since Rosewood rose from the dirt, he's the best damn rider around. He also made it clear Rosewood and Rhea already have a solid bond, so this job fits like a glove. Then Almaz joked that Rosewood should use the chance to marry Rhea and get closer in more ways than one. He assigned Ron to the infantry and Graham to the archers, and Rosewood snapped up the role on the spot, swearing he'd do his best in a few days, especially with Tetra delivering a full 100 horses she'd ordered. Rosewood watched them step off in awe at the sheer splendor of their iron and beamed that they'd be honored to meet again, only for the iron to not show up in person afterward. So Rosewood counted his horses and handed them straight to the slaves. Almaz blurted that these were carefully picked war slaves, all for their quality, and told Rhea to translate as the slaves welcomed them and he declared himself their new master. Then one slave didn't even wait, he shouted for food. Rhea froze at how brazen he was, but Almaz didn't flinch. He ordered Tetra to start cooking, then promised the slaves they'd finally get a chance to bathe, scrub up, and clean themselves. With everything set, Rosewood snapped into place and told them he was their manager, then announced they'd be thrown into the cavalry unit. He promised them straight up, if they tore it up in battle, they could earn their freedom. The rebellious slaves who just stepped up nodded in agreement, then demanded one thing. They wanted to meet the real power, someone who could actually hand them their freedom. Rose agreed if Verger could beat him in battle, he'd win his freedom, but if he couldn't, he'd be forced to obey Rhea. Rosewood shot Almaz the news right away, and before anyone could blink, everyone raced in to watch the contest, which Rosewood steamrolled with ruthless speed, leaving the crowd stunned by how clean and deadly his combat was. Aints clocked everything. Rosewood slipped the enemy's strike and snapped back with a brutal counterattack. Ein realized regular folks can't pull off feats like this, and he figured Rosewood's balance came from razor-sharp agility and the wild abilities the Emperor's blessing put on him. Back at Ash Palace, Almaz and Tetra lit up with smiles as they welcomed them home. Then Almaz said Rosewood was totally cool with the cavalry drills, that both the military and the political situation were steady as a rock, and all they had to do was sit tight until festival day. Right after that, Soyin rushed in with news. A young couple was asking to meet Almaz, but they couldn't produce any identification. Now that Almaz was a lord, worry gnawed at him. What if the strangers out there were a real danger to his safety? Still, he figured he could send them packing, yet something about them pulled at his curiosity, and he decided they were worth meeting face to face. Curious as hell, Almaz pressed Soyin, asking why the woman was an architect, why the man came from the Scarlet Empire as an explorer, and why the woman wanted to build as an architect. Almaz figured they were missing that kind of talent right now, so he agreed they had to meet them. A self-proclaimed world explorer bragged that he'd trekked across every single continent on Earth. Almaz yanked him into his office for a meeting, where the architect introduced himself and flexed like he could design anything: houses, bridges, and even siege machines like catapults and ballistae, sliding sketches across the desk. And then Almaz snapped. asking why they picked his tiny country to show off. The architect straight up admitted he'd rather forge his career in a small company inside a tiny kingdom than fade into the background of a giant one, so Almas didn't just hire him on the spot, he decided to meet him first. After seeing those skills shine, Almas handed him a reel, promising accommodation job as a formal test, and the architect nearly overflowed with gratitude, promising he'd never let the chance go to waste. Then he threw his name out, Saima, and told us he'd come from a far-off Western empire called Silkland. He'd just finished his quest to reach the end of the world, and now he couldn't wait to slam every crazy moment of it into a book. Still, fancy stuff like sheepskin and papyrus crushed his budget, so he hunted down a sheet of paper from the kingdom of Almas and swore it was the perfect choice for his book. Almas smelled a publicity break and agreed to hand over the paper, only if he got to be the very first one to lay eyes on his finished book. Raring to join the Harvest Festival in the capital city of Rocks, Almas scanned his surroundings, couldn't help but wonder if this really was the shining heart of the Almas Festival, and when he asked around, he realized it was even crazier and busier than their last wedding ceremony. Raman greeted his son at the gate with a warm smile, saying it had been ages since they'd last seen each other, while Almas gestured to a huge barrel and announced he'd brought celebration wine. Before he left, he leaned in and warned his father, "Don't overdo it, Raymond's wine hits hard." Then, promising he'd tell everyone, Raymond pointed the way and sent them toward the powerful family gathering spot, after setting up to talk to his son later. Raymond shot out of Tetra and scanned the crowd, wondering if this was where the big-name families hung out, until he spotted faces he'd seen on their wedding day. Almas grinned and told Tetra their next move was simple: win more allies, stay friendly, and keep the peace. Then Tetra warned them to watch their step around Rhaegar, since his territory runs right up to theirs, and there's no need to kick off a fight. Almas carried 2 drinks over and asked Tetra which one he wanted, while Tetra spotted a whole crowd of kids showing up with their parents. Then he stepped in and asked Tetra, straight away, which drink he wanted first. Almas looked totally lost and shot Tetra a question. Why were the kids suddenly supposed to want a boy or a girl first? Tetra shrugged and said it didn't matter to him, but he figured a boy would grow into a warrior quicker, so starting with a boy made more sense. Almas burst out laughing and told him, "If you believe that, then I'm good with it." He told them if the first one's a boy, then you bring the next one a girl. Tetra leaned in and asked Almas what he was going to do after that. Almas only laughed and shot back, "Are you expecting me to crank out a whole army of kids?" He didn't have a real answer, but he said it was fine as long as the numbers didn't get wildly out of balance. Almas pushed to drop the topic for now since they were still stuck at the party, then insisted they hunt for food first. Right then, a crowd surged up to Almas and demanded he spill the tale of his brawl with King Fermi, plus the final words King Fermi left him, begging Almas to make him happy. Almas wrestled with the weight of the message, but his heart still chased Tetra's happiness, so he boldly declared his love for her, certain she'd never stop being the same kind of girl. The crowd started pushing, asking if Almas still didn't have the right air, and the other girls piled on, insisting someone else should handle him, until Almas finally clocked what was really going on. They were all itching to be his second wife. He got shoved right into the crush, hemmed in by the crowd, pinned to the very edge. Tetra yanked Almas out. She told him she wanted to introduce him to a dish their region had never seen. Almas finally slipped away from the non-stop noise, and he kept thanking his wife over and over like he couldn't believe he'd made it out. Tetra stared at Almas and told him, "If you want to remarry, go for it. I won't stop you, just make sure it doesn't wreck our family's happiness." Almas smirked back, already knowing he could joke his way through anything. Just as they were still talking, Rhaegar streaked in on Tetra's side, and Tetra spotted him first. He leaned in and murmured that it was his arrogance driving him, why drag so many servants behind him at all, and right there, he nearly warned that the guy was a strict one. As soon as he showed up, the whole crowd erupted in hearty laughter, cheering about Almas and Tetra and praising their marriage like it was pure magic, then congratulated them nonstop. Once again, Almas shook hands with Rhaegar and surprise hit. He seemed way friendlier than Rhaegar had any right to be. Rhaegar even apologized for missing the wedding, saying he almost never got sick, but the moment the words left her mouth, tragedy struck. She fell ill right on their special day. She clutched Almas's hand with all her strength, smiling through a regret she couldn't hide, as she secretly twisted her finger to silently tell him, "Get your health together." Rhaegar was writhing in pure agony. He snapped, threw his hands up, and blasted Almas with loud, vicious curses, snaring the attention of nearly every one of his subordinates. As Almas walked him out, he warned Ron, "Don't get baited, stay sharp. If we're together, they can trap us in a blink." Yuria turned toward Almas and Tetra with a bright greeting, then glanced across the room, where Rhaegar was openly flirting with a bunch of girls. Almas convinced himself it was only because the Griffin orphanage was where he wanted to be most. He just wanted to see him smile, like Tetra, even if his heart still leaned toward Yuria, the one with a fiancé, the one who was getting married. Right before he left, Yuria pressed a folded piece of paper into his palm and told him to meet her. When Popol closed in on Almas, he demanded, "Tell me, what happened during your fight with King Ferme?" Remembering the King of Fermi's final words to Almas about making him happy. Almas wrestled with it, even with that heavy truth hanging over him, because he wanted Tetra to be happy, so he declared his love for her, sure of one thing: Tetra would never become the kind of girl who changes. Tetra froze for a heartbeat, then sat right in front of Almas and declared, "I'm your wife." And with that title came the truth: she had less power than her husband, the family's head, and she couldn't even challenge his final call. Alma demanded Tetra tell the truth about how he really felt, but he refused to push those feelings out of his wife. Tetra said she loved Almas, always making the smartest calls, and she was certain that with him steering the way, everything would turn out all right. Tetra made it crystal clear: Almas had to decide on Yuria himself. No handing the choice off to someone else, no overthinking, just trust his own call. Deep in the Romelia forest, Almas made a bold decision. He was going to hunt down Griffin on a quest, no turning back. After a while, he finally spilled everything to Griffin, and once the full story hit him, Griffin realized Almas had one goal in mind: marrying Yuria. But Yuria was the boss's daughter, so marrying her meant Almas had to step in like a total rookie. Every week, people would try to shove him out of power, and it would spiral into war. Almas still nodded, then asked Griffin to choose his words with surgical care. Griffin didn't flinch. He pressed Almas to follow his advice, but Almas snapped back that he wasn't there to make a decision. He was there to ask for guidance, and Griffin basically told him, "If you want to marry Yuria, then go for it." Almas warned that this could spark a war, and they'd all be the ones getting crushed. Griffin made it crystal clear: either they stepped up to help Almas, or they walked away, and it all rested on them. And Almas didn't have to sweat it, because Griffin couldn't figure out why she was panicking about drama inside their crew, so he straight up asked if winning was the only thing that mattered. Almas slammed his fist down and swore he had to win. Thinking about what Griffin said before, how he killed without guilt, Griffin just kept listening. Griffin finally admitted those words were aimed at humans, pack creatures in his eyes, who slaughtered without a shred of remorse, so they couldn't shield him or stand beside them in the same pack. Then he leaned into it, telling Almas he was different because he followed rules he didn't even pretend to live by back in that pack. He's the only one who can bend their fate, and he doesn't live by the herd's rules at all, so whether Almas is in or out doesn't matter. Griffin argues it's smarter to let him protect them anyway, because Almas is already the new ruler. He has to stand guard for his herd no matter what, and keep his eyes locked on the bigger picture, instead of getting dragged into petty stuff. Griffin snaps at him to listen close, because once something impossible shows up, it's never supposed to even exist in this world, so the lion takes over, then slaughter sweeps the old leader's descendants. If Almas hesitates for even a second, that choice will come back to haunt him. But the worst regret of all is freezing up and either not deciding, or handing the decision over to Griffin. Almas knows he's got to choose fast, accept or reject, but either way he's going to regret it, and he tells Griffin so. Then he thanks Griffin for weighing it all, and Griffin just nods because he knows Almas has already made his call. In the kingdom of King Roses, he lanes in and grills Almas. "So, have you finally made your decision?" Alma first thanks him for even considering his decision, and she knows his request is downright embarrassing. He blurts out a marriage proposal, reaching for Yuria's hand, and suddenly his whole kingdom rallies around her, asking straight up if she'll marry him. Raymond bursts into laughter, shocked he decided even faster than he thought. Everyone's already sure it'll happen again next week, and he even jokes about pushing her to agree if it drags on. So yeah, everyone breathes easy thanks to his lightning-fast call. Confused and panicked, Yuria demanded answers from King. Was he really giving him only 3 days, or had she grabbed the wrong king? The king stared, shocked, because there was no way such a huge call could be made in just 3 days. He couldn't even imagine agreeing to something like that. He even admitted he had plans set for a whole month, because he knew Yuria wouldn't survive long enough to see it. Almas stared at Yuria and softly called his name. Then Yuria burst into loud laughter, convinced that being forced to the clock would make him decide faster, while brushing off his daughter's foolish move. The king truly wanted to thank everyone who helped Almas reach this life-changing decision. He asked how Almas would act once he became king, and Almas grinned with total confidence, saying he planned to unite the Adelina Peninsula, leaving the king stunned at how massive it sounded. Everyone stared. Almas erupted in a loud laugh, swearing he was only joking, even while secretly chasing the dream the king had. The whole idea felt wildly unreasonable until the next edition, where everyone who met him announced the marriage, and just like that, Alma's ascension finally arrived. Alma pushed them to crank up the pace and wrap this thing in 2 days, and the king nodded grimly, because if they actually finished in 2, he'd have zero time to ready the troops. He fired off a brutal question. So after the coronation, you're assembling an army right away to wipe out every noble who didn't show, and then pushed even harder. Alma's wanted to gather that force before the ceremony ever started. The king snapped back that he wanted to abdicate while he was still alive, so he could fade away peacefully, and Alma's agreed it was safest to do it while the king was still breathing. The trouble hit fast. Alma's didn't have the big military victory the throne demanded. The king warned that Morar was about to come crashing in, so he handed command to Almas and told him to move, until the time to flee and crush them finally came. He was sure everything would settle within 3 years, even as Almas feared the king might not be alive by then. The king reassured him. They'd see Almas's skill firsthand, because the voodoo witch was keeping him alive, and he'd fill in the details later. Almas had one job right now: tell Tetra and make sure this whole mess stayed locked in secrecy. So Tetra sat there, listening while Almas and Yuria threw out apologies and laid every detail bare, and when they finished, Tetra laughed, said she got it, and looked genuinely relieved. Then she turned to Yuria and asked, "Okay, so what exactly are you sorry for?" Yuria didn't even try to sugarcoat it. She wanted to marry Almas and grab the title of his main wife, because once Almas took her in, she'd rise to become queen and Tetra's whole position would get flipped. But when Tetra heard it, she just shrugged it off and laughed it away. She wasn't bothered at all, because no matter what the court decided, she'd always stay Almas's first wife. Tetra kept insisting that status meant nothing, love was everything, but Yuria couldn't shake the feeling she was being judged for rank, so she snapped, furious, "What are you saying?" And it sounded like Tetra was staring straight at Almas' main wife spot. Almas stepped in, soothed them, and promised that after this, Yuria and Tetra could go back to normal. Then he stormed into action, called everyone together in the meeting room, and ordered Ron to lock the door. Boris blurted that he never thought Almas would drag everyone here, and Bartholo let out a laugh like he could feel something huge about to drop. Everyone went stiff with tension as Almas wasted no time. He declared he was going to marry Yuria. Ron instantly shot back, "So that means you're inheriting the throne." Soyan had been losing sleep ever since he heard Yuria was marrying the Rhaegar, and now that it's finally happened, he's bursting with happiness. Rosewood, way more serious than the rest, cornered Almas and demanded to know if he'd finally decided to go to war against DBL. Almas admitted it was the spark behind all their mess, apologized for dragging everyone into it, and Graham snapped back that guilt wouldn't fix a thing now, because honestly no one here even likes the idea. Burroughs congratulated him anyway. Then the next problem hit. He wanted to grill Almas about Tetra's hearing. Almas immediately scooped up Tetra in a tight hug and declared right there that she was still his wife. No main wife label could ever change that, and he'd never push her away. Then he turned to everyone and swore that even after he became king, he'd still keep his role as the leader of Ash Bartholo. He beamed and said he was over the moon. Princess Yura finally found her prince, but everybody knew it wasn't as simple as just the D family. But every other noble house would rise up against it. So Almas had to plot the perfect move, because once this invasion hit, everyone would already know his plan to strike King Demorgar, and that one win would slam the brakes on the noble families along the border between Ash and Debble's lands. Gilbert barked for every villager to pack in, the second cousin of Lord Dibble and the ruler of this land glaring at the fresh grain tax tally. Then he snapped that the village chief was cheating him, plain and simple. The chief crumpled into a bow and swore, "That's all I requested for next year's extension," promising he'd cover this year's missing amount plus next year's dues. Gilbert shoved the old man off like trash, cursing him and grilling whether the tribal chief even had cash left for this year's clothes. Then he ordered his soldiers to rip open the barn and dig out anything buried underground, pointing straight at their seeds. They tracked down Gilbert and fired off questions to the tribal chief, and the old man burst into tears, explaining that those were the village's seeds for next year's planting. If they took them, they'd take fate into their hands too. Gilbert, stone cold and unbothered, tossed the seeds over and demanded they repay next year, plus interest. Then scanned every villager like he could read their minds, daring them to keep staring. That's when he spotted a girl who didn't belong to the village. He snapped that she must have moved in from elsewhere and was supposed to be paying taxes to the couple, then watched her drop to her knees, begging for her husband's mercy and swearing she'd make it right next month. Gilbert wouldn't budge. Unless she came to him first. The moment she did, he promised the trouble would vanish for good, and with a gentle grip, he escorted Isma straight to the border fortress. He realized the fortress was built with a technique that's been around for 200 years, meaning the builders were insanely skilled, but the design still had serious blind spots. He warned that if anyone attacked, the place would be easy to crack, with tons of weak spots where people would collide and get in each other's way during chaos. Honestly, he said the whole fortress needed a full renovation. Almas insisted there was nowhere better to source stones than the ash region. Then he pivoted to Tetra and asked if she knew any solid mines nearby. If his memory was right, the Dibble region had the best stones in the kingdom, but nobody wanted to go there. Tetra laughed and said it wasn't because the stones were scarce, it was because they were the best. And if they wanted more options, it didn't have to be the only place. She suggested they could grab stones from the Rose's kingdom. Almas nodded and said, "Yeah, let's do it," then promised he'd go. Ismia burst out that she could wrap up her design fast once she added a few tweaks to match the new one she'd just finished. When Almas and Tetra came back to the castle, Ron filled them in on what happened. Burroughs said they'd taken in refugees from Debble. Almas demanded the numbers and pressed for any word from the D family. Burroughs said there were around 200 people here, and right now, D had no word at all. Almas couldn't believe it and demanded how they could wipe out 200 souls without even noticing. So Burroughs began counting every single person in the room, even Ron, and then some Ron soldiers stumbled onto the refugees during patrol along the border. After that, they agreed to bury the whole thing as a secret. So she handled it with surgical care, no room for anyone to run back and snitch on Almas, because a refugee representative actually begged her to take them in. They headed to the Almes region because they couldn't stomach rent and land taxes anymore. Those charges ate 30% of their income, then piled on even more taxes for clothing, fruit, marriage, and taxes for Almasram itself. Almas was totally baffled by these weird taxes, so Ron broke it down. The marriage tax wasn't money to the couple at all. It was basically a wedding gift to God. And then the girl leaned in and claimed the Dibble family's relatives could do whatever they pleased, no one stopping them, not even if it turned from robbery all the way to murder. Will Almas finally admit he gets it and let them go back to their people, Earl, who'd just run off to check and verify the girl's tale. Sometimes it got so bad they had to sell their own children. Almes leaned in and asked Burroughs what he thought, and Burroughs snapped back that he'd heard nothing but horror stories about House D since the Lagos government took over. With wave after wave of refugees streaming into Almes's hands, Burroughs couldn't believe the chaos stayed this brutal, every single time. Now everybody's hungry for Alma's next move, because Regard definitely won't let anyone slip out of their territory. So Almas cornered Burroughs and asked if they could fake it like they didn't know anything, and Burroughs nodded along, but warned that people from different regions need permission from both lords. If Almas takes in those refugees, it's straight up illegal, Burroughs said that clearly. But if Almas chooses to protect them once he learns what's really happening, then King Roses will take it to court and back his case. And even though they're confident he'll be fine, they still push one thing hard: keep this whole situation under wraps. Almas decided, just like Rhea said, to tuck the refugees into a forest village. Then Rhea raced off to grab more workers. A few days later in the Ash region, she burst back in and blurted that the Regar had finally arrived. Almas shot back questions. Was he really here, and how many people did he bring? Turns out it was only a handful of guards. That didn't sit right with Almas. He'd expected him later, so he wondered what the Regar already knew. Then Almas told Soyin to greet him politely and get a meal ready, like nothing was off. They think Regar will chill out once his belly is full, so they finally drop their guard after everything's over. Almas, ready to welcome Regar in, throws back a loud laugh and thanks him for the hospitality, then starts eating slow, like he owns the moment. Regar's acting way more obedient than I'd expect, and it's throwing him off, like, is it the food or is something else going on? Almas waits until they're done eating, then straight up asks him about the wind that dragged him here. Regar explains that people really have fled their territory, and he thinks they're hunting refuge in this very spot. Then he flips the question, does Almas know anything about it? Almas is sure they know, but he won't let it show, especially not to fools. So he drops a sincere apology, swears he has no idea, and promises he'll start investigating soon. Almas doesn't need the truth. He's sure the refugees are wiped clean, and with zero proof left behind, nobody can accuse him of anything. So he plays his hand on purpose. He starts quoting the kingdom's rules, saying God's permission is required to move between territories, and he's betting Almas will finally get the message. But if he spots even one refugee, he'll rush straight to report them without wasting a second. Almas and Tetra stand rigid as they watch the Regars march away, shocked to realize the refugees weren't their trap, at least, not the way they expected. Now they have to bite their time and wait, because the next move is bound to land any second. Rhaegar storms back into his territory fuming, snapping at everyone he crosses and barking orders for his men to track down Bernard and Gilbert, while Gilbert insists the refugees must have slipped into the Ash region, even though they're from a village he himself oversees, because in his mind there's no way they could beat the Ash domain, not with days of travel between, so it couldn't possibly have escaped him. But when Clyde tells him they've got zero proof to drag them into court, Gilbert grits his teeth and has no choice but to swallow it. But at least the Rhaegar managed to slip in a warning, and get them ready without anyone noticing. He's telling them next time Alma starts trouble, use this as your excuse to threaten them. A week later, things go from tense to serious when a huge wave of refugees from the Dibble region crashes into Ash, and the moment Gilbert's crew spots them, they unleash a full 1,000 soldiers to lock down the border, while another 1,000 are posted nearby. Almas can't ignore it, so he orders 700 of his men and 300 reserves straight to the border. Then Almas turns to Burroughs and asks, "You ready?" And Bartholomew steps in like a veteran with a grin, saying he's always been set to defend with 1,000 battle-ready soldiers. Tetra presses him hard. "Are you planning to hit the Dibble region?" Almas shoots back. "Of course not, we're only taking precautions, staying sharp." Still, the Dibble army crosses the line and Bartholomew laughs, practically daring it to turn into a real fight. And honestly, it's the perfect chance for everyone to finally get to work and potentially kill the Rhaegar. Almas admits he almost never hears words like that from him, but if he sparks an unnecessary war, everyone's going to watch him even harder, messing with marriages and throwing off the whole succession plan later on. And yeah, they say Bartholomew had to bolt early the moment he arrived, just in case everything spiraled. Right when he showed up, the news hit him that Bemet had told him to march his troops here, and Almas just stayed cool, explaining he'd already brought Debel's soldiers up to the border first, promising he wouldn't fight as long as they didn't dare attack the Ash people or try crossing the line. After a bit, Bartholomew spotted the refugees closing in, and he realized it was like they were stuck on the far side of the fence, forcing everyone to cross just to keep going. And with 1,000 of them, half women and elderly, it turned the river crossing into a nightmare. Almas just prayed that nothing terrible would hit, because the moment cries for help and mercy started blasting through, Bartholomew's shock, seeing refugees already smashing through the barrier, was pure horror, like a massacre with only one side. Ron barked at Almas to help save the innocent, especially the kids, while Almas shrugged it off like nothing mattered, but when it came down to it, he still couldn't face it alone. Among the young men who finally crowded the riverbank, he stood out, because Gilbert had ripped his wife away and left him behind. A few days back, when his wife came home, she hanged herself on the spot and he snapped. He didn't have the strength to do anything but collapse inward. Staying in that village turned every sweet memory with his wife into a nightmare, and now he was just stumbling along with the others, sprinting nowhere. Elderly people and children got cut down around him, one after another, and still he screamed for help from Almas, only to watch everyone miss the point completely. Then it hit him. He hatched a plan to steal Gilbert's attention, and he was going to do it fast. He kept hurling arrows, then seized the opening and sprinted straight for Almas, right as an arrow from Gilbert's onslaught splashed into the river, when a guy from the Ash tribe, one of the archers already knocking his shot, leaned over and asked Bartholomew if he really thought it was an accident. He shot back that it wasn't an accident, then leaned in and asked if this act could spark a war. Bartholomew didn't flinch. He said no one has the right to shoot the king, and they'd better proclaim their coming in peace. He stared at the young man who just drowned in the river and understood the pulse of his emotions, even without knowing his name. For now, the job was done, and he finally let himself rest, peacefully, with Almas. He hoisted the arrow high and screamed for everyone to hear, then blasted the news. Army Debel had struck them, and the war starts right now. The Ash army erupted in desperate cries, calling it unforgivable, while he raged at Gilbert for daring to fire into Ash territory. As everything spiraled, Debel's soldiers tried to flee like Almas demanded, but Bartholomew bulldozed past it and threw himself in front to shield the refugees first. The next day in the Kingdom of Roses, the king could barely process what he'd heard. He never thought Almas would pull something like that, not from a guy he'd always seen as so level-headed. Almas dropped to his knees and apologized with his whole heart, and right there beside him, Raymond told him the worst part. God had left them ever since. And the truth was already clear. People were already starting to follow Almas. The king lectured that no one should act on a whim, and Raymond still spoiled his own son, while Alma, in the end, rescued countless refugees with zero regrets, yet guilt still gnawed at him for the king standing there under judgment. The king ditched the usual punishment and ordered a holy duel to end it once and for all, meaning Almas had to fight to prove who was right. Raymond tried to shut it down, saying this time his son had the evidence, so the duel wasn't needed, but Almas could refuse and still pay the price. People would call him a coward or a liar. Almas was convinced this was his move to clear his name after that crushing defeat. He asked if Raymond would accept. And sure, there was no guarantee he'd win, but Raymond still told him the truth. Even if he was being foolish, he was the strongest man in the kingdom, stronger than anyone. That's why Almas pushed for this duel, because he still remembered that arm wrestling showdown at the party. He D1, yeah, but he couldn't ignore how brutal the strength was, and now he was wondering if Rhaegar had some kind of blessing backing him. Uriah caught wind of it too and clocked the whole situation fast. Then he straight up told Almas the truth. Rhaegar really did have a blessing, and it was weirdly close to Almas's own. Alma's fired back, asking if it was actually normal for multiple people to get the same blessing. Yuria said, no, at least not in her experience. It was incredibly rare to get the king's permission not to undergo the usual ritual, and her blessing matched Rieger's too, which the king found outright unusual. The king didn't want to gamble on some shaky power, but if Almas felt sure he could beat Belmont, then the king was ready to let the duel happen, because if Almas wins, he'll wipe out the Dibble family's influence for good and lock himself in as the next king. Almas leaned in and asked about the rules of the first duel, and Yuria laid it out. It's a straight one-on-one brawl, judged by the high priest himself, because this isn't a normal fight, it's a fight to the death, and the winner is whoever survives after the other one gets killed, unless victory comes sooner when either fighter drops out by fainting twice or throws in the towel. Almas can pick any weapon he wants, but he's expected to honor the old tradition and stay away from long-range stuff, because if he pulls that out, people will judge him hard. Alma promised he'd accept the duel, and the king swore he'd report it to the rigger, then announced the fight would kick off in just 1 week. With that, everyone replayed the entire story again and again, ready to march to Griffin and tell him every last word. He finally got it. He needed a sword to fight, not to sell. Griffin shoved Almas a pile of swords. None he owned were better, and each one bit like it hurt Griffin himself, made from dragon Damascus steel. And as soon as Almas came back, Belmont told Rhaegar not to let him bring that blade with him, because the smell was brutally strong. Rhaegar admitted he never expected Almas to actually agree to this fight, but he just laughed and said it didn't matter. He only had to win the duel. Then he asked Bernard if he thought he couldn't. Rhaegar shot back that he was the strongest in the kingdom, yet they'd still have to brace for surprises, and with that he let out a loud laugh at how much he'd been worrying. The duel day showed up way too fast. Yuria looked him in the eye and declared, "You're the one who lost," forcing him to swallow his mistake and hand over his land and property, just like they promised. Almas thought this duel was supposed to be his first clash with a blessed warrior, until he realized the opponent's blessing matched the one tied to his own sword, and that a normal blade would have been crushed under that power. Still, once the Griffin's sword came alive in his hands, Almas felt unstoppable. Alma clocked Rhaegar's weakness in seconds. He leaned on his blessed swordsmanship like it was the only thing keeping him standing, even though he clearly knew a thing or two about real swordplay. He kept throwing in pointless moves that Almas didn't even need to think about, and if that was his best, it still wouldn't be enough to topple the King of Fairme. Almas slammed the fight to a brutal finish before Rhaegar even had the chance to beg for mercy and surrender. The sacred duel crashed to a close with Almas claiming victory, and family Diable had no choice but to hand over all their belongings and land to the Ashe family. Plus, they were forced to send a formal apology straight to the king. Almas shot Rhaegar a furious look, realizing that Rhaegar's autocratic rule was the spark behind this mess, and it shook him to the core, because he knew he'd have to push for change the moment he got back. Almas never thought the king would fire off reprimands at his own family for cheering his stubborn courage, so shame crushed him, and he prayed they wouldn't back him blindly next time. The very next day, Almas marched back into the palace, and the king showered him with praise for what he did. When Almas spoke up, he said he didn't kill Rhaegar because he refused to turn into a bloodthirsty monster. The king snapped back that sparing Rhaegar was the smarter move for Almas, because if Almas had gone and killed him, even more people would have turned on him, even though he had already killed Rhaegar. Family D refused to let the grudge die. They stormed the king and demanded to know what good ever came from Rhaegar dropping his sword in the sacred duel, because to everyone, he'd look like a coward and that meant shame crashing down on House Dibble. Yuria then snapped that the nobles who backed Rhaegar had already scattered, and even though other nobles kept showing up, some with blood ties to the D family, Almas searched for any excuse to put distance between himself and them. So he leaned in and asked, "Is surrendering in a duel really that terrible?" Yuria snapped back, urging him to hear the truth, because in a sacred duel, giving up could bring more perks than he ever imagined, especially when nobles could become warriors the moment they stepped into the ring. And yeah, the only real outcomes were victory or death, plus the rigor was the one who came for him from the very start. Rai leaned in and told his son to listen up, because the people were always expected to deliver two things, a solid government and warfare, and everyone knew exactly what the dark side of both looked like. The only bright spot was Rhaegar himself. His fighting skills were on a whole other level, better than most. In everyone's eyes, he wasn't just a warrior, he was a walking superhero. But he got crushed in a fight against the king, so now he didn't have to protect that arranged marriage anymore. If he refused to hand Yuria to a man who quit in a sacred duel, that was a rock-solid reason. Yuria blurted out whether he was truly serious, and the king answered her with the same words as before. No way was he letting her marry the Rhaegar. He made everyone promise they'd get it right. This didn't mean he'd suddenly accept Almas, but he also couldn't keep the throne empty for long. And their marriage would be announced any day now, so I pushed back and asked if Almas should pull off something bold, because the king basically said they didn't need big achievements anymore. The truth, he's trying to beef up the kingdom before he swings into war against Demorger, and that wedding is the perfect move to seal it. Still, there's one more problem. They have to figure out how to make the whole mess disappear. Most of Rhaegar's followers are just foolish blood nobodies, but Belmont is different. He's a faithful subordinate from the family, and around him are people who actually know what they're doing. Even the nobles trust him without hesitation, because that man has been backing the family. They quickly pivoted, pressing the question of the king's diplomacy, and the king admitted it's nearly impossible to grab his attention. Almas pushed for a strong friendship or even an alliance with the Alva Kingdom, and that's when the nomadic Alva Kingdom suddenly grabbed the spotlight. Their land sits east of the Roses Kingdom, and the king knows all about them. People who power through the volcanic belt. Recently, the Ash family pulled together a brand new German cavalry unit, and I've heard the nomadic nation's secrets from the Dem Orger mines. If they actually step into this war, they'll smash this kingdom's strength, and if they charge straight on, there's no way we walk away alive. That's why Raz told me I'd be stuck fighting a defensive battle, so the Adelia Society is clinging to one thing more than anything, the existence of those cavalry soldiers. That's why we're pouring everything into training the Raz cavalry, because this cavalry force has an edge the other kingdoms just don't have. Now the real problem hits. How do we even get our hands on war horses? Alma told him straight up he wanted war horses from the Alva people, or even to hire their mercenaries, and the king gets it, but the language barrier they're stuck with could slam the whole deal shut. The king wants to summon everyone they've reached out to and hear answers firsthand, so he calls in Aints, since he's traded with the Alva people before, and sends him to brief them on exactly what the Alva are about. Inez said her ancestors, the horse riders, had ruled the besieged land, but the Alva Mountains cut them off from everyone else, leaving a tiny population, just around 1,000 people. Back when they were kids, they had this weird little habit, pressing a block against their nose, so their faces would look extra scary and scare off enemies. Aints waved everyone off, told them to stop wiping their faces like that, and said it was just plain wasteful. Sometimes they even swap goods with the Alva people, wool and other supplies, because those folks sit shut behind the mountains and hardly see war, and Bartholome swears Alva riders are the missing piece that could make trouble show up fast. He worries the Damager conquest won't stop, especially as it pushes toward the South Roses, so they send him straight as an envoy to Alva land. Alma fired off Rosewood as envoy loaded with trade goods, wheat, wine, and salt, and the Exaz tribe came back swinging with wool and horses, kicking off a real exchange that wasn't just about stuff. It was trust in the making. One hard handshake sealed the deal, unlocked rare resources, and lit the fuse for something that could last. The trade kept booming, the profits rolled in, and both sides finally felt it in their bones. Timing mattered more than anything, and the alliances tightened fast. Then a spy's warning hit, plans flipped overnight, and the enemy's army started moving, ready to strike right during harvest. Through it all, Thomas stayed stone calm, quietly gearing up for retaliation behind the scenes. To lock in their alliance for real, Almas chose to ride to the Exuse tribe himself, cutting through the Alva Mountains as crisp air filled his lungs and bright skies blazed above. He stayed side by side with the others, smirking when he named his horse Sway, then leaned in and urged it forward as the summit crept closer. Yuria soaked in the breathtaking view, then snapped to Alma's, "Don't lean over the edge," and somehow she joined the envoy too, right when nobody expected her, but everyone was glad she was there. The Exuse tribe had specifically demanded her meet them. A famous spiritualist, they hoped her presence could steer them toward peace and finally win their respect. Then out in the distance, the extra party finally showed up, banners snapping and fluttering like they were waving back at the world. Yuria erupted into a joyful scream and flailed her arms like there was no tomorrow. That burst of energy smashed the tension for good, and even those extra riders couldn't resist, they joined her roar. Almas caught the smile on his face instantly. Yeah, it was working. Almas and Yuria showed up to meet Musio, the cheerful second son of the Exuse chief, and as soon as the formal titles dropped, everything felt lighter. Warm smiles, easy hellos, and no guessing games. These two weren't here to waste time, they were here to build something that would last, and before long the talk turned into alliances and trade. Musio's laid-back vibe popped in every handshake and friendly pat on the back, and Almas just winced, half amused, half aching, until the tight tension finally cracked. The road suddenly didn't feel so endless, and with jokes bouncing and everyone rolling forward, their bond started to feel more real than mere diplomacy. As they rode on, Musio clocked Yuria's razor-sharp horse skills and Alma's weird, ticking gear, and then his gaze snagged on the stirrup, small but packed with crazy potential. Curiosity flared into straight-up admiration, and with fire in his eyes, Muzio leaned in and asked if they could learn how it was made. Almas decided open-handed honesty would beat hiding every secret, because if someone was going to copy them anyway, they might as well show their wool trade right up front. Muzio matched that energy and spilled their own secrets too: good grass, steady movement, the whole method, and both sides stared in amazement at each other's craft. Praise turned into a two-way streak, and with every shared tip, their trust locked in tighter and tighter. Talk about farming exploded into the conversation. Yuria pushed hard that Almas had the answers, and Muzio practically begged him to teach. Almas stalled for a moment, itching to learn what they were doing first, then finally broke it down: 3 must-haves for growing crops. As the sun beat down on the fields, the trip turned into a calm little lesson, quiet but full of hope. Almas laid it out plain: crops didn't ask for miracles, just sunlight, water, and solid soil to grow strong. You couldn't boss the sun or the rain, but you absolutely could feed the ground with nutrients, and that's what made the difference. Same idea as feeding sheep for wool: give them what they need and they'll give back. Muzio and the others got it instantly. At first, the soil looks fine, but the longer you farm it, the faster it gives up, and Almas lays it out plain: those shrinking harvests aren't mysterious at all if the land never gets to rest. Muzio goes quiet, Yuria leans in, and when it clicks that the earth actually needs a break, the whole puzzle suddenly locks into place. Muzio balked at giving up his land for a bit, but Almas snapped in, promising there were ways to bring it back, because the forest soil was packed with life, especially beneath those giant trees. They could work it in or even scatter ash, and Almas grinned like she was keeping a bigger stash of secrets for when they finally sealed their alliance for real. Muzio burst into laughter, realizing just how strategic Almas really was, and that made convincing his father feel even better. But Almas immediately clocked the real problem. The tribe's chief despised farming, seeing it as pure disruption, and even trade felt like a slippery slide into cultural change. Even with his doubts, the chief wasn't out to crush anyone. He wasn't a warmonger, and he didn't hate farming or trade either. It all came down to one thing: risk. Almas got it straight up. So if they could make the upside crystal clear, maybe the chief would finally nod. And with the mountain nearly at their backs, Almas felt like they were right on the edge of something hopeful. When the sunset painted the mountains, they pushed through and then decided to camp right there. Muzio barked orders and the yurts shot up in no time. Almas couldn't help but stare. These round homes looked way too familiar. Muzio broke it down: the tribe farmed crops, raised livestock, and kept on moving as the seasons demanded. It was untamed, sure, but somehow it ran like a plan. Suddenly, screaming news tore through the air. Someone had seen a rampaging dragon nearby, and panic snapped into everyone like lightning. Muzio ripped into the scout for missing something that blatant. Almas froze, stunned, realizing this was his first time facing a monster like that. He gripped his sword, shaking with doubt, yet strangely ready for whatever came next. Almas stepped up and offered to guide the envoy to safety, and Muzio, panicking, blurted that he needed help with the dragon. Almas froze for a heartbeat, then caved, saying he actually had a mighty blade, and Muzio cheered way too fast, already itching to fight, while Almas dragged out a tired sigh and muttered that he'd somehow been roped into this mission like it was nothing. A dragon crawled out of the shadows, stomping forward so hard the ground sounded like war drums, and when Almas' eyes narrowed, he knew peace was dead by dusk. The others hovered behind him, holding their breath for his command, because this wasn't some ordinary hunt. This was survival wearing the mask of night. Muzio locked eyes with Almas, and they both felt the weight of what was coming. No questions, just action. Their plan snapped into place: keep the dragon's attention with a small squad while everyone else slips away. Almas raised his sword, the steel flashing like a vow, silent and deadly. Tonight's bait wasn't sweet, it had teeth. Stuck in silence, Almas clocked the beast's slow, ruthless pace: smart, not stupid. Even under twilight's dim glow, the dragon still saw everything. Muzio slid along its flank and kicked off a roar, and they split apart to give it room, both frozen, both staring. Its eyes locked on them, and then it chose. Adrenaline hit Almas like lightning. He roared, baiting the beast, while Muzio slammed into step beside him, axe ready, and together they drove forward as hooves shook the ground and everything narrowed to a single target. The dragon shot at them, jaws snapping shut, and they yanked away at the last second, barely slipping death's grip. Now this wasn't a distraction at all. It was a brutal dance where one wrong move got them killed. The dragon came after Almas with ruthless focus, like it could smell his name, so Almas snapped around in his saddle and signaled Muzio, and the whole plan flipped in an instant. He baited it farther with time. When it lunged again, Almas leaned in and murmured to his horse, because now they needed every single second to survive. Almas steadied the others, then charged out on his own. His sword flashed as he carved across the dragon's snout, sparks scattering in every direction, but the roar only got louder. With steel and sharp words, he pushed forward, dead set on dragging that beast away from everyone else. The dragon snapped and thrashed, its massive body smashing through earth and stone, and Muzio launched forward from behind, hammering it with everything he had, yet it still wasn't enough. The beast reeled, tail whipping through the chaos, and Almas clenched his teeth, knowing raw brute strength wouldn't carry the day. They had to beat it with brains. Almas clocked every move, same pattern, same habits, always leaning left like it had a blind promise of a weak spot. He shifted his plan on the fly, then screamed at Museo to yank the dragon's focus right back. Roaring, it barreled forward, fueled by pure rage and zero vision. This time, Almas didn't evade. He slipped sideways and carved a slash straight under its eye. The beast screamed in pure agony, blood blasting as it thrashed wildly. The team snapped back together and closed in ring tight. Ropes shot out from Museo's hands, slamming around its hind legs. Almas surged forward, ducking flying claws, and drove the blade in again and again. The dragon writhed, its breath roaring out in steaming fury. One more slip, and it was game over. Suddenly, the dragon exploded upward in a furious leap, hard enough to rip the girl right off her mount as she screamed. Almas bolted, time feeling like it crawled, and he shouted like a lifeline, heart slamming in his chest. The dragon snapped its head toward her, too quick to stop. She braced herself, and then Almas screamed too, charging straight at death itself. Air screamed past Almas as he lunged forward, sword clamped in his fist. He slashed through midair, carving across the dragon's neck in one brutal sweep. Its roar tore the sky apart. The impact slammed him backward, but he hit hard and rolled instantly, already poised to finish the job. Almas gasped, then drove the sword into the dragon's chest one last time, straight through, until the beast convulsed, screamed, and crumpled to the ground. Dust burst up, silence snapped in. Almas shook where he stood like his bones couldn't believe it was over, and behind him, Museo shot a triumphant fist into the air. They staggered across the battlefield, blood spattering with every step, like the fight had finally bled the life out of the ground. Almas forced a weak smile, fresh wounds snapping with pain, while Museo clapped his shoulder and kept him standing. The dragon's dead body would feed and thaw plenty more than just one hungry day. Almas tilted his gaze to the sky with no stars, only hush and hard-won relief, because they'd finally earned their rest. Yuria burst forward, greeting them with warmth, then her breath caught at the sight of blood, right before Almas waved her worries off, saying he was fine, just a little scraped. Museo let out a proud, booming laugh. Tonight they'd feast. Maybe for the first time, they could finally sleep without fear. As the yurt rose from the ground, warm lights danced and flickered to life. Almas sat by the fire with wine in hand, muscles screaming but his soul finally steady. Museo slid in beside him with food, grin blazing. They really had survived a dragon. Now they weren't just warriors. They were trusted comrades, tied together by blood and battle. Beneath flickering lantern light, Almas lifted his cup to Museo, and the two warriors sat cross-legged in front of plain food, still wearing the dust of their journeys. Because this wasn't just a meal, it was the calm before the storm where choices and loyalties would crash down. Museo leaned in with sharp curiosity, hunting the secret behind Alma's legendary aim, and Almas just calmly revealed it. This wasn't brute strength, it was knife-edged precision, guided by intuition and powered by spirits, because his shots never missed when he wasn't just watching, he was tuning into the breath of the wind. Almas leaned in and spilled the secret blessing of the wind spirit, so rare it might as well be legend, even for archers, while Museo hung on every word, captivated by how it sharpened his senses. Once that bond clicked, Almas could actually see the air's hidden paths and steer arrows to targets nobody should ever hit. Almas flicked his wrist and boom, a memory snapped into place. The instant his arrow tore through a storm's roar, with the wind murmuring like it was approving. Museo stared, calling it magic, half blessing, half burden, and knew the truth. You had to be rock solid to even hold something that intangible with that kind of unwavering conviction. When Almas shot his hand out and demanded trust, he wasn't hunting politics. He was chasing survival, and time wasn't on their side. Museo took the deal with a half-grin, half-serious face, like the joke was just a disguise. Under the laughs, the truth hit hard. Enemies were circling, winter was coming, and staying apart wasn't an option anymore. This wasn't just an alliance, it was their shared future. Museo swirled his drink and leaned in, demanding to know if pillaging was allowed once war broke out. Almas froze for a beat, measuring the danger in those words, because for the horse tribes, war basically meant plunder. He nodded, but only on one condition. It couldn't hit their allies. Museo clinked his cup again, and suddenly everything hinged on whether Princess Yuria's healing could pull them through. Long before Almas ever set foot inside, whispers of a royal powder keg already hit Almas, 3 wives, 1 crown, and a whole kingdom thick with suspicion. They greeted him with smiles and manners, sure, but every welcome felt like a trap, like they were studying him inch by inch, then handing back the same guarded look. While they were talking about strength, Almas clocked how fast the conversation swerved the moment deeper magic came up. No trembling fear, just sharp caution, like secrets were stacked under formal manners, and saying the truth would crack open doors nobody dared touch. Yuria's voice came out soft, like she was second-guessing herself. She truly believed healing could work, but only when the source wasn't something natural, because if it was a curse, everything would flip. Her confidence wasn't arrogance, it was pure instinct, and that left Alma's staring at the bigger question: just how far did magic's grip really go? The curse wasn't hiding at all, it was sitting right out in the open, camouflaged by sickness symptoms, like it wanted you to miss it on purpose. Not a disease of the body, but a disease of intent. The magical traces left behind gave it away with an unsettling calling card, because this wasn't just an attack, it was a threat, etched into life itself. The poison wasn't just cruel, it was ancestral, handed down through blood, not breath or touch, a grudge older than Yuria herself. She said calmly as she readied the removal. Every word dug into Alma's and dragged him straight through Ixaz's buried history and the shadows it swore to keep. The ritual snapped to life, fast but terrifying. That poison slid out like a cursed memory, curling into the air as if it knew where it belonged, and it wasn't just released, it was asterisk sent back with a verdict. Yuria gripped the jar steady, her face frozen, unreadable. Alma's could already feel it. Whoever delivered this would soon choke on the weight of quiet retaliation. Dinner carried on, but the tension didn't. Those sharp feelings still hung in the air, now spoken in every quiet glance. Almas bowed his head and thanked Yuria with real sincerity, because he finally understood. Her magic wasn't just raw talent, it was trust. And once that trust clicked into place, the choices that followed started flipping alliances faster than any blade could swing. Talk turned to diplomacy, because Ixaz didn't crush people with brute force, he ruled through tradition forged into steel. Almas learned the real battle was fought in kitchens, bedrooms, and whispered threats, while the queen consort's icy smiles weren't envy at all, they were hitboxes of war. And Yuria, whether she meant to or not, just walked into the opening win. Night dropped like a curtain as Yuria invited Almas to stay quietly, almost like a secret. Her eyes stayed calm and gentle, like peace was finally within reach in a kingdom ruled by old grudges and hard survival. Almas nodded and agreed, not to chase comfort, but to be here, because he could feel it. There was still more waiting to be understood. While they sat in heavy quiet, stars flickered across the tent ceiling, and Almas couldn't stop smiling, because it felt like every kingdom's strength was fueled by a woman who held history like blazing fire in her palm. Tomorrow would demand hard choices, but tonight they just let the unspoken truths sit between them. The dragon's body went still, like a cruel stamp on last night's chaos, and Almas stood over it, poking at the wounds as he muttered about what they could salvage. Muzio stayed with his arms crossed, staring in silence, already weighing what this one kill could spark in future alliances and tribal power plays. Shinin, this rare orb buried deep in the dragon's hide, snatched their attention like a lightning strike, because its value was beyond measure. Muzio broke down what it could do, tying it to a legendary sword, and Almas' curiosity went nuclear. Now he couldn't wait to test whether he could reforge his Damascus blade with this new treasure. Almas flashed a grin and vowed they'd forge brand new weapons. Muzio nodded like, yeah, let's take the risk. They clapped hands to seal it, then the moment they thought it was done, a breathless messenger burst in, yelling that Kura's social hall was next. Influential sisters were waiting there, so they jumped on their ride and shot off without wasting a second. As they rode through the blazing golden grasslands, their talk turned to tribal customs and the cutthroat politics of riders. Muzio laying out how the Ixaz tribe is built, while Almas hung on every word, catching each cultural twist like it could save them, as their horses thundered across the open plain and the mountains rose dark on the horizon. They rolled in before noon, and a stable sat right beside that huge enclosure. Almas stared, jaw-dropping at the massive horses packed in there, like nothing he'd ever seen. Muzio told him to grab the one that would take him on his future travels, so he stepped into the herd, eyes sweeping over every beast, hunting for the steed that could push him forward. The stable rang with clopping hooves and wild snorts. Firecrackers crackled as Almas closed in on the horses, and then one black horse with piercing eyes didn't flinch at all, stepping forward like it was pulled by destiny. Muzio's face lit up with approval. That one's got spirit, he said, and Almas felt it in his bones. This was fate. As Almas crept closer, the horse snorted, sniffed his hand, and nuzzled right into his palm, and Almas smiled like he'd already picked a winner. You'll do, he murmured. Muzio let out a chuckle. Good choice, but it's not only muscle. This one's got instincts too, perfect for what's next. Almas tightened his glove, ready to move. The villagers warned them that wolves were gathering near the settlement, but Almas's crew didn't flinch. He even scoffed that wolves were nothing next to dragons. Yet he still tightened up their safety, slipping into a watchful circle with firecrackers ready, prepared to blast distractions the moment the pack got too close. From a far-off ridge, the howls rolled in and shadows caught glinting eyes. Almas snapped a signal to his crew, and they slipped into place in complete silence, because if this turned into a brawl, they'd fight the terrain itself. These weren't ordinary wolves. They weren't just snarling animals anymore. They were scouts for something darker, and way more organized than anyone wanted to admit. Bang firecrackers shattered the silence, and the wolves bolted, but Almas still caught a flash of them, scarred muzzles, synced up like they were drilled. They're not normal, he muttered. Muzio's brow tightened. Trained so somebody sent them. His partner just nodded, face set, because the danger was already much closer than they'd hoped. Yuria stood before the capital, her voice rock steady as she announced who she was and where she came from. The Almas bowed at once, because every heartbeat told them this moment could flip their alliances. And the fact that the chief's daughter showed up at all, that alone screamed that their visit wasn't just important, it was dangerous. Inside the palace, King Xuz received them with ice-cold politeness, his calm posture hiding eyes that judged every word and motive alike, while Almas stood his ground, thankful for the chance to talk, knowing those next few minutes could lock in peace, or spark war between their tribes with King Demorger's ambitions looming. King Xuz eyed Demorger with sharp caution, picking up on the aggression and every betrayal that came before. Almas shot back with a bold alliance pitch, mutual benefit, shared strength in metal, and protection for both sides. But when the king answered, his voice stayed guarded, warning of the lurking risks, the chance of losing territory, and that dangerous power shift that could spark chaos. Yuria stepped in and laid out how Demorger's forces were creeping closer to both their lands. The king listened in silence, then finally admitted the danger was real, but he still hesitated, because talk and political support weren't enough for him. He needed a promise strong enough to lock in his family's future. The king finally dropped the real request, an engagement. If Almas married Yuria, it would mean trust that lasts, not just promises on paper. Almas froze for a beat, then nodded because he could feel it. This wasn't only politics, it was personal. And with that vow locked in, the alliance wouldn't be sealed by contracts anymore. It would be forged in blood, future, and destiny. Even with shock hitting hard, Almas held his calm, because he could see it clearly. The king wasn't just building peace, he was laying the groundwork for who would inherit next. One marriage would lock their tribes together for good. But that deal still left him uneasy. What else was lurking in those words? And could cold politics choke the chances for love before it ever had time to bloom? King Xuz made it crystal clear. This wasn't some empty symbol. The deal needed real assurance. He demanded his grandson be trained in Almas's homeland, learning their ways, proving they stood as true equals, built on trust, on honor, and on the promise of family. Almas nodded and inched his hand forward. Then the king seized it with a hard, solid grip. The moment hit like a gear shift. The tension drained out and resolve surged in. Right behind them, Yuria let out a quiet breath because she finally knew, starting right now, her life would be tangled up in the brittle promise of this alliance. No paper, no scroll, just their hands clasping. One handshake, one promise, their eyes sealing it like a royal stamp. And in that breath, two nations finally chose peace. Almas grinned, the burden of leadership settling into something warm and steady. And beside him, Yuria stood taller than ever, no longer only a daughter, but the living bridge between two worlds. As the sun slid behind far-off peaks, the alliance was finally forged. Yuria's engagement to Almas sealed for real, their nations locking arms for something stronger than fear, a shared purpose, and the kind of hope that slips in quietly and refuses to leave. The palace gates held strong as Rhaegar barreled in, muscles tight, face blazing red, demanding to see Bernard. His explosive fury stunned the guards, and his eyes kept snapping around like he couldn't rest until he found the thing tormenting him. Inside, chaos already erupted. Rhaegar burst his eyes across the chaos and locked onto his brother in the crush. Jock's fist snapped up, rage in his grip, and he shoved through the scrambling crowd, trampling past the terrified stares. This wasn't diplomacy anymore. It was days of frustration finally boiling over, and now the moment was here. He drove his brother into the wall and snarled for the truth behind their mother's sudden illness. And when the guards hesitated, caught dead silent, Earl's furious roar cracked through the marble halls. No more games, no more riddles, just answers, straight from the source. Panic detonated in Rhaegar's chest as his brother wriggled and choked out excuses, but something darker kept twisting inside, doubt sharp as a blade. Was this really his doing? When the room fell silent, Rhaegar let him go and stumbled back, because every nerve in him insisted. There's a puppet master pulling the strings. Rhaegar started hunting the roots of political power with grim urgency, and Bernard's cowardice wasn't just guilt, it was raw fear. Whispers pointed him to a faction tucked inside the palace, stirring discord in the dark, and under moonlight, the Earl swore he'd tear them out. By morning, Earl slipped into the records chamber like a ghost, slipping past guards and dragging dust from old scrolls. And the second he pulled up the logs of secret meetings and royal favors, his breath hitched, because this wasn't just treason, it was corruption spreading from the very heart of the throne. Names spilled onto the table. Nobles they swore were loyal turned out to be schemers all along, and Earl rushed the intel straight to Dora, his closest ally. Together they quietly assembled a task force of soldiers and scribes, because the exiles' tribe wasn't going down to rot from the inside. The plan locked in tight, Dora would personally test every new candidate to make sure they were loyal and strong. Earl slipped out of the palace, wrapped in the wind's quiet, hunting for allies in nearby villages, and even the folks far from the capital. They didn't realize it yet, but they were already getting pulled into this massive power chessboard. Back in town, the tension snapped. Right ahead, an agent of the Dory house blocked the path, every word dripping suspicion, while Earl forced a diplomatic grin, masking his real intent behind that calm stare. If a brawl erupted right there, it wouldn't end clean, there'd be scars. But the agent pulled back, caught off guard by Earl's real motive, and the tension slid into courteous talk, while Earl kept moving, fully aware he was being watched, determined that this new crew wouldn't win by fear. They'd win by unity, not paranoia, so he marched on with a steel-hard heart. Earl finally thundered back into base camp, greeted by Yosef's bright shout and a steaming bowl of stew, but he couldn't shake the tense whispers curling through the group. Everyone felt it. The air was turning heavy, fear was creeping in, and no one knew what would happen next. Something had to snap, something had to change. Dinner finally cracked a smile through the stress, and Earl praised Yosef's cooking while secretly sizing up the warrior's grit. The loyalty still held, but everyone's morale sagged because they needed more than meals. They needed a real vision, a cause worth believing in, beyond just surviving politics. Suddenly, his youngest daughter yanked his sleeve. Earl froze, and his heart melted on the spot. And right then, he understood this wasn't just a war for legacy. It was a fight to carve out her future, and every kid in the exile's lands, so he had to win not for pride, but for peace. Later that night, Earl stood shoulder to shoulder with Bernard again, and neither of them said a word as the stars glittered overhead. Forgiveness still wouldn't come, but understanding finally slipped in, and Bernard realized the stakes were bigger than any throne, while Earl, for the first time, truly saw the terror living in his brother's heart. Dawn snapped into place, the camp roared awake, and Earl gave Dora a firm nod. Then it hit, they were ready. Allies in hand, motives crystal clear, and they were going straight for the Dora faction head-on, not with blood, but with truth, not with chaos, but with a plan. This was for the exiles, for their people, for tomorrow. The village suddenly roared back to life. Word was flying about new changes, and every curious stare lit up with hope. A handful of leaders huddled in quiet urgency, reshuffling people and plans, because they all knew one small choice was about to echo through the fields, the homes, and every heart, and nobody could predict what it would unleash. Some folks showed up with fresh updates, others just sat there in silence, nodding along as names and numbers hit the table, because this wasn't only about crops and roads anymore. Now it was all about matching people to the right places, betting on who could truly thrive and who might get left in the dust. It wasn't ink on a scroll anymore, it was real lives. Every new arrival shoved another question into the air. Would they build, serve, or slip away? The leaders ticked through their checklist, but gut instinct still drove the choice. Because in the end, people weren't just numbers on a ledger. They were neighbors, friends, or strangers who could flip everything or vanish before tomorrow's sunrise. Earl pushed the idea, split up the group, drill the ones with will, pair up the skilled, and let the rest help resettle, like it was easy, until they realized every single person carried a story, a reason they'd come, and dreams that clung to every hopeful look. That morning's wind cut like blades as they wrapped up the last rounds, collecting names, trading quick nods that said, "We're in," because tomorrow the new faces would start streaming in, and the town would spread wider than ever, even if not everyone would stick around. A whole month slid by like rain, greener fields, fixed roofs, and laughter that sounded lighter than before. Earl yelled for Yosef, and that familiar call hit like an old song. Yosef blinked awake, yawned, rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, and braced for another day that definitely started way too early and already promised him a mountain of work. Outside, a soft knock shattered the usual quiet. Yosef froze. Early visitors were rare, and even rarer were the ones who knocked so politely. Earl tugged his shirt straight, tiptoed over the scattered shoes, and opened the door with a half-formed guess of who might be standing out there beyond the weather-worn. Earl stood there clutching a clipboard, all stiff from the trip, no small talk, not even close, because today he brought a message that snapped people to attention, made eyes widen, and silence hit the room hard. Someone big had sent word, and Yosef was on the list again. Turns out Earl dropped a name, Sarah, and Yosef barely remembered her, but her father stepped up and spoke for her, all noble airs and polite words. Yosef couldn't help wondering, was this a real offer, or just another favor dressed up in smiles, the kind people owe each other and pretend is normal? At the manor, Rhaegar paced like a caged storm, fury burning in every step. Rumors raced ahead of the messengers, and now he felt truly cornered. Shifting loyalties always rattled him, but this time something deeper tugged at his gut, a dark blend of betrayal and urgency he couldn't ignore. He snapped for his aides and demanded answers, names tumbling out and reports piling up. Then Joseph's name got dragged into it, and the anger flared harder. Rhaegar shouted orders, hell-bent on finding out why the Ash House suddenly felt irresistible. The power was draining away, and with every unanswered knock at his door, he could feel it slipping. Rumors of fresh plans and split loyalties hit him like a wave, like if people bylaid now, the whole balance would snap. He kept his manners on tight, but panic burned under his skin. This wasn't just pride on the line. It was legacy, reputation, and a future that suddenly felt one breath from falling apart. Behind Rhaegar's scowl, his mind spun like a war room, strategies, contacts, even bribes, but every play he tried came out weaker than the last. While he wrestled with his old rules, the younger crowd surged forward, ditching his promises for something looser, freer, and honestly smarter. Later, in the quiet corners of the mansion, older voices hissed about their last plays, how power was slipping away like fall leaves in the wind. Still, Rhaegar's fists stayed locked tight. He refused to disappear. If there was even one move left, he'd rip the silence open and go for it. Elsewhere, hushed conversations kept rolling, no screaming needed. Joseph slid back into his seat with fresh reports. Earl's updates landed clean. People breathed easier, the work kept moving, and no big complaints ever broke the calm. Sure, it wasn't flawless, but compared to before, this was real peace. Real change didn't just sprout in the fields or new houses. It lived in how people talk now, with more ease and way less fear, and even laughter returned, the kind that felt truly earned, not forced. It was small, but it was real. Joseph wrote it down, protect this atmosphere. Even so, those scars didn't vanish, they still lingered. Talking about the worst days came easier now, like the pain had finally dulled just enough to breathe through it. The ones who'd survived the darkest stuff stayed quiet, but their calm strength hit hard and made everyone realize this wasn't about changing things for show. It was about making life truly better. Joseph couldn't stop thinking about the next move. Everything felt dangerous, like one wrong push would shatter what they built, and one slow pause would leave them in the dust. So right in that tight gap between patience and ambition, they had to pick a path together, hopefully without torching yet another bridge. Talks kept snapping back to Rhaegar. One time they carved his reputation like it was stone, but now it's cracking with every new rumor. People started doubting his strength, tearing apart his plans, and even testing whether his loyalty was real. Earl swore he'd double down. Others bet everything would fall apart. Joseph listened in silence, then let out a slow breath. Whatever Rhaegar chooses next is going to flip the whole world again. Plans snapped into place with one last brutal shove. No brute force, just perfect timing. Those secret whispers they buried weeks ago were finally paying off, and Joseph's smile was doing more than just giving orders. Everything was sliding into position, and now all that mattered was getting the target to blink first. Everyone nodded in sync, eyes locked tight, and the next target was Bernard. No brawl, no booming threats, just steady pressure, meant to wear his resolve down until he picked a side. Not with fear, but with erosion, because the truth, when it's tested quietly, snaps louder than any sword swing or scream. They burst in with urgent news, and his voice dropped low and careful. He'd spotted a shadow near Bernard's estate, and it wasn't some random stranger. It looked like someone everyone knew, the kind of presence you can't shake. Even if it was only a guess, the hint alone dug in, because if it was real, it screamed betrayal, and if it wasn't, it still left enough doubt to rot from the inside. Rhaegar's muscles went rigid. Every instinct begged him to wait, but his pride roared to act. If even one vassal had turned, the whole foundation would crack wide open. And still, somewhere deep in his gut, he refused to believe Bernard could ever fall. But suspicion spreads like fire. 3 days dragged by in pure tension. Messages flew across borders, names got swapped in the ledgers, and one man's hand shook just a little as he signed the letter. It wasn't outright fear, more like he could feel inevitability pressing down, because what started as politics now turned into a quiet, subtle war. Bernhard's estate suddenly filled with unfamiliar footsteps. Someone had arrived, dust on his boots and diplomacy in his smile. He wasn't loud, but the words Earl carried hit like a hammer, and it wasn't just greetings he brought. It was polished pressure wrapped in perfect courtesy. Earl laid out his message with surgical care. No open threat, but every word nudged the room toward surrender, wrapped in talk of trade, security, and a shining alliance like it was all generosity. But the real prize wasn't goods at all. It was the chance to choose before the moment to choose vanished. Bernhard kept his face calm and nodded at the gifts, smiling politely like he meant nothing by it, but inside his mind snapped tight, because this generosity was pure strategy, and Earl didn't come for kindness at all. He slid the door shut behind him like a warning, making the message crystal clear. This is your one shot. He turned down the offer in public with a calm, steady voice. But Earl's mission wasn't built to end with cheers. The groundwork was already laid. Allies were starting to doubt, and servants were whispering, while someone in his own ranks could be trading loyalty for something new in the dark, slipping past Bernhard's watchful eyes. Rumors tore through the hall faster than anyone could stop them. Some servants vanished on the spot, while the rest stood there, shifting their posture like they'd already been warned. When Bernhard demanded they come back, all he got was dead silence. The damage didn't scream or explode, it sank in quietly like water pooling under a cracked foundation. Something was different now, and pretending it was, that stopped working. Rhaegar slammed the news down with raw fury, because that betrayal cut deeper than he'd ever admit. His command snapped like a whip: spy, watch, intervene. If Bernhard truly flipped, Rhaegar wanted every shred of proof and a plan to crush whatever came next. Trust wasn't something he handed out easily, and now, not even close. With the allies shifting their positions, Rhaegar stayed rigid on the balcony, tense like a drawn bow. He'd built too much to let it crumble. But each message, each missing soldier turned the castle colder, darker. If the tide really flipped, he couldn't just hold the line. He had to move because survival demanded action. Old age started creeping into the corners of Bernhard's mind. He wasn't shattered yet, but the writing was on the wall, and it felt like the fight was slipping out of his hands. He realized retirement wasn't just walking away, it was a surrender, and Rhaegar refused to lose another thing. His voice snapped out, ruthless and final. No, not yet. The game wasn't over. And if Bernhard got pushed out, Rhaegar knew the next boot on the neck could be his. Rhaegar shouted one last time, hoarse with desperation. Then Bernhard didn't even flinch, walking away in slow, final steps, shrouded in quiet as the whole world went still, frozen between mourning him, stepping in, or honoring the silence of a man already falling apart inside. Illness crept through the room like whispers on the wind, and Bernhard lay still with shallow breaths, but somehow peaceful. The years he'd carried finally slipped away, leaving only quiet. Those closest to him stayed by his side, watching over him as time slowed. He barely said a thing, just a smile, a nod, and then a goodbye that didn't need words to hit your heart. De Morgan's army stormed into Ash territory, smashing through a land where alliances turned to dust, and betrayals flipped the whole political order on its head. The Eaters slammed into an emergency meeting, then picked Almas to spearhead the defense as Morgar's unstoppable invasion forces came crashing in. Almas shot a confident nod, ready to defend Ash territory with everything he had, determined to drag victory back for his people. Yulia wrapped Almas in warmth, and even from the sidelines, unable to join, she stayed close, steady, and reassuring in the tense hall. Almas handed Yulia the capital, because he'd sworn to protect it, while he crashed into the battle and led the charge. Almas was told Damorgar's army had around 25,000 soldiers, an absolutely massive enemy force closing in. Ash's force comes to just 13,000, and with house after house refusing to back him, panic starts spreading through everyone who's already on the wrong side of trouble. Even with the odds stacked against him and politicians stabbing him in the back, he kept his head up, still almost smiling, as he readied himself to smash the invading army. The army closed in on Fort Talia, the freshly renovated stronghold that held the key to their entire defense plan. Almas ordered his troops to crash out while he drilled the new recruits on the fort's defenses and the upgrades they'd be facing. Almas rushed back home, and he and Tetra talked through their brutal, razor-thin shot at beating 25,000 soldiers. They hatch a brutal plan to choke the enemy's supplies and turn Damorgar's bad blood with his neighbors into a weapon. Tetra fired up Almas with full-on confidence, pumping him with courage right before the battle kicked off. An urgent message slammed into Almas. Enemy soldiers were spotted nearby, and he had to move right now. Almas and Tetra stared at the massive Damorgar army lining up for invasion, and the terrifying reality hit them hard. The 7-day battle kicks off, and Almas gets handed the true command after Tetra's bold advice. De Morgan's army marches in, slow, relentless, and getting ready to clash as the tension around the whole unfolding fight keeps roaring higher. Tenino, a Damorgar officer, grills Carlo, commander of Damorgar, and the first prince as they trade battle confidence like it's a live wire. Tenino steps up and calls himself general, then quietly studies Carlo's leadership and the army's readiness like he's clocking every last detail. Tenino tears into Carlos's talent, but he still respects how Carlos hands tasks out and owns the consequences when things get real. Tenino is convinced they can crush Adelnia if everyone teams up under Carlos' command, and he's not just talking, he's promising. Carlos spills their plan to grab Ash's territory first, then push for peace, sidestepping an all-out war with Roses right now. Damorgar's army surges toward Fort Telia, getting its siege plans locked in and lining up a ruthless encirclement the moment they arrive. Intelligence reports Fort Telia is carved into 3 hard stronghold zones, each packed with troops, all totaling 8,000 soldiers. Commanders rallied their troops to hammer the fort's northern gate, leaving the southern side barely guarded. Tenino slams the alarm. Supplies are running out, and they've got to lock down that supply route right now, or everything collapses. Don't ignore that front, otherwise they'll slam you with a pincer. So you better grab every retreat route before you're left with nothing but survival panic. Tenino pitches the idea of unleashing slave soldiers first, then watching how hard the enemy can truly hit before going all in. From Fort Telia's western tower, Almas and Ron lock eyes as the enemy's first wave charges straight at them at full speed. The enemy hauls in logs and timber like it's a supply drop, Bet they're planning to flood the moat and smash straight through the defenses. Almas snapped his orders, and the archers unleashed a deafening volley of arrows straight at the oncoming enemies. Arrows streak through the air, but they barely scratch the enemy, since they hide behind logs like a wall. Even with the enemy missing, their lack of armor turns the arrows hit into a punishment that nature sort of hands them: less protection, less power to stop what's coming. Alma studies the enemy's playbook. Then they ditch their armor to sprint, hide behind logs as shields, and even use the logs as weapons. The enemy bolts straight for the moat, dodging a hail of arrows as Almas snarls at his defenders to keep firing. Almas spots a few enemies hurl themselves into the moat, and you can practically see their desperation blazing through their determination. The enemy creeps into the water and lashes logs together, like they're secretly building a bridge to smash right over the moat. Almas stares, stunned, as the enemy tries to scramble up the fort with a wobbly ladder. Almas fires off a pinpoint shot, catching an enemy mid-climb and saving the fort with deadly precision archery. Enemy after enemy tries to fight with no weapons. After all that climbing, they crumble fast, and the defenders pick them off with ease. With heavy losses piling up, the enemy scrambles backward toward their lines, abandoning the whole assault in a rush. Even as they pull back, the defenders still argue in a heated rush. Should they keep striking, or should they save every arrow and every last fighter for the next fight? Tenino heard the shock news. Some slave soldiers made it back alive and told the commanders the assault had totally failed. Tenino orders the execution of the returned slaves and their families, and he crushes betrayal with brutal, methodical precision. Slaves who get snared by the archers get cut down without mercy, and it screams in every drop of blood how Damorger crushes defeat and punishes failure. Tenino bursts out with the next wave, celebrating the brand new bridge that finally lets Salt cross the moat. Then boom, the bridge detonates out of nowhere, blasting Damorger's army to chaos and wrecking their perfectly planned siege in an instant. Commanders huddle over an explosive device, and the panic spikes. Could this brutal setback actually mean Tenino's whole strategy has failed? Tenino admits the setback stings, but he insists the preparations for the next assault won't stop, because even after losing ground on fort, they're still pressing forward. Siege towers rose as the Damorger army stood ready. Then the full assault was about to burst out right away. A gripping overview lays out Fort Tilia's defenses tower by tower, naming every commander and mapping the battle plan like it's about to go down. From the central tower, the defenders watched enemy slave soldiers fall back, and the retreat told them everything. They'd held the line and won. Almas and Tetra tore into tower by tower, checking for cracks. Then they confirmed it. Fort Telia still stood solid after the attack. The defenders suddenly spot the siege towers rolling in, and then it hits them. The enemy's real army is finally here, ready to crush them in battle. The enemy snaps up shields and hauls out ramps, charging straight for Fortilia to slam the gap closed and hit it hard. Shields slammed into place, and soldiers surged behind heavy cover, signaling a massive, perfectly coordinated assault pounding the fortress walls. Defenders unleash a relentless storm of arrows, hammering the enemy's infantry to choke the advance before it even starts. Archers stood their ground across the moat, barking orders at the infantry to ignore the towers and smash straight through with every hit. Siege tower barrels toward Telia, packed with enemy soldiers who are itching to smash through the fortress walls. Archers in the tower tops unleash a storm of arrows, catching the defenders off guard as they scramble for cover at the last second. The defender snaps his brace as enemy soldiers surge forward behind shields, racing straight for the fort's walls. Almas drops the bombshell. He'll unleash their brand new catapults to launch a counterattack and smash the enemy's formation from the inside out. The catapult slams into place and launches, right on cue, kicking off the fort's next brutal phase of defense. The catapult slings a giant projectile straight at the siege tower, smashing the enemy's advance before it can even get started. The tower erupts in a violent blast, proving it was packed with black powder to unleash maximum destruction. Even after the blast, the tower doesn't crumble. It stands untouched, reinforced in a way that screams, something's shielding this place from total destruction. As the defenders scan the fort's defenses, they realize the enemy isn't just attacking, they're pouring voodoo magic into their towers to make them stronger. The towers are strapped in with wet leather and metal, then laced with magic so explosions can't tear them apart. The siege tower grinds forward, and the defenders snap into formation. Archers inside draw back their bows, ready to unleash a storm of arrows on the walls. The defenders instantly clocked it. These armored enemy soldiers weren't some tired cannon fodder. They were elite, brutally trained, unlike the weak, lightly armed slaves they'd faced before. Tetra locks onto the enemy commander and barks orders. coordinating the assault with razor-sharp precision, while the artillery rains down like a perfect strike team. Archers draw back their bows, lining up shots on the commander to shatter the enemy's tight chain of command. The defenders launch their shot, praying it shatters the enemy's command and slams the brakes on their assault's momentum. Siege towers roll up toward Fortella's walls, grinding forward like a nightmare the defenders can't stop. A brutal battle explodes as the defenders scream at the top of their lungs, clawing to stop the enemy swarm from breaching the tower. Enemy soldiers are surging up the tower, lining up for brutal hand-to-hand combat to take over the fortress. Defender Ron snarls into battle on the siege tower, smashing through waves of enemy soldiers with brutal, crushing strikes. Enemy archers rage through the air, blasting arrows to shatter the defender's grip on the tower's edge. Ron rockets forward and smashes the enemies off the tower, staying locked in control and stopping every breach before it even starts. Ron barks orders to the defenders to stay razor-focused, sealing that tight passage and cutting off any enemy who tries to slip through. Arrows streak through the air as Ron braces with unshakable confidence, eyes sharp and hands ready, while the battlefield chaos rages around him. Captain Ron snaps back into focus, cracking his knuckles as he prepares to battle beside Yosef to keep their siege tower from falling. Yosef rockets into the fight to hold the line, and Ron stays close, barking sharp orders to keep everything under control. Their relentless push floors the defenders, and when the enemy keeps crashing in, they hold the line, stronger together, morale blazing. Watch this, Ron and Yosef stand as the deadliest sword fighters, brimming with confidence that not a single breach will ever break them. While the enemy siege towers slammed up to the walls, other soldiers crumbled into panic, bracing themselves as they prepared to smash straight through the defenses. The enemy force crashes forward like a storm, smashing through with shield walls and unleashing brutal, point-blank assaults. Commanders screamed at the defenders to lock arms and forge an unbreakable wall, while archers rained arrows from every side to trap the oncoming enemies. Defenders fight tooth and nail as the enemy smashes through the wall, charging in non-stop with ladders and siege weapons. Screeching alarms blare as ships slam into the waters below the wall. Then it hits. A fresh enemy plan is unfolding, ready to slip around and strike from the side. The enemy rolls in with boats like floating platforms, slapping them into place as stepping stones to climb straight up the fort's walls. Defenders stare in disbelief as the enemy's plan clicks into place. Coordinated ladder assaults erupt everywhere, while some commanders keep drinking through the chaos. An enemy soldier gets hurled aside, but the defenders don't breathe, because the main strike is zeroing in on the western tower. Commanders huddle over the enemy's playbook, and it hits them. The east tower is locked down by battle-tested veterans. Almas fires up a brand new siege weapon, and the whole operation kicks off, because they're prepping to blast back the attackers before they get through. Commanders slammed out the fire signal, aiming to unleash a synchronized strike meant to rattle the enemy to the core. The new weapon roars to life, blasting the defenders with an overwhelming, shocking wave of destruction they never saw coming. The cannonball crashes into the siege towers, detonating in a fiery roar that levels everything and shoves the enemy's advance off the rails. Massive fires blaze across the walls, and below, the attackers spiral into full-blown chaos and panic. Defenders brace themselves to unleash their next brutal assault, right on the enemy's siege towers. The commander roars for the siege towers to be burned to ashes, turning the fortress defense even more savage. The siege tower erupts in flames as fire and oil chew through the defense, even as black powder resistance tries to hold the line. Defender stares down the blazing siege tower, realizing oil is the real game changer even after the black powder flames fizz out. Tetra barges in. Turns out she's a mage sent as backup, here to power up the fight and tip the battle in their favor. Tetra snaps her hand forward and blasts a magical fireball to strike back, proving she's the force you call when the defenses need saving. The soldiers flinch when Tetra's magic bursts out. At first, they think she's some kind of voodoo practitioner. Tetra breaks down how the fire cannon works. Its magic engine mixes black powder with oil, then blasts out a brutal, fire-tossing wall. The weapon gulps fuel like crazy, and if that fire magic circle ever stops, it doesn't just stall, it explodes. The fire cannon hammers their siege tower with blazing assault, scorching it to bits and throwing their whole advance and defenses into chaos. Soldiers erupted in cheers after barely surviving their first battle day, their morale skyrocketing as fresh reinforcements rolled in and their defense held strong. As night sinks in, the enemy camp stares at their wreckage, haunted by the bodies they buried and wondering if that attack was worth the price. After the siege, the wounded claw their way back to health. Some even dive into the moat, just to stay alive. Enemy generals huddle and grimly talk about how the fire cannon's blast shattered morale, and how brutal the battle has been. A heated strategy talk spills the truth. Fortress is ringed by enemies, but the defenders aren't panicking. They're gearing up to grind the attackers down. Alma scans a grim report of the wounded and deceased, and the real price of defending everything crashes down on him. Ron couldn't stop smiling. He pointed out their army took fewer hits, and overall, they've got the upper hand. Commanders finally loosen the rules and let the soldiers have some alcohol, because that long, brutal siege night will break spirits unless morale stays alive. Burroughs rips into praise for Tetra and the soldiers, and you can almost feel the tension in the defenders start to loosen. The top leaders bicker over whether to stay on guard or finally rest. Then they settle on a risky compromise. Sip carefully, take turns watching, and keep the rotation tight. Night drifts in like silence, then a blaring alarm rips through it, warning of a surprise enemy assault hitting the fortress. Ron and the whole crew brace for the incoming enemies, trying to guess how many are coming, but the chaos and bad sight lines keep messing them up. Night attackers slip through the dark like shadows with no torches at all, closing in quietly and catching the fortress defenders off guard. Leaders clock the attackers' plan, bury their true numbers in the dark, and unleash chaos under the night's cover. Stomping through the dark is brutal, but the attackers press forward to throw the defenders off, setting up for a ruthless, full-on assault. Suddenly, arrows burst from the shadows. Defenders freeze in panic, blindsided by enemies they can't even see. Enemy soldiers cower under the shattered wreckage, scrambling to slip away, and in that chaos, their retreat from the fortress battleground finally shows. Defenders finally steady their nerves, staring at the fortress, wondering why that loud, nighttime assault felt like total chaos. Enemies try to crack the defenders during that long watch, drowning them in intimidation and nonstop harassment. Commanders read the whole battlefield, watching for any defenders' misstep, because once a crack shows, the attackers will pounce and strike fast before it closes. They split into two groups. One squad takes the hits head-on, while the other half catches a breather. Even with the plan in place, constant harassment keeps hammering the defenders until they can't get a real night's sleep. After a solid night's rest, the soldiers burst awake at dawn, morale fueled up and pumped, ready to storm into today's siege battle. Commanders argued over how long the siege would last, and they finally agreed. Hammer that fortress nonstop, and it would crack within 2 weeks. On day 2, the army bands together behind Alma's ash, roaring with confidence as they slam forward with their brutal, unstoppable assault. Siege Day 2 kicks off at Tyria Fort. Soldiers are crumbling from exhaustion, while nonstop battle noise pounds their nerves. Ron, fueled by pure annoyance, shuts out every distraction and vows to lock in, no matter how exhausted he is or how relentless that Archer's barrage gets. While Ron battles off wave after wave of attackers, the defenders start to notice it. The Archer's shots wobble and miss more as the enemy's pressure keeps crashing down. The commanders bark orders to ready the flame cannon, because the defenders are desperate for one blast of raw firepower to flip the whole battle. The flame cannon roars to life, blasts the wooden siege tower to the ground in seconds, and sends the enemy into full-blown panic. Ron throws a wild celebration over the burning siege tower. Meanwhile, the enemies, totally unaware, scramble to regroup and slam back for a second attack. The defenders' flame cannons won't fire nonstop. You've got to pause, stay sharp, and clock the next enemy move before it hits. Ron whips the troops into a fierce rally as the garrison stares in disbelief at the enemy's sudden, weird tactics. Burroughs warns everyone to save their flame cannon ammo, because the enemy's fire shrugs off flames like they're nothing. The defenders are going to weaponize Tetra's knowledge, break through the enemy's weird strategy, and outsmart whatever unknown threat is lurking. Tetra steps up to blast apart the siege tower's magical barrier, and when they ask how, she explains it's all powered by a special talisman. She unleashes Dispel magic, and the shield guarding the enemy's tower starts to crack, and it crumbles fast. Tetra flicked her magic and unleashed a scorching projectile, smashing straight into the siege tower, now left completely exposed. The tower crumples in a thunderous crash, shocking both sides at once and blasting shockwaves through the middle of the siege battle, like everything's about to change. The defenders stared at the sudden barrier crumbling, then turned to Tetra. You've got to lead the charge now. Enemy soldiers spot Tetra and clock her as the voodoo user. Then they storm in, desperate to grab her mid-battle. Tetra snaps into action and strikes back fast, cutting down every attacker with smooth, surprising skill in close-quarters combat. Defenders scream at Tetra to fall back as the enemy tightens the trap around her, and the siege turns up the heat fast. Soldiers snap into a tight defensive ring around Tetra, cutting off every new enemy strike before it can reach her. Commanders huddle and warn that magic could spell disaster on the front lines, and they make one thing crystal clear: they'll protect Tetra at any cost. Under siege, the West Tower's soldiers hunker behind the walls and fight tooth and nail as enemies swarm in, climbing up with ladders and raining arrows down. Tetra and Ron huddled up and grilled each other about that weird little siege weapon that just got dragged onto the battlefield. This brand new siege weapon rolls in, turning into a mobile battering ram instead of some boring old tower. They scrutinize the enemy's new tactics, scratching their heads at how the attack shifted away from siege towers. The enemy surges the battering ram forward, grinding toward a brutal breach of the fort's defenses. When their towers fall, the enemies rain down debris into the moat, until the water turns into a rough bridge they can charge across. Once that rubble clears the way, the defenders' hearts sink. They fear the battering ram will surge forward and crush everything. Fire hammers the ram, yet the ram's defenses crush the siege towers instead, shocking the defenders. That slanted roof eats the arrows and kicks them aside, while a magical barrier locks it in place, so the archers' shots just turn into pure frustration. Commanders set their sights on the soldiers building the bridge, but the voodoo users won't back them up. The enemy scraps the wreckage of burned siege towers and slams it together into a rattling bridge across the moat. Lulu rockets to the front lines, volunteering to help carry out the plan that'll stop the battering ram. She steadies herself to shatter the barrier guarding the battering ram, and locks eyes with Ron to sync the perfect timing. Ron snaps on an explosive spear, eyes locked on the soldiers marching across the fresh debris bridge. Then he's ready to strike. Lulu snaps into action, chanting a spell with magic talismans in hand, ready to smash the enemy's push before it even gets rolling. Lulu slams out a brutal dispel spell, blasting the enemy's makeshift bridge right where it stands. The explosion rips the bridge apart, blasting debris and battering ram pieces, tumbling down like wreckage from a raging storm. The defenders erupted in cheers after the battering ram finally fell, but they didn't relax one bit, sensing danger closing in. Even with setbacks slamming into them, they grind forward, while multiple battering rams bear down on the enemy. Ron steps up and takes command to protect the West Tower, bracing himself as the next wave of explosive attacks is about to hit. Ron surged back to the central tower, rallying every defender as he braced them for a brutal, make-or-break counterattack. A hawk messenger swoops in and drops the message. Phase 1 of their plan finally worked. The Domwerger military camp sprawled across the valley, buzzing with war as they geared up for the decisive battle rushing toward them. Tonino swaggered in and announced their siege plan worked. He even turned the enemy's defensive moat against them by flooding it with debris. Carlo nods at Tonino's breakthrough, grinning as they line up to seize the western tower, because victory feels locked in. Tonino bursts into an ominous laugh, and right beside Carlo, his subordinate panics, shouting that something troubling has suddenly popped up. Dora reveals their supply route hit a deadly snag. Her village falls, and suddenly everyone's freaking out about supplies running dry. Tonino stumbles on 3,000 Ross's cavalry, only to learn they were captured while Dora's village fell, and that shock rattles the campsite leaders to the core. Even while they held the only road between kingdoms, they couldn't make sense of how that huge army slipped through without anyone noticing. They weigh their options, but the mountain range is straight up impassable, so the forest becomes their only way forward. Carlo remembers a wild rumor about Alma's Ash, Griffin's supposed son, who might be the reason the enemy cavalry is charging in. Tonino admits the patrols were weak, and the urgency spikes hard, because they have to stop the enemy's surprise moves slipping through the forest. Panic gripped the generals and nobles as they crowded into their tent, while outside the army kept battering the fortress nonstop. Carlo burst out that Dora's village had been wiped out, severing their supply line and forcing a quick, temporary retreat. Several nobles flared with rage, shouted down the retreat, and accused Barrows of treating the war like it didn't matter. Barras told them their whole family was riding on how the war ended, and that the land they stood on was everything. Even with the tension boiling in the air, Carlo kept his cool and warned them. Retreating now would also wreck his chances of becoming the next king. Tonino backs Barros, refuses to fall back, and instead gears up to send troops to smash their way back to Dory's village. Carlo tells Domwerger the enemy only controls a tiny slice of their territory, giving him the upper hand. Even with their nerves on fire, the nobles finally greenlight it. 4,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry are going in to tear back the lost village. Carlo raves about Barros' leadership, then instantly puts him in charge, commander of the mission, to rip Dora's village back from the enemy. With 5,000 soldiers at his back, Barras takes the lead and swears he'll rip Dora's village back from the enemy, for Carlos's cause. The army marched straight into the deadly Griffin's forest, desperate to slip out before nightfall and dodge every ambush lurking in the shadows. Soldiers are sprinting through the forest, faces tight with worry, because Almies and their comrades are fighting deeper inside enemy territory, and time is running out. The group breaks down the jaw-dropping Rosa's cavalry, then points out how Ash family's unit has fused with the Germanis people. Alma's cavalry charges like a storm, wild, razor-skilled riders, with Exodus tribe warriors at their king's side. Raymond admits it's his very first time leading, then laughs and jokes he might hand the command straight to the Exodus tribe's king. As night creeps in, the troops race to find a hidden safe spot to camp. No fires, not a single spark. At dawn, the army lines up for a brutal strike on a tiny border village, then finally lets the horses rest. Soldiers thunder down the village streets, slamming into the enemy with a sudden, swift raid that leaves them scrambling in shock. Civilians scream and scatter as De Morger soldiers burst in, tearing through the village defenses in a flash and crushing resistance fast. The village chief reels in shock when he learns Rosa's soldiers crushed the De Morger forces right nearby. The villagers drop to their knees and beg for mercy, agreeing, no fight left in them, to raise the Rosa's flag. De Morger's soldiers don't torch the village, because they already hauled the supplies from Dora's village first. Carlo steps up and begs the village chief for mercy, pushing him to join forces and hand over the village peacefully. Rosa's cavalry hits village after village on purpose, forcing surrenderers to raise flags high, then rides straight to the next target. Inside Dora's village, the captured chief taunts the De Morger soldiers because they've just been offered surrender. The village defenders spot the truth fast. Our infantry can't stand up to the enemy cavalry's raw power, and panic hits hard. They slam the gates shut and scramble into position, ready to tear into the oncoming enemy cavalry. Rosa's cavalry barrels in, sprinting across the field toward the village as perfectly coordinated mounted archers rain arrows down at full speed. Defenders scramble and fail to stop the mounted archer's pinpoint arrows, raining down from the fortress walls as he fires from horseback. More cavalry charges in, piling on the pressure, while the defenders spiral into panic, because they can't land a shot on anything that's actually moving. Rosa's cavalry closes in on the fortress with crushing numbers, lining up for a coordinated arrow barrage that's about to rain down. Raymond stares at the trap of being surrounded, knowing surrender is only a matter of time. Soldiers gripped their ballista and shoved it inch by inch right up to the fortress walls to smash the defenders. The ballista operator stacked his ready black powder ammo, eyes locked on an attack that could smash through the defense. Raymond barks an order to the ballista team, crack, and the Rosa's cavalry's debut battle explodes into motion. The ballista hammers the fortress gate into rubble, shredding the wood and blasting a massive breach in an instant. As the gate crumples, the defenders erupt in panic, convinced the enemy will barrel in on the double. Rosa's cavalry blasted through the shattered gate, roaring with fury as they surged toward the fortress to break in. Steel screams fill the air as both armies slam into each other, horsemen thunder forward, and the defenders fight back with desperate, relentless strikes. Rosa's soldiers burst deeper into the fortress, unleashing chaos as invaders crush through and overwhelm everything. The captain charges at the invaders without flinching, determined to slam the brakes on their march and stop them from getting past the gate. Raymond slams the captain with a threat, and the captain cracks, surrendering for real as weapons get tossed aside, one painful throw at a time. Raymond draws a line in the sand, drop your fight and you'll get mercy, because his kindness is all part of the bigger plan. He lays it out clearly. They'll spare the innocent and anyone who lays down their weapon, offering a real shot at survival for the families left behind. The defenders grit their teeth and surrender, but Rosa's troops swear they'll punish only the war's real masterminds. Rosa's army rolled into Dora's village and started poking through the last granary, checking it after their brutal invasion. Captain Raymond snapped at Virgil to light the grain stores on fire, burning their food so the enemy couldn't steal a single supply. Flames swallowed the wooden granaries, and black smoke billowed up while the soldiers stood there, watching the whole destruction unfold like it was nothing. Rosewold snapped at the idea of wasting food, but Raymond slammed that down. Speed and survival mattered more than hauling extra weight for the marching army. Back in Garnet Mine City, Rune couldn't stop craving the battles his family fought far away. Rune grumbled about being stuck in the back, begging to unleash his lightspeed slash on Almies instead. A terrified messenger burst in and screamed that Rosa's army had seized Dor's village, and that 3,000 soldiers were already marching out. Rune let out a dismissive laugh, convinced his father's message proved Rosa's forces were trapped on Tyria. Sensing the danger, Rune pictured himself crushing Ross's army, determined to prove he could outsmart and command like a true strategic mastermind. Feeling rock solid in the Citadel's might, Rune decided to hold the line alone, then send for reinforcements. Rose's cavalry stormed into view before Brow's city, surging in tight formation and smashing through the defenders before they could even react. Rose's demanded Brow's city fall, and dropped the brutal truth that he knew exactly where the nearly empty garrison was weakest. Rune clocked what Rose's was doing, snagging alliances and stacking superior cavalry, so the attack hit early, way faster than anyone expected. Desperate, Rune stumbled on fewer than 100 soldiers, so defending the place instantly became impossible without reinforcements rushing in right now. In the end, Brow's city threw in the towel, swung open its gates, and let Ross's triumphant forces pour in. No resistance, just surrender. Rosy soldiers marched into Brow's city, staring in awe at its garnet-rich streets after the surrender came way too easy. The troops threw a wild celebration after they cracked the captured city open, spices spilling, gold gleaming, and stolen glass jewelry shining in their hands. Virgil thanked Rosewold for the chance to serve, secretly dreaming of freedom, while the captain stayed locked on one thing, snagging every official document he could. They mapped out every village, named the leaders, and tallied the taxes, because money was the real weapon, worth more than any shiny treasure for keeping control. Seeing Rune's powerful admin position, Roses decided to snatch him up as a political hostage. Rune flat-out refused to become a hostage, swaggering that Brow's citizens loved him way too much to let this go down. Rhea shoved the safety of his family into the threat, and Rune had no choice but to swallow his anger and reluctantly agree to come along with them. That night, Rose's crew locked in to defend Brow's city and braced their forces, ready to smash back with brutal counterattacks. Amos's allies heard Roses had won, and they geared up to race to the front and back her up if they had to. The next morning, Browse ramped up his forces and charged straight for Dora's village, only to learn Ross's army had already vanished. Commander Browse panicked as soon as he saw Raisize's army pressing in. This wasn't just a threat to his land, it was a direct danger to his family too. He yanked every troop toward Brow's city, ditching the whole plan to recapture Dora's village. News crashes into the Damorger army at Tyria Fortress. Brow's city has fallen. That brutal loss ignited an emergency strategy huddle among the Damorger commanders, and they slammed their heads together to rip up and recheck every plan. Hot debate erupted. Should they fall back, dig in with reinforcements, or keep the siege going, even with just 3,000 invaders? Carlos calmly ordered a retreat, and it blindsided the Damorger commanders, because his call was so sharp, so strategic, and so decisive. He laid it out clearly. Regrouping could spare them from the worst losses, and even with a grudge, the council finally readied themselves to pull their forces back. Another commander railed against the retreat, terrified it would wreck his reputation and slam the door on his future military dreams. Orders ripped through the ranks, pull the separated troops back together, and send word to the kingdom's capital for reinforcements. Carlos strapped on armor for the talks, while Tilnino swore he'd guard the army's exposed flank. Tilnino stepped up to guard the retreat, fully aware Almas had already wiped the floor with him in their last fight. Near Tyria Fortress, Tilnino swore he'd personally escort Carlo through the retreat, safe all the way. The scouts counted 8,000 enemies, and with so few of them, launching that assault was a death wish. Tilnino's flank guards stood ready to throw themselves into the fire, buying the main army just enough time to slip away. Soldiers huddled behind their shields as enemy bombs streaked in, forcing them into a desperate fight-for-your-life defense. Explosions ripped the battlefield apart, blasting soldiers into chaos as enemy bombardments shredded their defenses. Terrified troops knew their only hope was prayer, as deadly bombardments slammed in from above. Tilnino snapped orders, yanking scattered soldiers back together as enemy cavalry crashed toward their position. Almas charged at the head of the cavalry, lunging forward with pure willpower and tearing through Tilnino's panicked line. De Morgan's formation crumbled completely, and even the soldiers who'd been nodding along to Tilnino's plan couldn't stand up to the crushing onslaught. De Morgan's flank guard took a crushing beating, and as they fled Tyria Fortress, their morale and formation shattered into nothing. At Tyria Fortress, the scouts watched Damorger's army peel back in retreat, and they knew this was the perfect opening to strike back with a killer counterattack. Alma's plan finally clicked, the enemy yanked back, and their supply line fell wide open for a crushing, decisive strike. Commanders barked orders to gear up for the offensive, warning everyone to stay sharp, because one reckless move in the next battle could get them wiped out. Troops tightened their grip, turning months of grinding frustration into pure steel as they prepared to launch a brutal counterstrike. He nearly accepted the command, but instead, he grabbed his courage and charged to the front lines with Sakura, riding beside his loyal horse. Right before the battle, Almas mounted up, rallied his allies, and handed out assignments like a war commander, because the fight was about to explode. Their army braced and stood tall, cocky in their advantage, ready to crush the enemy straight up. No lies, no tricks, just power. Commanders slammed the order for black powder to be loaded into the ballistae, determined to crack the enemy formation wide open before they unleashed the main charge. As the line snapped apart, Ron charged the soldiers forward, pounding his will into them. Stay with me, so the attack wouldn't lose its deadly momentum. Panic detonated across Damorger's flank. Some soldiers bolted, while the leaders scrambled, fighting tooth and nail to hold the defensive line together. Talino snapped orders for a tactical retreat, then slammed the right wing back together near the forest to turn the battlefield into a fortress. The flank army braced itself for a brutal sacrifice, selling its left wing to the enemy so the main force could slip away in retreat. By the third day, Almas finally burst into a border village and found the enemy survivors huddled there, waiting. Almost gave Bartholomew the order to ring the village, clocking its empty stores and weak defenses. Just as the soldiers surged forward, the enemy archers unleashed a brutal arrow volley, raining down on the front ranks before anyone could react. Almas snapped at Ron to lead the charge, trying to slam through the assault without wasting lives. Inside the village, helpless civilians with empty hands begged for mercy, swearing Damorger soldiers had already fled the area. Almas rallied a search party, bandaging wounded soldiers as he hunted down the foes who kept slipping in those brutal surprise arrow attacks. Nino's crew dropped camp for the night, locking in their position before they dared to push forward. The construction crew's earlier stacks of supplies and arrows finally got hauled in, set to keep them going through the night until morning. Nino threw up wooden barricades for aerial defense, but they barely slowed a thing against black powder weapons. Intelligence spilled that the enemy had holed up inside the second village, already stacking defenses before Almas even arrived. Almost called off the night assault until he chose the safer play and camped till daylight, determined to stop any losses. Nino's troops swept into Doris village without a scratch, their careful plan and tight retreat orders keeping everything under control. On the fourth day, Nino slammed back into the main Damorger army, and everyone greeted him with huge relief and real respect. Nino came back alive, but the cost was brutal, so brutal that everyone had to stop and finally cherish the fact that the surviving soldier was still breathing. He slammed for a situation report from his officers right away, demanding a clear read on the battlefield status. Reports came back saying their defenses lay in ruins, their supplies burned, and their ranks shrank so badly that their once mighty army was down to just 15,000. Browse slipped back into his city without obeying a single order, and suddenly everyone was left panicking. No one knew what to expect next. Nino got rushed with the news that King Damorger finally sent the long-awaited reply to their request. Nino was ordered to hold the line for 3 brutal days, even though everyone feared their forces wouldn't make it. He figured the enemy wouldn't dare strike head-on, so he decided to hold his ground and wait for Bros's army to come roaring back. Both sides stared into the unknown, praying their reinforcements, or the enemies, would smash through those doors first. Almea lit up with praise for Sakura the horse, then tore through the next leg of the journey and reunited with Burrows and Tetra. Burrows wanted to sweep up Dora's village right away, but Almes shut him down, insisting they wait until the whole army came home. Almas let the troops finally catch their breath, then threw them a celebration that blew morale through the roof after those brutal, back-to-back battles. In Browse City, Raymond seized the moment, went straight at Rune, and used his family as leverage to squeeze answers in a high-stakes showdown. Rune wouldn't bend or surrender, so Raymond snapped into action and geared up for a right-now fight to snatch the hostage back. Raymond snapped into action, rallying his soldiers and barking orders to ready themselves for a brutal showdown with the opposing general. Right before the engagement even began, the enemy cavalry burst in out of nowhere, and Browse had to react on the spot to survive the sudden charge. Browse barked for his cavalry to charge ahead and slam into the enemy, fully expecting a straight-up mounted clash. Mudio lunged right into the brutal clash, grinning because he knew exactly how to turn Browse's charging horsemen into an opening. Mudio called out his cavalry, deadly archers, supercharged by the wind spirit's blessing. Browse's formation got ripped apart the moment his archers loosed their volleys, and the oncoming cavalry paid for it with casualties. Mudio faked a retreat, yanked his forces back, and laid a trap that snapped shut on the charging Browse. Then Browse ordered a retreat, yanking them back before the enemy's pressure could shatter their formation. As the army pulled back, enemy cavalry rode up and goaded them, sparking skirmishes and fueling brutal, personal payback. Thinking the enemy archers would fold fast, Browse's cavalry charged after them, determined to wipe them out before pulling back. Mudio saw their attack coming, because once they were close, they'd rush him no matter what they suspected about the trap. As the enemy surged closer, Mudio snapped his signal. Then his troops slammed into the fight, counterattacked hard, and boxed them in from every side. Browse's forces clocked it way too late. They were boxed in from every angle by enemy cavalry. Another enemy army surged in from the side, crushing the walls tighter and sealing every escape route. 3 battlefields were already carved out, armies positioned like chess pieces, and everyone just waited, tense and careful, for the first move. Vilger's squad slammed to a stop on the captain's command, locking down to keep Museo perfectly safe as the standoff turned vicious. From the high ground, the soldiers watched enemy cavalry buckle and fall apart as Raymond's strategy shredded their first formation. Troops sized up the Rosas Kingdom cavalry's threat, braced their defenses, and still held tight confidence in Rhea and Vilger's power. A flare blasted into the sky, and Rosewald's squad got the signal. Then they charged in, kicking off the long-awaited battlefield maneuver. Rosewald drove the cavalry into a full-throttle charge, and as the defenders braced hard to guard the fragile flanks, the soldiers screamed forward like a wave that wouldn't stop. Vilger barreled forward like a living storm, mowing down the soldiers blocking the road, while roaring orders for Rhea to drive the fight onward. Rhea and Vilger moved like one machine, carving through enemy soldiers while Rosewald watched in calm silence, a confident smile curling on his face. Rhea leaned out of the saddle and swung her weapon with ruthless precision, cutting an enemy down as the whole battlefield erupted in chaos. Rosewald's squad surged in right behind them, cavalry and infantry barreling through the chaos, smashing the enemy's defense until the whole line buckled under non-stop momentum. The cavalry crashed straight into the shielded infantry, and the battlefield erupted in brutal chaos as soldiers dug in for the impact. Enemy lines buckled under the assault, horses burst through formations, soldiers dropped left and right, and the whole battlefield erupted into pure chaos. A sudden blow sent the horse crashing to the ground, and the soldiers screamed in panic as the charge instantly fell apart. Raz's army got ripped apart mid-charge, bodies and horses soaring through the air as their formation collapsed in total chaos. Rosewald studied the battlefield with deadly calm, clocking the enemy's inexperience as his troops pressed forward in tight, disciplined formation. When Rose's soldiers bolted, the enemy's courage shattered into panic. Then Roswald shoved Vilger ahead, ready to cash in on the chaos. Rhea and the cavalry thundered after them, and Browse watched his own formation buckle and collapse under non-stop tactical pressure. Panic tore through his chest as he realized, too late, that his heavily armored troops were boxed in, scattered by strikes snapping in from every direction. Enemy infantry scattered in terror as the cavalry smashed through their lines, and Browse boiled with rage at the cowardice he'd just witnessed. With rage burning and hope slipping, he surged forward on his own, swearing he'd de-fight even as his army fell apart. A brutal night slammed into their push, and Rosewald barked for Rhea and Vilger to fall back fast. Browse burst onto the scene and locked eyes with Rosewald, daring him to a one-on-one duel and threatening to cut him down. Rosewald barreled straight into Browse and smashed head-on, their swords grinding together as the battlefield erupted around them. Rosewald snapped into action and slashed Browse's unseating with a decisive strike, dropping the general hard onto the battlefield. Browse gritted his teeth and tried to push himself up, but Rosewald's spear pressed him down. Then Rosewald hissed a warning, "Don't you dare make a reckless move." On the 4th morning, the battle ended, victory was declared, and Bruce and his son were snapped up alive. Raymond's icy detachment snapped back into place like a win, and the soldiers erupted in cheers as the commander marched his victorious troops through the camp. Raymond swallowed his pride and credited Rosewald and Museo, and his son lit up with heartfelt praise at how well everything turned out. Almas tore through the captured loot, then had the prisoners verify the entire Browse family was finally locked up. Even after they caught him, he kept his chin up and told the world his brother and son would come for revenge one day. Almas braced for the last battle, calculating how much the enemy could withstand, while his remaining family stayed, locked under his protection. In the Domorger camp, desertions spiked as Almes forces sharpened their blades for the showdown that would decide everything. Tolanino got dragged into a strategy meeting, and the moment they saw how badly things were slipping, they knew they had to make urgent calls right now. He stared back at their old retreats, realizing Carlo's orders had saved their forces from total destruction before. Inside the war council, Carlo strode before the commanders and laid out what they had to face in the coming battle. And as the young commander pushed into the hall, you could feel the tension snap in the air between every stern leader. Carlo's faction waited inside until Nino slipped in beside them, feeling the political fault lines cracking their unity just as the enemy drew closer. Reports rolled in. 15,000 soldiers were still holding the line, staring down 13,000 enemy troops, so evenly matched it felt like the whole battlefield could tip in a heartbeat. The commander strode into the room and demanded answers. What strategies could possibly stop Rossi's advancing army, even with the odds stacked against them? Silence fell, and everyone finally got it. No amount of hope could replace a real, concrete winning strategy. With losses piling up, Carlo finally snapped and begged them to surrender. He was terrified the battle would keep going until everything collapsed for good. The council finally caved, because with no strategy left to topple Rossi's superior position and relentless pursuit, they had no choice. The Domwarger army fired off a messenger, and Almas swallowed the truce deal without lifting a hand to resist. On the fourth night, right by Doris village, Rossi's occupied territory turned into a battlefield of talks as negotiations were set to begin. Almas decided to stand his ground hard, because he knew his opponent wasn't just anyone, he was a prince with crushing power. Carlo stormed into the negotiation tent, nodding with respect as Almas waited for him across the table. Both leaders traded stiff, formal words, each one admitting that their kingdoms had to crush the tension before it spiraled any further. Carlo threw out a one-year truce, banking on a brief calm so he could keep his southern plans alive without pausing them. Almas nodded and realized the truth in his gut. Dragging this fight out meant nothing without real siege power to crack those fortified strongholds. Carlo then slammed his claim down. The Brow's territory would be handed over completely as the war's price. Almas got blindsided by Carlo's offer, then quickly saw the brutal truth. Protecting that territory would be a nightmare. He narrowed the demand to the western Brows and demanded top-tier blacksmiths, not some massive pile of extra land. Carlo nodded at once, realizing that smart knowledge and solid manpower mattered more than chasing a territory that would only spiral out of control. Alma plotted a ransom for the captured Brows, squeezing money out of the situation, helping both kingdoms line their pockets. Finally, Almas demanded Carlo stay right there in his kingdom until they inked a proper agreement. Almas confidently sealed his proposal, and Carlo couldn't believe the sharp strategy and the smooth, careful negotiation that got it done. Carlos admitted Alma's ruthless cleverness, and Almas bowed low, claiming his place as the next king candidate. Then the meeting finally wrapped up, and Almas's allies erupted in celebration, treating the truce like a huge win they'd just earned. He swore he'd seize the throne and lock down Uria's future, putting his family's safety above everything else. His dream wasn't just power, it was building a kingdom where allies and orphans were safe, and where everyone would rally under his rule. Carlo braced for a brutal civil war, one that would force every noble, even the ones who mattered, to recognize him, including Bel. Dibel's faction could be crushed, but the price would wreck the kingdom, and enemies would swarm in like an invasion wave. To win almost at any cost, he had to slash the casualties, because the kingdom was battered, and foreign vultures were just waiting to pounce. Domwarger's defeat didn't just give Almas a win, it handed him the perfect excuse and the means to launch the first strike. Rissis's forces shot back home without a second to waste, gearing up for the brutal internal clash that Abel was about to spark. After days of brutal marching, the troops finally trampled back into the Ash territory, cheered, and welcomed by villagers who had been waiting with open arms. Even as exhaustion gnawed at them, the leader barked for speed, because the mission wasn't finished and the threats closing in needed action now. He parked 1,000 soldiers around the settlement, locking it down tight so it stayed safe while the campaign rolled on. After tracking down Musio, the general sized things up and wondered if it was smarter to head home now, or keep pressing his luck a little longer. The general leaned in with a sly smile, teasing that a juicy secret was waiting if everyone stuck around just a little longer. The army pounded through Ash territory, never slowing down, and rolled into Rose's capital the very next day. The streets went wild with cheering crowds, roaring even louder than the celebrations after they crushed Kingfirm last time. Alma's win over a tougher enemy didn't just boost their name, it lit a spark of wild admiration across the Rosa citizens. Alma's new public backing mattered, so he ordered his forces to show their power loud and proud for everyone to see. Deep inside Rosasis, inner castle, orders flew, roles got assigned, and every move was locked in for the next plans to go off without a hitch. Officials swarmed Almaz with praise, crediting him for stopping Damorger's forces from breaking through. Even with eager allies crashing in to help, his escort drove him forward, saying the king had urgent matters waiting. He strode beside his comrades, taking sharp jabs at political rivals as he pressed deeper into Rosa's stronghold. Right at the audience chamber doors, Almaz strode in and declared his return, only to be met with warm smiles from the king's closest aides. Inside that grand hall, Almaz strode toward the throne while the courtiers stood frozen in perfect silence, blocking the path like guards for the royal moment. The companions hovered close, eyes locked, as the moment that mattered finally kicked off with the king. The king showered Amos with praise, and that fired him up, so he boldly demanded Princess Yuria and the throne for himself. Yuria's bold demand left everyone stunned, and while the crowd held its breath, she stayed rock steady, waiting for the king to finally answer. The king didn't just say yes, he went way beyond it, handing Yuria more than she asked for, the throne itself, and even an extra gift no one could name. Overjoyed, Almaz and Yuria slammed back into each other's arms in the hall, grabbing tight like the whole world was finally letting them celebrate. I embraced Yuria, pressed my lips to hers, and sealed our union, right there under the crowd's watchful eyes. Then he swore he'd never let her go, and Yuria said yes, no hesitation, no doubt. With the crown gleaming on his head, Almaz thrust up the royal staff, and the whole crowd erupted in cheers, loyal as ever. With Yuria's hand in his, he marched straight ahead while the crowd roared for their brand new king. Almaz crashed the celebration to a halt, roaring that the war wasn't over yet and victory wasn't won. Almaz snapped that the kingdom still had enemies lurking, then demanded Prince Carlo be dragged right to her. And just like that, Carlo showed up and started rattling off the high-ranking nobles, everyone suspected of secretly helping the enemy faction. The list ended with one hard verdict: Diable and everyone else were branded traitors, all thanks to Carlos's testimony and evidence. The revelation hit the court like a thunderclap, and suddenly everyone was scrambling with urgent questions about how to deal with those top-tier suspected traitors. Almaz slammed the decision down. Execution was the only answer, then ordered every identified traitor to be wiped out without a second of doubt. Guards stormed in and swiftly crushed the accused nobles, resistance, barking for them to drop their defenses and surrender on the spot. Chaos exploded through the hall as soldiers dragged suspects down, and Almaz watched it all from her throne, eyes locked on every move. Almaz stirred the crowd, daring the assembly to prove their loyalty, hunting for any voices brave enough to oppose his coronation or his rule. Without a single protest, he slammed down his next demand: wipe out every traitor starting now. Commanders came back with reports, and Almaz immediately sent her troops to wipe out the 9,000 enemy soldiers on the field. Almaz snapped that he'd personally march out and crush the remaining force's toughest foe, Regardable. Then he locked in those alliances with his trusted comrades, making sure they stayed at his side and backed him as he ruled. They swore they'd fight as one, because the war against their enemies wasn't even close to finished. Almaz stared at his choice, knowing it would keep crawling back into his nightmares, but he couldn't shake the belief that he had to do it. Almaz snapped the army into 3 divisions, charging straight into Dible faction territory to wipe them out completely. Soldiers barreled into the building and barked at civilians to freeze as they swept through the area and tightened their control. Under the king's orders, the troops stormed in, cuffed everyone inside, and locked in their next target. At Dible's fort, desperate refugees crowded together, praying their leader would stand guard instead of walking away. Bartholomew rallied his soldiers, screamed that the barricaded fort's occupants were nothing but traitors, and then drove for an instant assault. The Rose's army thundered toward Dible Mansion, catching the defenders off guard with a sudden, perfectly coordinated charge. Commander Ron's soldiers ringed the mansion tight, cutting off every getaway and locking in a perfect tactical upper hand. Almaz's orders hit them like a command, so they played like they were just waiting, tightening the net until Argar had nowhere to run. Inside, Rigger seethed and grilled Gilbert for stacking forces here instead of helping in the earlier fights. Rigard ripped into his so-called allies, screaming that siding with Almaz made them cowards, traitors who chose their survival over him. Rigger snapped that their bad luck came from the lost forces, then ordered Gilbert to grab every shred of army they still had left. Gilbert took the mission on in front of everyone, but behind closed doors he thought Rigger was finished, deadweight beyond saving, and still urged that plan. The advisor begged them to calm Almaz with mercy, but Gilbert slammed his fist down. He wanted to regroup every last soldier he had left. Meanwhile, Almaz's main army surged straight toward the city, so every hope of a peaceful resolution started slipping out of both sides' hands. It was almost decided that one faction would have to wipe the other out, because everyone feared Rhaegar's survival would doom the Ash faction. A woman grabbed Almas by the heart and demanded he remember some of the Diable faction weren't villains at all. Almas swore he wouldn't slaughter everyone, but if they dodged every execution, rebellion would spark right back up later. And he vowed to punish anyone who refused to fight for the kingdom during the war. They might make exceptions for nobles or relatives who were forced to obey under political pressure or family threats. Almas showed mercy to the innocent, but when it came to anyone who dared resist his army, he swore there'd be no forgiveness. Almas spilled the truth that half the testimony meant to shield certain people was deliberately made up. A real, damning letter plotting rebellion was out there, but the authorities brushed its evidence aside like it didn't matter. Almas swore his strategy would cut down casualties to the bone and keep the kingdom's safety standing firm. Next morning, right as dusk settled in, Almi's arrival got announced, and the battlefield erupted as the troops closed in. Staring down the lined-up soldiers and his allies, Almas geared up to push forward with his plan, until fate twisted it the wrong way. Ron swept the area, then sealed off Rhaegar's people, forcing every faction member into their own house. Almas barked for the army to charge straight at the mansion, riding high on the belief that numbers alone would crush them. Just as the troops surged toward the fortified mansion gates, a sudden, shocking commotion ripped the charge to a screeching halt. Just as the battle heat rose, the defenders yanked the gates open out of nowhere, and Alma's troops watching from the sidelines froze in total confusion. White flags shot up as soldiers poured out to surrender Rhaegar, and Rhaegar's fury spilled over as he shouted that Gilbert had betrayed him. Rhaegar got shoved in as a captive, and his allies threw in the towel without even a real fight. Gilbert strode up to Almas, threw his loyalty to Rhaegar out the window, and swore he'd serve anyway, blood ties be damned. Alma confirmed Gilbert's identity, challenged what he was up to, and all the while Rhaegar raged and blared from his cage. Gilbert swore his loyalty to Rosi's king, locking in the memory of their past run-ins, and the royal nod he always felt behind it. Alma snapped and ordered Ron to arrest Gilbert, leaving Ron reeling, frozen in shock, and practically begging for answers. Ron didn't let Gilbert forget. He dragged up a string of crimes from Rhaegar, even as Gilbert insisted he was loyal to Almas. Almas told Gilbert to get up, but Gilbert kept snapping back over and over that none of this was his fault. Rhaegar told Almas, "We ran into each other under rough circumstances," and insisted that, deep down, he never truly hated him. Alma got sentenced to execution, and the judge basically said their feud, with Uriah at the heart of it, was never going to stop. Rhaegar dropped into a deep bow, begging for his life while Almas let out a heavy sigh and weighed the plea. Rhaegar almost got dragged off to prison, so Rhaegar only had one move: beg for his family's safety. Uriah charged straight at the trapped Rhaegar, bringing their fight with the Debil faction to a brutal final end. Abdomus urged Uriah to come back with him, but Tetra burst in, slapped down his slip, and corrected it fast. The three hooked up and headed home together, letting out a breath of relief, like the chaos finally stopped gripping them. Just as Almas and Tetra tried to leave, a wave of laughter ripped through the crowd, and both of them snapped their heads around, desperate to figure out where it was coming from. Almas and Uriah snapped to it when mocking voices rang out, and her magic blessing made them speak in her own language. Almas shot out a warning that danger was coming fast, then barked for his crew to stay on guard for anything that might strike out of nowhere. Rhaegar was ambushed out of nowhere, and blood erupted from his mouth in a brutal, shocking hit. Chaos exploded as Uriah scrambled to make sense of the whirlwind of unexpected events crashing down on them. The narrator zoomed in on Seime, a sharp-eyed officer who meticulously logged the entire 7-day war in the kind of history books people swear by. Rhaegar crumpled and died from a rare, brutal disease that tore him from the inside, bleeding out of his body's openings, and that tragedy sealed the end of the 7 Days' War. He rushed back to Rossity Palace, shoved himself before the crowd, and declared that he was taking the throne. Even after the announcement, he slammed the brakes on the hype and made it clear he hadn't officially become king yet, because the crucial conditions still weren't met. Because he wasn't married to Uriah, tradition slammed the door on his succession. He'd need divine blessings and the cleansing, purging rituals first. As the marriage and ceremony grind on, one thought crushes everything. Once it's done, formal kingship is coming, and the weight of that future sits heavy. While nobles lined up for greetings, he scrambled through his duties, then couldn't shake the question: why was Rasici drawing all that attention? He was this close to crushing the rising threats, and once it proved he could handle it, eyes across the whole world started locking onto him, attention from every kingdom surged louder than ever. Delegates rolled in and started lining up tasks for Burrows, while everyone kept expecting even more royal guests to pour in right after them. Even with exhaustion clawing at him, he pushed on, still greeting guests, and vowed to find the others the second the ceremonies finally wrapped up. King Exius and his queen swept in at full speed, smiling warmly as they greeted the brand new Rasixa ruler. Seeing how much Almos mattered, Exius showered them with praise, then begged to renew their alliance, right after they backed them through the war. Word hit hard. Rossi, the massive northern kingdom, had dispatched a convoy straight to Rossisai. Even though the emissary's visit was casual, it practically cleared the way for them to step in without wasting another second. A mysterious woman swept into the royal hall, guiding the rosy envoy with confidence, and she greeted Elmos politely the moment he came in. Her calm, unshakable presence rattled Almos to the core, leaving him with a lasting impression, even though she barely held a real diplomatic role. Soon, Almost was finally called to the palace, set to marry and get officially crowned in a ceremony he'd been waiting for. Almost and Yuria finally found each other again, and joy lit up their faces as they readied themselves for the sacred ceremony. Draped in white, Yuria glowed with pure beauty, so striking that he nearly praised her on the spot, with zero hesitation. Hands clasped tight, they strode forward together, right into the spotlight of the crowded ceremonial hall. With loved ones and nobles packed all around them, they stepped in and were welcomed with open arms as the ceremony kicked off for real. Almost was swept to the altar, standing right beside Yuria, both of them poised to seal their royal union. Tetra stepped up as the officiator because her rank earned the role, and her bond with him made it personal. With a shaking, solemn voice, she demanded they swear to stand together and back each other no matter what was coming. The ceremony rolled on as they carefully set the sacred ring in place, calling the gods to witness everything. Blessings rained down as they prayed for divine protection and a long, lasting life together as husband and wife. The ritual wrapped up with an oath kiss, one last, unstoppable seal binding their union forever. Tears blurred Yuria's eyes as she clung to them close, both swearing they'd stay together for good. Their kiss sealed the wedding for good, and the moment it landed, the whole crowd exploded into cheers under the palace's sacred hall. Even though Almos and Yuria were officially married, they both knew they still had one last duty to crush before real rest could finally come. You almost begged everyone, don't watch, even as you shakily prepared for the final public ceremony. A hush fell over the crowd as the priest struck flint to life, torch after torch, getting ready to crown Almos in his grand royal enthronement ritual. Masked performers reenacted the ancient king's beheading, signaling a brutal invasion crawling out of Rossidi's past. Spectators just stood there baffled, until Ainz stepped in and laid out the tradition, traced straight back through Adelmia's royal history. A masked figure stood for everything. The performance paid tribute to the first king's rampaging rise and the invaders it sparked. He almost unleashed a dramatic finishing blow on the invader, recreating the original king's triumphant moment from centuries ago. The ceremony wrapped up, and Rossitsu almost dropped to his knees, because in that moment it felt like a brand new rebirth, forged by leadership, bloodline, and one shared memory. He stood tall before the gods and the people, announcing he'd become the 20th king. After the ceremony, he almost blurted out thanks to his companions. Then he finally made it official, taking the throne as Rossidi's new king. Urias threw a victory grin into the air, then immediately caught himself, because the real grind and their duties were only just starting. Suddenly, chaos detonated in the hall when a massive creature lunged in from behind Alma. To everyone's jaw-dropping shock, a dead deer suddenly blasted into the middle aisle. Then out in the open, a griffin finally swooped in and offered him a deer as a coronation gift. A massive griffin swooped down into the city square, and the whole crowd immediately erupted into chaos. And as they confirmed Almost's identity, the crowd erupted into whispers. Griffin's son, once written off, now fully exposed. Griffin grilled human customs, baffled by how relationships worked, yet he still respected Alma's as the heart of it all. Before they split, Griffin fired up Alma's and praised his decisiveness, then pushed everyone to steer him through his constant hesitation. Suddenly, Griffin snapped, recognizing Ethel's cloaked wife from 5 centuries ago. Whispers ripped through the crowd as everyone finally clocked it. This mysterious woman had already been alive for over 500 years. She finally pulls back the curtain. She's Melan, Rosal's prime minister, and the one who cooked up the very first voodoo magic. Even though she looks young, she once killed Ethel, the invading king who unleashed a bloody conquest. Griffin took the wine as a farewell gift and then leaned in to tell them, Don't forget, come back and visit the forest." He slipped away, and even as the crew gave him that "dad of the palace" nod, he started scrubbing the grounds to a shine. He almost confessed he wasn't sure he belonged in that role. Then King Razate pulled him aside, urged him to speak up, and wrapped him in reassurance. Over dinner, Almaz leaned in and asked whether King Razidi regretted the purge. Then everything went still. He almost caved and admitted guilt, but he shot back with it had to be done, and Rosti just looked at him like he was still idealistic and way too soft. Rosti demanded total purges, no shortcuts, arguing that Fermi's failure and Tetra's betrayal proved the danger was real. Even with all their differences, Almost still blurted out his dream, ending war for good by uniting the continent peacefully. King Razati finally saw Almaz's dream for what it was, and knew his reign as ruler was about to end. As Almost voiced his hopes, Rosti grabbed his chest, gagged on the words, and crumpled to the ground before he could finish his sentence. As Rosti crumpled into unconsciousness, he screamed in panic. Then the crowd sprinted in, rushing to help their fallen king. Rosti later jolted awake in bed, and Almost and Yuria nearly screamed at his miraculous return. She jolted awake in a flower field, locked eyes with a strange figure across the river, then burst back to life. Rosti caught a chilling vision of his late wife, and she pushed him to come back, because his life's work still wasn't finished. Brought back to life, Rosti chose to live out his remaining days in pure anticipation, waiting for the moment his first grandchild would finally be born. Yuria almost slipped into the topic of succession, then winked and teased them, like she was totally ready to have their child, no second thoughts at all. He raised hell about Rigger's death, and Yuria snapped back that it happened because of a brutal magical backlash. Yuria ripped her power into the open, forcing everyone to witness the moment firsthand, clear as day, but absolutely impossible to control. She claimed her blessing was handed down by fairies, but nobody could figure out what it really did until just recently. During the blessing, she remembered a mysterious voice brushing her ear, sending chills through her, not knowing if it was a warning or a trap. As the world cheered for the blessing, the weight on him crushed harder, and when support slipped away, the fallout hit so badly it even started to rot his body. Yuri almost wanted to dig into any other hidden effects, but she admitted she couldn't sense more because her powers hit hard limits. He looked back on his journey, wargames, training, and the change in himself, and he knew that his qualification wasn't luck, it was built from hard-earned growth. He almost spilled his brutal war past, purging and killing without a shred of remorse, but it still left a sick twist in his gut, like something inside him couldn't settle. He couldn't stop wondering if that blessing sparked these feelings, and whether it was quietly steering every choice he made. Almost wondered if chasing more followers would supercharge the blessing, quietly steering how he acted without even realizing it. Yuria snapped awake to the truth. Once she understood what it really did, the seal's power started to slip. Even knowing the blessing was twisting them around, they admitted they couldn't break free or rewrite what it was. Almost getting blessings can twist your thoughts, and even a slip of an unintended wish can drag you into deadly trouble. Against all odds, he almost swore he'd save lives, no matter how loudly they demanded a full purge. He pulled Yuria aside and reminded him that right there in his ranks were people who cared about saving others just as much as he did. Almost, he stood tall with unshakable confidence, convinced his vision matched the very road his people were already walking. He decided the next move was crystal clear. Hand-pick loyal retainers who lived and breathed his ideals. Almost demanded they lock in on crafting that heir, then shoved everything else aside for now. Yuria met his advance with a warm smile, then leaned in and told him, softly but firmly, to be gentle and careful. Their first night together didn't just happen, it sparked a rush of trust, and with every heartbeat, their bond grew stronger and stronger. Elsewhere, people realized the night had already started, and they decided, without a word, to leave their privacy untouched. On the 5th day of the 7-day war, the Allied cavalry surged westward, screaming across the open plains. Thanks to the insectoid scout, their commanders kept razor-sharp intel on Dalmorger's fast-falling resistance. Mealings launched their flying scouts, hunted the enemy's every move, and shouted the latest intel straight past Adelina's northern border. Once Dalmorger crumpled in the north, the generals argued over whether to smash into the weakened borders right now. After Tyria fell, they panicked that civil war was coming fast, so they ditched the attack and kept a close eye on Dalmorger instead. Meline, wrapped in mystery, reminded them she had raised the first king and his loyal crew. After tearing himself away from the king, Mealing slipped out with grace, chasing unknown personal research and the duties that came with it. Soldiers leaned in, whispering in awe seeing him, young-faced and unaging, as he'd lived and served for centuries. She reached her home and hit the entrance. Then the floor cracked open, and a secret staircase dropped down into the ground. Inside her towering sanctuary, Mealing finally settled in, ready to sip tea and get lost in her solo arcane research once more. As she poured the tea, she leaned in and told him her research was already 90% done, straight toward a breakthrough that could blow everything open. She finally unveiled the fruit of decades of grind, an arcane blessing that let her stretch life just enough to dodge death's grasp. Her body stayed razor-sharp and bounced back at insane speed, but even with that regeneration, if someone obliterated her, death would still get her. Even with immortality, Kneeling still bowed and confessed. 500 years of suffering had crushed her spirit. Driven by her true mission, she wasn't chasing immortality. She was hunting magic so fierce it could snap the gods in half. Mealing couldn't stop herself from wondering, does immortality actually buy peace, or does it unlock something far more dangerous? She feared immortality could trap her in an endless nightmare, but she swore she'd never meet the same fate as Ethel. She set her sights on one thing: bring Ethel back from the dead and drag everyone home, no matter what it costs. Mealing brought up a familiar soul, Almas, then brushed him off like he couldn't possibly touch Rosal. Even with shared origins begging for his curiosity, Mealing still laughed at anyone who feared to push past the edge, especially when it meant diving into forbidden research. Kurosaki Mari sat there, ice-cold confident, sipping her tea as she silently plotted her next move. Elsewhere in the Raz's secretary, Almas finally let his shoulders drop and sank into a secluded mountain hot spring. He sank into the sulfuric waters, soaking in the breathtaking view as the hot spring's calm pulled all his stress away. Two girls are taking a soak nearby too, soaking in the warm, peaceful relief after that brutal long journey. They got hooked on that spring's pure comfort and swore they'd go back every chance they could for that sweet peace. The group kicked around local customs, and they all clocked the truth about Adeline. She barely ever bathed, because the distance was brutal and the travel rules didn't exactly allow for it. Yuria pushed the idea of making hot springs for everyone, but Almas hesitated, fearing the price tag and the whole logistical mess. They reminded Almas that as king, he'd earned the right to indulge now and then, especially with taxes climbing higher and higher. Almas sank into thought over that noble interference, terrified the land rewards would hand power back to factions like Debels. As centralization crawled forward, they finally admitted some reforms would need hard pressure now, and patience for the long haul. Yuria pressed Almas about his plan to unite Adelania, and she even dropped her father's words to push him to explain. Almas remembered the old king's wish: unification wouldn't happen unless the kingdom kept getting stronger. He kicked off his grand reform by slapping taxes on every piece of land, then slowly but surely choking the nobles' grip on power. He laid it out like a blueprint. If the people got power, it would balance the scales and shut down the nobles' grip. Deep down, he was convinced that if he spread coins and handed out governance, people would eventually rise up and demand rights on their own. Once prosperity and empowerment finally took hold, they knew political interest would spike up naturally in the people. Almas pushed hard that new coins and a dose of democracy could fuel a steady civic shift and lock the whole world into one unified future, step by step. Just when the tension felt unbearable, one girl cut the heavy mood with a playful comment, like, "Hey, remember, we're here to rest." Alma nodded in agreement, then made it clear, choosing the next ruler has to be done fairly. Tetra pitched Urias as the next successor, and when she pushed for kingdom unity, the others swallowed their doubts and gratefully agreed. After a long, heated talk, the trio finally exhaled and sank into the spring, mapping out the kingdom's future while they rested. Almost got a letter from King Excess, and Burroughs showed up like a storm, delivering it with sheer urgency and perfect timing. The letter spilled the truth. There was a wedding coming in the Exes kingdom, and it basically screamed that it was tied to Mutsail. Even though the purge worked, the anger that stayed behind started cracking everything, and it almost stopped him from stepping in. Still, he chose to trust others. Almost picked diplomacy over chaos, then made it his top priority to forge stronger foreign ties from here on out. He studied the map, seeing 4 kingdoms ring retail, while Exes was already locked in as his ally. Ritsashi's climb rattled the southern kingdoms, and Almost could already feel it. Burveld and Ebial were the danger breathing down their necks. With nobody knowing a thing about Almost, nearby kingdoms started panicking, and the alliance saw a clean opening to cut Ritisha off from everyone completely. Almost mapped out his very first diplomatic visit to Exa, making it crystal clear he meant to lock in the alliance and play for real power. That visit was a diplomatic comeback. After all the chaos and excess that came before, Almas wouldn't send anyone this time. he'd go himself. Raymond teamed up with Almos as they pushed through the Alma Range, two strangers, united by respect and the same mission. Almos nodded and agreed to talk to Raymond straight, while Ruz was ordered to keep a tight watch on Yuria. She and Almos finally reached the excess capital, and the wind kept howling through thin, patchy trees. Inside the castle, Almos kept reminding himself, "Don't you dare make careless promises when you sit down to negotiate with King Exo." King Exaz and Mutsail got a near-formal greeting, and with Mutsail right there beside him, trust came way easier. King Exes offered profit-sharing terms with a sharp grin, sensing big opportunity in the deal, but he stayed on guard, weighing every risk to keep the alliance's economy from tipping out of balance. Prince Matel bowed and greeted Alma with full royal formality. Then the rest of the royal family started piling in, one introduction at a time. Matel finally saw his mom pull through thanks to Yuria, and almost let out a wave of real, gut-deep relief. He couldn't shake the feeling that Prince Ladaus's curse was tied to something darker. Maybe it was born from a feud sparked by the consort's own bloodline. Museo beamed and welcomed Almos with open arms, and Ladaus stood there hesitating, totally squirming because Museo was getting the first royal greeting. Ladus almost missed it, but those Ladus' glares at Mutsuo screamed one thing. His suspicion hit harder, like he knew Ladus had something to do with the curtain. Museo grabbed the moment and introduced his bride, Raquilla, to Almos, proud, fearless, and standing tall as he handed her over. Raquel shot an apology after disappearing earlier, then admitted her condition had kept her from properly introducing herself the first time. He almost blurted out a compliment about her beauty, and right then Tetra, standing nearby, felt a sting of jealousy creep in. Tetra snapped at him for that comment, and Museo quickly steered the conversation back to ceremony prep, grabbing tasks and getting them moving. Mutsuo wrapped up the introductions in a flash, ditched Almos, and slipped out with Raquilla before anyone could keep grilling him. Almos finally got to greet Prince Ladus, and the prince answered politely, but kept his distance, wearing a cold, blank face the whole time. Ladus shot off with an abrupt excuse, and Almos and Tetra immediately caught the distance in his tone, whispering that he was the most mysterious guy in the room. On the wedding's very first day, Mutsuo greeted Almos with open arms, and it was clear, he handled the negotiations with a calm confidence his father never had. After the battle smoke cleared, a huge feast kicked off. He and Tetra dug into mountain-high servings of juicy grilled lamb, while the guests devoured every bite. On the second day, Mutsuo threw a grateful thank you at Ruzio, and that old alliance they'd forged from the very first negotiations was still holding strong. The wedding finally kicked off for real. Raquilla slipped in beside Museo, and as guests poured in, the whole place fell into reverent, breath-holding silence. I was this close to believing it was the real ceremony, till I realized the true vow didn't happen until the very end. He offered Rizio's wine to Museo, pressing a blessing into the moment, peace and prosperity, for Museo and Raquilla. On the last day, Almos fired off warm congratulations with a full heart, and right then Tetra yanked his attention towards something. Yuria laid out the ritual in vivid detail, a sacred sheep sacrifice meant to honor the excess gods and the ancestors. Mutsuo and Raquilla stood before the tribe and swore their vows, sealing the sacred wedding ceremony with a final, solemn bow. Yuria meant to go check on the third consort. She even almost changed her mind and stayed one more day. The wedding finally wrapped up in calm silence, like he'd almost made up his mind to leave. Then he snapped back to his diplomatic duties. Diplomatic talks ignited. Elmos and Raymond stepped into the ring with King Exaz and Prince Matel as their negotiation partners. The meeting locked in those old promises again. Almos and Exaz clapped hands hard, sealing fresh trust between the kingdoms. King Almos and Raymond storm into the Exist tribe's capital, greeted like legends by a local guide. The alliance meeting kicks off, and somehow the demands stay almost non-existent. Everyone's praying for smooth diplomacy between them. No fireworks, no fighting. Introductions get tossed around, and then Almos, Matel, and the leader of Excess step in formal talks ignite between two nations that are both rapidly climbing. Still riding the gratitude from that past war, he practically throws praise at Exiz's warriors for their crushing, decisive power. He kicks off the deal, trading wool and horses, and Ixis counters with the promise of rare beasts materials, trade talks pushing forward step by step. Exist requests wheat, wine, and whatever leftovers they can spare, then they keep pressing like, okay, what else do you need from us? To everyone's shock, Ixis doesn't just play diplomat. He rattles off iron tools and bizarre, heavy demands like it's totally normal. Ixis hunts for iron to fuel both war plans and farming, and you can almost feel them realizing Rossizes running short. He nearly proposed swapping tools for blacksmiths, banking on past help while trying not to drain the supplies. Exes nods, agreement locked in, while both sides gear up for the knowledge exchange, and then training in iron processing kicks off so they'll both benefit. The Axis leader shifts gears and presses almost for answers about a mysterious object. Nidal holds up a pink, gem-like stone and curiously turns it in their hands. The second permission is granted. Mythil almost blurts out what it really is, rock salt, but then she snaps it into place. It's native to Exes, and they've only just discovered it underground. He studies how Exes exports rock salt, because if the prices suddenly crash, Raises' whole economy could take a brutal hit. IXIS doesn't have the mining tech to get the job done, so their leader begs him to step in and help pull the resource out and process it. Ixis pitches rock salt at bargain prices and almost starts crunching resale profit using the Curitian trade route. Almost questions the indirect offer, then Ixis lays it out. Hostile tribes are choking trade with the Curitians, and Raisisa is their only shot. Middle Flatout admits their tribe isn't built for trading, and they're betting everything on Raisisa to handle foreign exchange without ever messing up. Ixis basically wants only the basics, wheat and wine, nothing flashy, nothing that would shake the economy. Accepting the deal basically means backing the whole plan, so the moment he says yes, they start a full-blown alliance discussion right away. In the consort's chamber, a magic check flashes, proving the room is finally free, with no curse left clinging to it. Now everyone's eyes lock onto Rachel's marriage, because they can't stop wondering if some old curse is still messing with her happily ever after. Yuria drops the bombshell that she and Mitsu share royal bloodlines, making it a political earthquake and a gut punch at the same time. Meenal stitched together the missing lineage threads, and the dread of a hidden internal threat flared back up as power kept slipping and changing hands. Even with a little unease still buzzing, they verify the bond between the consort and everyone around her is peaceful enough to keep under control, though it never fully disappears. The women trade whispers about the second consort's icy indifference. She dodges every clash by simply letting her claim go peacefully. Even though her father earned respect as a warrior, he fought for peace instead, staying out of power games and refusing to chase political leadership. He didn't back a bloodline. He threw his weight behind Prince Madel, betting on tribal unity to stand tall against threats like the lupus. Succession runs on old tradition. The firstborn inherits by custom, even when nobody knows what the elder is really thinking. Now Prince Lados, once kind, has turned cruel, mistreating Madel and Mutsu, and that cold shift ignites a quiet, creeping fear in everyone around them. In his room, Lados grips Rachel's photo like it's a lifeline, his grief and jealousy toward Mazel burning hot. He remembers the day they crowned him the future king, but deep down, all he ever wanted was Rachel. A shadowy woman steps into the room, and the second Lados hears her voice. Terror slams into him and he panics. The cloaked woman whispers a promise of the throne to Lados and tugs at Rachel's pain, twisting his sorrow into a secret ambition he can't hide.